Alrighty, so yeah, the background music this morning is from Raindrop Shadows, which is a blues collection I had Vladimir Berry put together for me. He's a very talented composer. I really wish that I had I really wish that we made enough money as PGN that instead of having to have synthetic music made, my end goal, like my big dream goal, is that PGN Music makes enough money eventually that I can commission like a live jazz and blues band to do a set, because people don't listen to the blues, they don't listen to jazz anymore. A couple of years ago, what was that that funny joke? We canceled like a wholesome Christmas song, but we didn't cancel, like, I'm gonna gag, I wanna choke. Like, we don't have music appreciation anymore. And then we had that woman on the video from Wednesday where she's talking about, if you don't support college degrees for everybody, no art for you, no music for you. It's like, I'm beginning to realize now that I'm engaging more on Twitter, I'm beginning to realize that more and more people are dumb. Like there's no there's no other word for it. People are just stupid. It's like you try to have a conversation with people, and the moment that anything you say, oops, shouldn't be cogwheel. The moment that anything you say about any topic doesn't perfectly align, right? The moment it doesn't perfectly align with their beliefs, they're gonna be like, oh no, you're a whatever, because your views deviate just a little bit. Like gun control nuts on both sides. I had a run-in with a lot of people this week about gun control. The guy says, the Second Amendment is clear, shall not be infringed. All gun control laws are unconstitutional. And all I said to that was, it also says a well-regulated militia, yet here we are. And I knew what I was doing. I knew that I was going to draw out a bunch of the gun nuts. In one hand, they're clutching their gun, their other hand, they're clutching their pearls, because they're afraid that any gun control is going to come for their guns. But the Second Amendment people aren't really about everybody having guns, because felons asked to get their gun rights back, and I don't see the Second Amendment people going to bat for every single felon that wants his gun rights back. A guy commits an armed robbery with a gun, the NRA isn't going to line up to say he should get his gun rights back. They're just going to quietly not support him because they know how asinine that would look, right? But they say everybody needs their gun rights. So I say, well, a well-regulated militia used to be in there too, and they lose their fucking minds. But did you know that by a strict interpretation of early law, not only is owning a gun your right, it's your responsibility? Every able-bodied white man, yes, I understand. It was written at the time of civility. It was written at the time of gentlemanly nature. That's why women don't have the right, women don't have the responsibility to sign up for the militia, because women didn't go to war, men went to war. Women are perfectly capable of going to war. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying at the time of 1792, we didn't send women to war. That's all I'm saying. But I also notice that when women jump all over you and you say, you're just being an ableist. I'm being an ableist because I'm referencing every able-bodied white man. It's because the only people who could have guns were white men, because everybody else was a slave or an indentured servant. Cool, let's have the militia. Fine, I guess I'll move up my priority list then. If we're going to continue to have this nonsense with people in their, like, interpretations of historical documents, we're going to talk about let's make women have to sign up for the draft too. I also want to remind people about how amazingly and stunningly full of shit your government is. They say, the NRA wasn't a fan of the Black Panthers having guns. If you're a male in America, when you turn 18, you have to sign up for the draft. For me, it was no big deal. Where I went to school, even though we were a Catholic school, the Catholic school would write you they always said, if later on in life there is a draft, and you need your conscientious objector form, just come back to the school. As long as you graduate, we'll write you a conscientious objector form. Cool, no problem. But the school reminded us, they're like, hey, when you turn 18, like I didn't turn 18 in high school. I graduated at 17. Well, I was done at 16, but I graduated at 17. I started what would have been my freshman year in college. It was my sophomore year. But my high school, on the way out the door, they said to all the 17-year-olds, don't forget, when you turn 18, you have to fill out your draft card. The government even mails you the draft card. Now, work with me here for a second. Just work with me. If you're a male in this country, the government knows who you are, and they know whether or not you've registered for the draft, which can bite you in the ass later on down the road. Believe it or not, you can find yourself in bad situations with certain federal jobs or federal interviews or whatever because you never registered for the draft. But you're then going to tell me that I have to have a birth certificate, a social security card, and a passport, to vote? But you already know who I am. People don't understand what the conscientious objector form is either. They think it will shield you from the draft. It doesn't. You can still be drafted and turned into a nurse or a medic. Now, battlefield medic has changed because battlefield medics do in fact carry weapons. They used to not, or they used to not have to. I can't remember off the top of my head if you can serve anymore as a battlefield medic and not carry a weapon. I didn't have that thought popped into my head, and I didn't have a chance to cross-reference it. I don't think you can, but you're absolutely right. You could still be drafted to serve stateside, and then it's kind of like the reserves. The reserves are designed originally. That's not how they're used anymore. But if we go to war and we have to forward deploy our military members, the reserves activate and backfill home station. Well, now the reservists deploy as well. In fact, there are some functions that the reserves do better than active duty because active duty doesn't practice that way very often, but the reservists maintain their readiness to do that. CASIFs and EMEDs are a big one with that. The reservists and the Guard are really, really good at setting up the new modular field hospitals. Not saying active duty isn't as well, but the reservists 2 or 3 times a year, they go through the steps of what they're doing because that's their sole job. The active duty military, they have numerous main jobs on top of taking care of everybody at the hospital. But I think it's funny that we're still talking about voter registration. The Democrats on this one are losing the fight, and they're losing it embarrassingly. The Democrats are saying we can't have voter registration requirements because it'll impede people's ability to vote. Less than 1% of people have no qualifying photo ID. Less than 1%. Yeah. Corpsmen that are going to be, well, there's 2 flavors of corpsmen. Corpsmen that are going to be embedded with the Marines, train with the Marines. I was in class with a corpsman. She was embedded with the Marines. She was training to be a BMET, not because she didn't love being a corpsman, not because she didn't love being with the Marines, but she said she wanted to start a family at some point, and that was going to get tiresome quickly. So, but if you ever needed to know why we're not living in a democracy anymore, I was actually shocked when I saw this. This caught me out of nowhere. Pam Bondi fired as Attorney General despite never saying no to Trump. This is by law professor David Cole. President Donald Trump has fired Attorney General Pam Bondi amid reports of his growing frustration with her failure to prosecute his political enemies and her handling of the Epstein files. Bondi, Florida's former Attorney General, was a Trump loyalist who openly heaped praise on the president and did away with the long-standing Department of Justice practice of maintaining political independence from the White House. She came in and did the master's bidding, and she did it poorly, says David Cole, law professor at Georgetown, and he's the former national director of the ACLU. Her firing comes just months after a heated congressional hearing in which she refused to apologize to Epstein survivors for the Department of Justice failure to fully redact their names and release documents. Bondi was subpoenaed to appear before the House Oversight Committee on April 14th to speak about her handling. The fact that she has now been run out of office does not mean she is free of the obligation that every American citizen has to respond to a subpoena and answer questions under oath. I can't believe he fired his attorney general. But truthfully, honestly, Bondi's removal was a good 6 months coming, if not sooner. She had too many public crash outs. You're right. But this is also, it brings up a point of contention for me. Should the president be able to fire a member of the cabinet if the cabinet member is appointed by the Senate? I mean, a dangerous thing that Donald Trump has just done now is he doesn't have an attorney general. And he's probably not going to get someone absurd into that position because the 10 Republican senators who are up for election this year don't have the political currency to take another black eye on his behalf. I think where Donald Trump's failure is he didn't realize he probably listened to people that told him, oh, in the midterm elections, 22 Democratic seats are up for election, so you'll be able to increase your majority. I don't see why not a president can't remove an attorney general. Because, no, he didn't replace her. The president cannot replace a secretary. The president can only put a deputy in to be acting. The secretary positions are ratified by the Senate. The reason why I say, can a president remove the attorney general, is because he didn't appoint the attorney general. He technically didn't hire her. He took her name, he took her file, he sent it to the Senate, and he said, I'd like this person to be my attorney general. And the Senate holds hearings and interviews and debates and discusses and then says, yeah, that's the attorney general. Yeah, the president puts forth he nominates people. I nominate for the position of attorney general. But once they're approved by the Senate, who do they work for? Yeah, he's acting attorney general. He has to be ratified by the Senate. And my problem is, right? Who do the people work for? Who do the secretaries work for? Do they work for the president? Or do they work for the American people? And it's not semantics because it's a really, really important question. The president is directing the attorney general to do certain things. Some of those things may not have been, how shall we say, for all the way on the up and The Attorney General of the United States, in my opinion, should be the head of the Justice Department. And the head of the Justice Department should be in the judicial branch, not the executive branch. It's not the full Senate, though, just the Senate Judiciary Committee. That's a great question, and now you've just thrown me for a loop. That's why I don't have my note. I didn't have it written on my note card, and now you've thrown me for a loop. The full Senate approves them. Yeah. What happens is they have a two-part process. They have to make it, because I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, it's the full Senate who approves them. The VP only is involved if it's a tie vote, but you have to get out of the subcommittee. So the nomination goes to the relevant subcommittee. So Secretary of State is done by Foreign Relations. If Foreign Relations doesn't recommend them, there's ways to force the vote to the floor, but you're not going to get the votes of any of the people on the committee. If somebody else brings it to a forced vote, you're not going to get those people's vote, because even inside the party, they're going to be like, well, you're not going to weaken the power of this subcommittee. None of these motherfuckers work for the American people, not a single one. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. They should be working for the function of the White House, which makes them the president's OPCON, but Congress still holds ADCON. Exactly. Operationally, some of the secretaries work, well, they all work for the president, because remember, the secretaries advise the president. It's not a good system if the president doesn't listen to any of the advice. And Donald Trump doesn't listen to anybody's advice. The cabinet's role is to advise the president on any subject he may require relating to the duties of each member's respective office. We've got to have a complete... I don't think America reaches 300 years. I don't. We need to rewrite we need a constitutional convention that cuts through a lot of things and talks about a lot of problems and fixes them. Like, what I find fucking amazing is that people are against the repeal of the 14th Amendment because they're afraid that somehow black people would lose their citizenship. That's not what the current debate is about. But some people are so gullible and able to be manipulated that you literally tell them, if you support removing the 14th Amendment, your citizenship is going to be taken away. It's called ex post facto. It's after the fact. You can't take away someone's citizenship if they have it. I mean, we can through a couple of insurgency requirements and terrorist acts and stuff, but for the most part, black people aren't suddenly going to find themselves not citizens. In truth, Black America should want the 14th Amendment repealed. It was passed for you, and now you're the ones being hurt because of birthright citizenship. Because I'm tired of talking about race, I want to talk about class. And people that are coming into this country illegally or illegally, or coming in and getting birthright citizenship and being allowed to stay, yada yada fucking yada. The issue is, it hurts the poor more than it hurts the rich. It hurts the poor because those people coming in aren't moving into $500,000 houses. They're moving into the affordable houses. They're not coming in and taking expensive jobs. They're taking low wage jobs. Now, some people say, yeah, but my neurologist is Indian. Yeah, and we import those because we don't have enough. We're not importing Indian neurology students who are taking a spot from an American student, blocking an American from becoming a neurologist. We're simply not producing enough neurologists. I have never had an American neurologist. In 4 different places I've lived, I've never had an American neurologist. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care who my neurologist is. I care that they fix my problem. I care that they make my migraines go away. I care that they properly track and treat the damage done by one of my TBIs. That's all I care about. My doctor's name is Dr. G. And my doctor's name is Dr. G because I don't have a fucking prayer of pronouncing that. But when I met him, he introduced himself as Dr. G, and I said, no, give me the whole thing. And he's like, you're not going to be able to pronounce it. I said, I know, but I'm going to try. He said it. I tried. I said, one more time. Say it one more time. He said it. I tried. And I was like, okay, Dr. G, let's move on. And he's like, yeah, let's move on. We've got systemic racism in America, but it's not white America. It's all America. Everybody is so confused about racism. It's pathetic. It is pathetic. Like, we had 9 million people rally, 8 million people rally. Why is Donald Trump still president? Because, motherfucker, you could have 330 million people rally. The whole country could rally against Donald Trump. But unless the proper majorities in each house, 60 and 66 in the Senate, vote to impeach, he doesn't get removed. The Democrats are talking about their plan. The Democrats' plan, should they win, is win the House. They're going to just keep impeaching Donald Trump for the next 2 years. That's all they're going to do. They're going to impeach, send the impeachment up to the Senate, and then if the Senate convicts, great. If they don't, they'll send the next one up. That's it. Yeah, that worked so well the last time. And you know what? I blame the fucking Republican Party, because the last time you had an opportunity to convict on impeachment that would have removed Donald Trump from eligibility for being president again. You could have closed down, the Republicans could have taken their party back from MAGA, because all they had to do was vote to convict. And he was already out of office. Biden was already president by the time they got around to, all they had to do was vote to convict. Yeah, or well, right now we're waiting for Donald Trump to die of a coronary because, well, no, remember, he's completely healthy. He's less than 4% body fat. He's 6'3" and 225 pounds. For the record, folks, I'm 229. Just so we can be clear about size and stature, I'm 229, and they claim Donald Trump is 225. Donald Trump could eat me with a side of barbecue sauce. He would just be like, nom, 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 nom. Oh shit, I invited Jalan to do some CPI work. Where is he? Sir, you ate him. He must have been a little guy then. No, sir, he was 225. Trumpzilla. Ah! Our country is fucking cooked. I know not many of you are on social media. Interesting part about my community is y'all aren't big social media people, but I know that I'm going to get some smoke for this today. I know I'm going to get heat for this, and I don't care. I do not care about the smoke that comes. $11 million kids in America in poverty. 11 million kids in poverty, 14 million facing food insecurity. Not in Palestine, not in Iran, right here at home. Should our kids be America's #1 priority? These are some numbers for you. 14 million kids in America face food insecurity. We live in the country with the highest GDP of the next 3 countries combined. And yet you have Americans convinced that we feed more kids than any other nation ever. That's what a guy literally said to me. We don't feed more kids than India does, than China does. And here's the real punch to the gut pride kicker. Brazil feeds more children than America does. We're number 4 on taking care of our kids. By number, not by capita, but by sheer number. So all you Europeans don't jump in and say, oh, well, we take care of our kids. Yeah, you do, but you have less kids. We're talking by numbers. But this guy was convinced that he lives in the greatest country ever. You live in what has the potential to be the greatest country ever. We just suck dog dick at actually taking care of our people. That's where our issues come in. That's an autoban. That is a terrible way to ever promote. Don't ever come into somebody else's channel and say this streamer wants to stream with you. That'll get you automatically banned. Period. Dot. All you did was hurt that streamer. You didn't help that streamer at all. Yeah, we're good at throwing our kids in jail. We're good at throwing our kids into the jail. But we also So we also have to live with this idea that we got a lot of dumb motherfuckers on this planet, right? We got a lot of dumb motherfuckers on this planet, and most of them are finding their way to social media. And why that's such a problem is, why can I not see my activity? Well, my activity. Where's my fucking activity set? Why do they not? Why do they not do this in a nice, neat, clean way? Oh yeah, so this is what we have going on with our society. I want you to listen to a little bit of this guy.
Yeah, so this is hugely debatable. There's many Bible scholars. Well, I shouldn't say many. There's a Bible scholar that I know of. His name is Craig Wesco. He runs Creation Care Church. He's a vegan pastor, and he has a very different interpretation of the Bible than the majority of Christians. And the evidence far outweighs the idea that Jesus would, even if he were not vegan, his messaging is very vegan. And it's
Jesus's messaging is very vegan. Hold up. All I said to this fucking clown, because this guy's a fucking clown, this is what I said. I said, Jesus fed the masses fish and loaves of bread. This is what this fucking guy said in response. That was incorrectly translated. Okay, so I know that the class doesn't know the word for fish in Greek. It's ichthys. Ichthys only has two translations. It has the literal translation of fish. Ichthys isn't... Greek and Latin aren't languages that have a lot of fucking... This word can be a bunch of different things. Ichthys means fish. That's all it can mean. Now later on, the Christians take the letters of ichthys and they turn it into a Jesus-related acronym. The problem is nobody debates. Nobody debates the translation of the fish. None of the languages have any translation other than fish. Aramaic, Hebrew, or Greek. And the Gospels that we're talking about are in Greek. Your one Bible scholar challenges all other translations. Your scholar's interpretation doesn't trump straight translation. This guy is the walking, talking epitome of what I'm talking about with the social media dystopian hell that we live in. Look, if you want to be vegan, I'm not gonna fucking pester you about you being vegan. Be vegan. Yeah, this guy just went from straight to doubt it. Like, he went straight to, no. Look, man. Even if you win the argument that Jesus didn't feed people fish, which he fucking did. Who were his disciples? A doctor and a bunch of fucking fishermen. I'm so vegan that I'm gonna surround myself with fishermen. The point is, even if Jesus was vegan, which he fucking wasn't, he appointed Peter to be the vicar of Christ, and whatever the Pope on earth binds, Jesus binds in heaven. That guy goes on to say Jesus would love his creations. They're not Jesus's creations, they're his Father's creations. Can we please leave Jesus out of the fucking veganism debate? Can we please leave Jesus out? Jesus don't care about this one. That motherfucker, like, those vegan motherfuckers are the type of people that if I came along and I said, I can feed all the kids in America, I can solve this problem right here, right? I can solve the fact that 14 million kids are facing food insecurity. Vegans will literally argue that we shouldn't give meat to kids when that kid is like, give me a salad or give me a cheeseburger, I'll eat the shit out of it because I'm hungry. I watched a vegan mom turn down most of her food pantry donation because what they were giving out that week was like 30 pounds of ground venison. Because the venison, we have nuisance tags down here. We have too many deer for this. We have too many deer with not enough predators. Well, now we have a wolf pack that runs down here. And people are like, well, I don't want to run into the wolves. Yeah, you're goddamn right you don't want to run into the wolves. So let's get rid of all the nuisance deer. So as the deer move, the wolves are gone and they're not here all the time. We have about a 20, 25, maybe more, set of family of coyote that go up and down the river. And we have 5 black bears. Now, black bears aren't going to kill deer. They'll eat a carcass deer if they find it. But the people down here are like, yeah, we need to kill the deer. They're nuisance deer. They get hit by cars. They get hit by trucks. They ruin the crop, all this stuff. And then the mom's like, well, where's the rest of the food donation for the week? And they're like, well, this week we're light. So the deer processing place is giving people 30 pounds of venison, ground venison, which you can use the same. It tastes a little different, but you can make like hamburger helper with it. You can make hamburgers with it. You got to cook them a little different. You can make you can make chili with it. And the mom's like, no, I'm not going to take this. It's meat, and meat is murder. And you're looking at the poor kid, and the kid is scrawny as shit. Like, look, if you're rich and you want to have a vegan diet, be rich, have a vegan diet. But feed your kids. On a show last night, there was a lady that was vegan and her skin was yellow-orange. I couldn't help but crack up because she looked like she ate too many carrots. Yeah. Fucking people need to be healthy. Yeah, 30 pounds of venison is fucking amazing. I wouldn't say well, it depends on what you're making. But 30 pounds of venison is between 15 and 30 meals for a family of 4. Depends on if you're making chili, if you're making shepherd's pie, if you're making hamburger helper. And when you're poor, I know it sucks to be poor. I've been there. I've been poor. The hamburger helper calls for a pound of ground beef, but all you could afford was the 0.87. You can still make the box of hamburger helper. Yeah, you can stretch the shit out of it. You absolutely can. But we've got people that are going to turn down free food because it's meat. And then they make up all this shit like, oh, well, Jesus said. No, Jesus the fuck didn't say. Jesus didn't say. In fact, Jesus turned around and said, you can eat pig. Now, I'm going to move on to something that pisses me off. Oh shit, I don't think I put the... There, that's on. U.S. fighter shot down over Iran. U.S. sources say. U.S. fighter shot down over Iran and the search is underway. A U.S. jet is downed. A U.S. fighter jet has been shot down over Iran. 3 U.S. sources said, confirming Iranian state media. U.S. forces have launched search and rescue efforts. A CNN analysis of images published by Iranian media matched that of an F-15 aircraft. How the motherfuck is Donald Trump losing a fucking war against Iran? How are we losing a war? And I know what some people are going to say, we're not losing the war. If we lose a fucking American pilot over Iran from a country that Donald Trump has said about 8 times they don't have an air force and they don't have any air defense, then what the fuck is shooting down our aircraft? Yeah, I know what happens if one of our jets gets shot down and it's got proprietary tech on it. The fucking operator gets told they've got about 3 minutes to get clear of the wreckage because that beep, beep, beep homing beacon isn't for them. That beep, beep, beep homing beacon is for the Tomahawk to lock onto to blow the shit out of the remains, what's on the ground. And what their rescue team is going to do if they rescue them near the aircraft, they're going to make sure to hit it if it doesn't look hit enough. Yeah, we're not leaving that shit. We're not leaving that shit behind. At first, I heard it was an F-35. Yeah, Hellfire fucking missile coming in. We ain't leaving that shit behind. If ground forces rescue you, and we haven't been able to hit it, they're gonna thermite it. President Donald Trump issued a new warning to Tehran, saying the U.S. military hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. This came after a strike on a key bridge just outside of Tehran that killed 8 and injured 95. Ladies and gentlemen, if you still support Donald Trump, that is the freedom you have. But if you still support Donald Trump, please don't tell me you're a proud American. Yeah, he killed 8 and injured 95. All civilians. We've lost 5 F-15s so far in this conflict. Well, we've lost one completely. I haven't seen a report on the status of the other 4. I'm going to guess they're all non-recoverable. Well, non-restorable. Well, if we can recover them for K-ball, we will. But once they're shot down, you probably don't want anything on them anyway. But we targeted a bridge, severing a key new route under construction between the Iranian capital and the city of Karj. Those killed included residents of a village, passing travelers, and families who were in the area for Nature Day. Yeah, I talked about Bondi. She got fired, which is bullshit. I don't think the president should be able to fire his cabinet. The president should be able to go to Congress and say, I would like this member of my cabinet removed. I think we need to rewrite that section of the Constitution because it's fuzzy anyway because it doesn't mention the word cabinet. The crossing was the tallest bridge in the Middle East. It was designed to cut down the 1-hour travel to 10 minutes and was seen as a point of pride for Iranian engineers. CNN reached out to U.S. Central Command. The Israeli military told CNN it was not aware of an Israeli strike on the bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, our fucking president is committing war crimes. And there is nothing we, the people, can do about it. Because we, the people, cannot get our representatives to impeach the president. You cannot strike a bridge unless you can articulate the specifics of the military objective, the military value. You hit a civilian bridge. Now, if you were engaged in a ground operation and that bridge could be used to relocate military troops, now you can hit the bridge. But somebody has to articulate why we needed to hit that bridge. And what's the value? We have so many checks in place to keep the president from overstepping their power. It all feels like they're complicit. No, here's the problem. We are supposed to have checks. We are supposed to have checks to check the president's power. But if Congress won't pick up the bat, like, it's carrot and stick. Ladies and gentlemen, the experiment that was the United States and a constitution is now over. Because now what we have learned and what we have seen is that a democratic republic, a democratic federal republic, only works if people act democratically. That's why I don't think the party should be allowed to be called the Republicans and the Democrats. Talking to a lot of people think that the Democratic Party is the Democracy Party and the Republican Party is the Republic Party. What the fuck is with your lack of education? But I don't blame you. I don't blame them because they were never taught. Yeah, there are people who literally say, I'm a member of the Democratic Party because I'm a fan of democracy. You know that republics are a form of democracy. They don't have to be, but they can be. Being in a republic doesn't automatically mean you're democratic, but it doesn't automatically mean that you're not. All a republic is that the voice of the people is rested in another individual. Yeah, these people are allowed to vote. I never thought I would actually agree with Asmongold on this because he said it and it was so jarring to hear. But I don't think everybody should have the right to vote. U.S. claims a U.S. Black Hawk helicopter has now been downed. So we have managed to lose a Black Hawk helicopter and an F-15 in rapid succession. Yeah, I just checked it. U.S. is claiming that a Black Hawk was downed about 4 hours ago. I'm trying to pull a direct source right now. I'm seeing a lot of secondary. Okay, so Iran is reporting that a U.S. Black Hawk helicopter has been shot down, but the U.S. hasn't verified it yet. Who do I think should be able to vote? That is a very important question, and I don't know what the answer is. But I'm beginning to realize that this country isn't going to make it when it's being pulled in 15 different directions. Everybody thinks their issue is the most important issue. U.S. citizens who are net positive taxpayers should be the only ones allowed to vote. If you're receiving government money that's more than you contribute, you're essentially being bribed by a political party for their vote. You know what? That is a really good way to say that. I'm gonna get back to that one in just a minute. You said, I feel like the whole bomb them into the Stone Age threat was a war crime. Yeah, threatening to bomb a country into the Stone Age is a war crime if you started it. If you're on defense and you say, I don't know what the fuck your problem is, but our retaliation will be complete and swift, bombing you back into the Stone Age. I think that quote, that phrase, that idea, that mentality, should only be allowed for the defender. Oh yeah, that's the other one I wanted to look up. Hold on. U.S. citizens who are net positive taxpayers should be the only ones allowed to vote. I don't disagree with you. I don't necessarily 100% agree with you, but I think that you have a good starting point. I think we need to be careful though, because we need to put some qualifiers on it, because we need to make sure that we protect the right to vote of seniors who are on Medicare or who are on Social Security, because most of them, when they're on Social Security, their Social Security ends up being more than their pension. So I don't want to automatically take away somebody's right to vote because they did exactly what they thought they were supposed to do. They worked hard, they paid into Social Security, then they retire and they start collecting Social Security. I don't think they should lose their right to vote. I do think there is something to be said about people that are on benefits and aren't trying to get off of them. But as I told you, with my own child, the system is set up to keep you uneducated and poor. If you're working 20 hours a week, right, you can get food stamps. If you're working 20 hours a week and you're taking school, you can get food stamps. If you're working 20 hours a week with no school, you can get food stamps. If you're working 0 hours a week and you got 0 out of school, you can get food stamps. But if you're working 0 hours a week and you're taking 12 credit hours, this makes you full-time, and no, you can't have food stamps. Why? Why is somebody who's trying to educate themselves and maybe not need to be on food stamps told they can't have food stamps? Right. I've already addressed this. This isn't a verified source. I think you need to be careful which news sources you believe. If you have a source, if you have a source and it's only one side of a story, it's not a valid story. It's not a valid reporting, because the Iranians can say whatever they want. That doesn't make it true. The Iranians have also claimed that they've killed 100,000 U.S. ground troops. That's funny. You've killed about 9% of the active duty military personnel and nobody knows about it? Yeah. An Iranian news report said they'd already killed 100,000 U.S. military personnel. U.S. Air Force shot by Lors in southern Iran. Well, first of all, this right here lets me know that this is bullshit anyway, because U.S. Air Force shot at by Lors. Well, we don't put tankers in. That's not how we do. That's not how we do tanker operations. The pilot ejected after he was hit by air defenses and landed inside Iranian territory. Local sources said Washington was attempting to extract the pilot. Okay, this part is true. This part is true. Iranian state media correspondents across several provinces reported that the U.S. had deployed multiple Black Hawk helicopters, a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft, and surveillance drones to search for the downed aviator. Well, that's not true anyway. That's not the mission of the C-130. We don't deploy C-130 transport aircraft to do search and rescue. Not transport aircraft. The agency said the search area was unusually wide, suggesting U.S. forces did not have a precise fix on the pilot's location, despite GPS tracking systems. Yeah, so this is all. Yeah. Reports circulate a U.S. Black Hawk has been shot down near the Iranian border, but we don't have confirmation of that yet. They published wreckage that it belonged to a downed aircraft out of the 48th Fighter Wing at RAF Lakenheath in England. So let me say this as simply as I can. If a U.S. aviator is downed inside of a country and we don't recover him, then yeah, I would be shocked if we would put a tanker inside of Iranian airspace. Okay, Ayatollah, stop fucking bombing my goddamn chat with links. I'm just gonna fucking ban you. If you want to have a conversation, have a conversation. But this isn't your link bomb. This isn't your link drop-off spot. You didn't even talk about this before you gave me a link. So you don't get to come in here and just drop links. I keep links open for people because they're helpful. If you abuse it, I just remove your ability to be here. Like Owen Wilson in Behind Enemy Lines, all those pilots got as an M9. Yeah, they generally carry a sidearm because the expectation is they're not going to get shot down. The problem is that if a U.S. aviator gets killed inside of Iran, well, congratulations. Now we're going to be at war. We shouldn't have been there in the first place. We have 13 killed in action. Killed on deployment. And we have 300 wounded with the last time I got an update, and I will probably not get another update until Monday. We had 300 wounded and 30 had not yet returned to duty. 30 of the wounded had not yet returned to duty. Now, whether or not next week's update is unclassified or not will matter on if I can get it. How common is it for a U.S. military jet to be shot down? Well, let me say this. Under pretty much every other president, we haven't had this many military jets shot down. But this guy is using Donald Trump is using whatever the fuck Donald Trump is doing, whatever logic he's using. He thinks that they don't have any ability to combat us. Iran has damaged more planes on the ground than they have in the air. Kuwait has damaged more of our planes in the air than Iran has. Well, now if they've shot down an F-15 and a Black Hawk, now that's gonna get ugly. Trump's logic isn't YOLO. Trump's logic is Leroy fucking Jenkins. We've also got this shit. Hezgeth has intervened in military promotions for more than a dozen senior officers. The defense secretary efforts to block or delay promotions to general or admiral for some officers has raised concerns that he may be targeting them because of race, gender, or affiliation with the Biden administration. This guy's got to go too. This guy's a fucking moron. He needs, how the fuck he ever got approved to be Secretary of Defense, I have no idea. You don't interfere with the natural evolution of officers because those officers have been primed and readied. Yeah, he's not even supposed to know their race or their name. Well, for general, they are, because general, they have to be approved by Congress, and Congress can have them appear. But he's interfering with the promotion tables that have been in the works for 10 to 12 years. Like, they don't decide you're going to be a general when you're a colonel. They don't decide you're going to be a general when you're a lieutenant colonel. You know by about lieutenant colonel whether or not you're on a list to even make colonel, a list to make colonel and no further, or you're being prepped for general. Because if you know, like, when I was getting ready to promote to major, well, get ready for my board, I was asked the question, because I came in late, I came in with 7 years of service, so that meant my eligibility for retirement was a lot sooner than other officers. I got point blank asked the question, if we pull out the seat for lieutenant colonel for you, are you going to sit in it? And I said, absolutely. And then the colonel asked me, said, if we pull out the seat for colonel, are you going to sit in it? And I said, yeah, if I make colonel 2 years below the line, then I'll make colonel and I'll be able to retire 1 year after my eligibility. If I don't make it 2 years below the line and I make it 1, I'll retire at 22. If I make it on time, I'll retire at 23. And then all the colonel asked me was, if your path puts you on vectoring for general, would you stay? I said, absolutely. Well, what that does is they're picking it, like, it's known as your ribbon. And it's like, here, okay, so you've been in OIC, check. You've been a flight commander, check. You've been an OPSO, check. You've been a div chief, check. Right? You gotta check all these things in order to get to a certain spot. Like, you want to be a commander. You want to be a squadron commander. I should put squadron commander. You can't get to squadron commander if you don't have this box checked. And guess what? Not everybody can become a commander. Sometimes your destination is, you're really good at administration. You're going to go to the MAGCOM. You're going to be a deputy director, a director, a div chief. you're not going to be a G series order commander. For example, there's 13 MAGCOM bases in my MAGCOM, and there were more than 13 lieutenants in my year group. So that means the way your year group moves along, not all of you are going to get to be squadron commanders. Plain and simple. Now, some people get their squadron commander credit when they're deployed, because we don't want that person tied up for 2 years to get a checkbox. Again, the powers that be monitor promotion rates. We really need this person to do this, but we really need this person to get this check mark. Deploy him to be a commander for 6 months. Does that count? Hell yeah, it counts. This guy over here, we have an opportunity to get him his checkbox for OPSO while he's still a lieutenant. Well, that's really unusual. Yeah, but for this guy, we want it because we want him to go run shit in Dubai for us for 3 years, and it'll put him off record. But if we take this opportunity right now we're not struggling. Oh, let's do it. They're interfering with general promotions. Now, as the Secretary of War, which is a fucking dumbass title anyway, does he have the right to be involved with who should be generals? Yes, absolutely. But he's a racist and he's a sexist. On Thursday, Hesketh fired the Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George, whose term was expected to be 4 years, ending in September 27. George, the Army top officer, was senior military assistant to Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin during the Biden administration. George recently asked to meet with Hesketh to discuss Hesketh's blocking of promotions for some Army officers, which seemed to focus on women and black men. But he refused to meet or discuss his decision. Hesketh declared to end woke culture at the Defense Department. He has criticized DEI initiatives adopted by the Biden administration and has had President Donald Trump, or as has Trump. He also publicly accused the military of awarding promotions based on diversity rather than merit. Not all promotions for officers who are women or women of racial minority groups have been blocked or delayed. Okay. You don't know people's race or gender. Like, for example, if you have and you shouldn't ever have a bullet like this on your promotion paperwork, but if you do, if you had a bullet on one of your promotion packets that looked like this, right? You shouldn't have that. That's wrong. You shouldn't have it. But you should rewrite that with volunteered 50 hours with, in a way to say it that's race neutral. Some people believe that what they do is black out the entire line. They don't. All they do is this. They come along and they just drop a black line on the thing. Now, unfortunately, if one person in the promotion pack has a blackout, then what they'll generally do to keep it fair is they'll double back on, like on my packet, so now you see one of those is racially flared and one of those isn't racially flared. So if the only place that you were to put the blackout is here, then you would start to be able to consider, well, they blacked it out. It must be racially motivated. So all they would do is this. They would simply, on all the packets in that category, they would do that. So now you're not comparing, like, look at how much different that is, right? One person might say, well, this individual volunteered 50 hours with the NAACP, so they worked with people. That other person volunteered 200 hours with animals, so I want to give the credit to the person who worked with people. Okay, that could be fair. That could be a great interpretation. Somebody else might say, Well, it doesn't matter what organizations they volunteered with. One person did 4 times as much. That would also be fair. Right? That's how you should do it, because then that's gender, race, cultural neutral. It's not about you agreeing with mystery grid. That is on city resistance. What? Oh, get out of here. So this is the way it should be. This is good. This is smart. Now what you're comparing is one person volunteered 4 times as many hours. Now, should it matter, right, that this person is single and this person is married with kids? No. Would it mean more that the single person did 200 hours and the married person did 50? In a corporate environment, sure. In a corporate environment, we say, hey, you know what? That guy with kids and is married, he still managed to do 50 hours. But the single people, they did 200. Yeah, but that makes sense. The married guy has to be at home taking care of his wife and kids. He still found time to do 50. Well, that's bullshit. Honestly, we shouldn't be bringing in outside information. If the category is community service, who did what matters. But yeah, you've got the Secretary of Defense firing people who challenge him. This story is full of fake news from anonymous sources who have no idea what they're talking about and are far removed from actual decision makers within the Pentagon. Under Secretary Hesketh, military promotions are given to those who have earned them. Meritocracy, which reigns in this department, is apolitical and unbiased. Then why are you firing the guy who wants to ask why blacks and women's promotions are being blocked? He blocked 3 Marine officers who were expected to be promoted or appointed to new roles. 2 women and a black man. According to the 5 U.S. officials familiar with the decision, none of the Marines were the subjects of internal investigations that might raise concerns about moving forward. Marine Corps leaders recommended their promotions, but Hesketh refused to allow their selections to move forward despite attempts by the Corps leadership to intervene. A list of naval officers who have been selected to be promoted to 1-star admiral has been held up for more than a month, according to 3 officials. A list of promotions typically would move through the process more quickly, according to the 3 officials who expressed concern that some of the Navy officers on the list could be removed because of their race or gender. He's blocked promotions for a handful of more senior naval officials. Other officers have been pulled off a list of Air Force promotions at the discretion of his office, according to 2 of the officials familiar with the process. Several of the Naval and Air Force officers are also women or members of racial minorities. Defense secretaries typically do not remove officers from promotion lists or reject individual recommendations. By law, the president has the most authority to block a military promotion. If a recommended promotion is pulled before it is transmitted to the White House, a reason must be provided, such as ongoing investigation or allegation about conduct. And the defense secretary typically does not make those decisions. Candidates for promotion have been removed in the past if there were allegations against them or military investigations into them. The people removed from promotion lists did not have open investigations against them. Okay, Donald Trump has installed a bunch of fucking racist yes men. Bigoted yes men. I am all about this situation is the situation like Ben Shapiro once said. Don't talk to me about vague claims of racism. Give me specifics and I'll talk out against them. I will 100% say, having been a member of the military and actually, working my way up through the ranks, unlike the Secretary of Defense who was removed from a position, you don't fuck with the promotion process. You don't have the civilians fucking around with the military promotion process. The military itself doesn't like when you start putting your fingers in there. They don't like when you mess around with their house. Your job is to give them a budget. Your job is to give them laws. Your job is to give them directives. Your job is to tell them what country to put a boot to. And beyond that, leave the military the fuck alone. They'll take care of themselves. But we're not doing that. That's because you have a circus at the White House. Yeah, we do. But we don't even have a good circus. The racist TV show host is a mess at being the Secretary of Defense. Secretary of War, please. He got a new title. Yeah, I didn't have a second-class TV show. That's why I'm not qualified. Hi, buddy. What you doing? Can the people see you? Can the people see you? I mean, you're a void, so they probably can't see you very well. This is Imperio. This is the little guy who about a year ago, he had to go into the ICU 3 times. He wasn't even ours. Ow, 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 ow. He wasn't even ours. We saved his life. He's my little buddy. Yeah, we have a circus in the House. We have a circus in the Senate. We have a circus in the White House. We have a circus in the Supreme Court. Our country is fucked. Our country's cooked. We have a circus in the fact that we have sanctuary cities. Every single person living in poverty should get pissed off. Impedu's story, Imperio, his story is he was born in a litter of 6. His other 5 litter mates died. He was able to beat fetal kitten syndrome, which is just when kittens die for no damn explainable reason. Luckily, the Humane Society took him in. Very wonderful med tech at the Humane Society. Kept living at the Humane Society in the medical trailer with him. We have a box made up for him. We have a nebulizer that is piped in through the bottom of the box. So he needs about twice a month, he needs a nebulizer treatment. He's a good cat. He's not destined to be like a 15-year friend. He's a short-term friend. But we're going to give him the best life we can.
Yeah, so this is...
JD Vance wants to make it illegal to make fun of Erica Kirk. Poor JD, he just wants to dive face first into some widow pussy and the country keeps clowning on them. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? America is a good idea that's gotten out of hand. I've never seen a more disjointed nation. I would say I've never seen a more disjointed nation except the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Spain. We're going to a lot of the European countries here. For example, in England, you can't fly the English flag. In England, you can't talk about pork in front of a Muslim. In England, no, you can't. Let me stop you. There were literally people who were cited because they were carrying. No, let me stop you. Okay, before you can live in Scotland all you want, bitch. You're not a subject matter expert. I don't know why the fuck people always want to jump up and down just because they assume I'm fucking American. It's like I fucking moved here and all of a sudden my Irish passport isn't fucking valid. Like I don't have a fucking opinion on Europe. Like somehow coming here and living here my whole life invalidates my opinion about Europe. So do me a favor and shut the fuck up because people were arrested for carrying the English flag. So you can do it until you get arrested for it. How about, so you know every fucking court case? Or how about instead of being a fucking blowhard, you say to me, what are you talking about? And I'll say, remember Flag Day? Where some people were just walking around with the English flag, not doing anything other than walking around with the English flag, and they got arrested. By the way, in England, the last time I checked, you guys don't have an inherent freedom of speech. And if you do, I'd love to see it, but I'm talking an inherent freedom of speech. I'm talking, yeah, UK is arresting people over memes, for stopping and praying for a moment of silence because a Muslim felt offended because a guy was talking about bacon. I'm not saying this is going on en masse. I'm saying these are singletons. These are singleton events. If they're singleton events and they're happening, they're fucking wrong. And you shouldn't be like, you can, I live in Scotland, I can fly whatever I want. You should be like, holy fuck, is this actually happening? Because it is. That's the problem. The shit's happening everywhere. Every country is becoming disjointed. All these countries are getting disjointed, and people like you defend it instead of just saying, yeah, it's not happening in a mass, but I admit it's happening. It's like I make the statement, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is shooting Americans, and people is like, well, it's not happening every day. And I say, so you deny that we shot 2 Americans? And they're like, no, I don't deny it, but okay, 2 is too many. 2 murders of American citizens by ICE is too many. Well, it's nothing in comparison to, no, it's everything in comparison to. Trump is finally firing these people because they're bringing too much heat on him? No, Trump is firing these people because they're not doing what he wants, because Donald Trump doesn't understand that the Attorney General can't just prosecute his political enemies. There has to be a crime, and there has to be a crime that she can get a conviction on, and it has to be something he himself hasn't done, or she has to prosecute him. Donald Trump has walked all the way the fuck through all the fucking laws. Donald Trump said to his party, if you guys don't win the midterm elections, the Democrats are going to find a reason to impeach me. Find a reason? Dude, they don't have to find a reason. You levied tariffs long term, permanently. Not the only time the president can levy a tariff is to protect a national interest. You've kept those tariffs in place on every product. You hurt the American taxpayer to the tune of $1,700 average by family. I went to the market the other day. I think I told you guys this. I went to the market and I picked up a steak for breakfast and pork chops for dinner because it was my protein day. 0.87 pounds of sirloin was $14, and a pound and a quarter of pork chops was $4.06. What the fuck is wrong with this? It's because we used to import 1 billion pounds, tons, whatever Australia sends us, a million, something. Hold on, because I don't like not knowing the answer. The United States imports a significant amount of beef from Australia, typically accounting for roughly 1/4 of U.S. beef imports. We were on 400,000 tons. 400,000 tons of beef from Australia. 1/4 of our beef imports come from Australia. What did we do? Let's throw a fucking tariff on it. Donald Trump says, let's throw a tariff on it. Why? Because Australia has to pay it. No, they don't. Didn't Australia have 0 tariffs on us? Australia, I believe, had 0 tariffs on us because it's been a year now, so I don't have all that stuff at a click of a button. But what Donald Trump saw was the trade deficit, and he assumed the trade deficit was unfair. Well, of course the trade deficit is going to be unfair. We don't make stuff anymore. We don't make products. We make services. You don't export a website. Yeah, we import beef from Australia, Brazil, parts of Europe, a little bit from Japan. Yeah, we're the purchasers. Like, when people were making fun of Donald Trump, what they were saying is, I have a trade deficit with the local Walmart because I buy stuff from them and they never buy stuff from me. That's the breakdown. That's the problem. I want to find this news story. Let me see if I can find it this way. Thoughts on Todd Blanche, the current deputy and acting attorney general. I think a big part of the problem with the way that we run our government is that we don't have qualified people underneath the secretaries. We have nepotism and political appointees. I don't think the president of the United States should have the power to fire secretaries. I think the president, once he has his secretary, should have to go to Congress and say, this person needs to go. We moved from 7 million pounds in 2020 from Brazil to 190 million pounds in 2025. So while not defending tariffs, it appears the goal is to increase trade within the Western Hemisphere where the U.S. has greater control. Yeah, but see, the problem with that is Australia was only exporting 400,000 tons because that's what they had surplus. But let me ask you this. If we moved from importing 7 million pounds to 190 million pounds, why is the cost of beef going up? The problem is everything that the government says is going to be fixed doesn't get fixed. Yeah, what you just said there, Stumpy, is trying to fix the trade deficit through tariffs was the wrong way to do it. They should have found a way to incentivize manufacturing, exporting. And here's the way you do it. So that's not what I want. So you're producing 5% of what you need. You only can produce 5% of your total need. And you're importing 95%. You don't put a fucking tariff on this because you don't have the ability to make what you need domestically. Instead, what you do is you go to manufacturers and you say, if you give me a plan to get to 100% domestic need, as you approach that threshold, then I'll put a protective tariff, right? So now you're producing 100% of what you need, and you need to import 0. Well, I'll put a 100% protective tariff on this item so that domestically it's cheaper for Americans to buy American than it is to buy a foreign product. Here's where you run into the problem. American steel is 3 times the price of Chinese steel. So even if you tariff this shit at 100%, it's still cheaper to buy Chinese steel. Why is it cheaper to buy Chinese steel? Because the steel unions, and this is where I blame unions, the steel unions have advocated and raised the price, the cost of the labor so high. I'm in Illinois, and there's a steel plant, there's 2 steel plants here. It is cheaper for me to buy steel from Japan or China and have it brought to California, put on a train, and come 2/3 across the country than it is for me to buy it 40 miles away. Now, you're asking me as the businessman to incur double to triple the cost to buy American. No. Flatly no. To buy the steel for the project is either going to cost me $280,000 or in excess of $750,000. This is free capitalism. Why should I spend that much difference to buy American? What does it do for me? And the answer is not a damn thing. Well, you'd be supporting your own country. Great. How does my country then back support me? If I do this, do I get to deduct? Hey, no, we're not climbing on that. Thank you. If I buy American steel, can I deduct the price differential off my tax obligation? Oh, well, no, you can't do that. So hold on a second. You want me to pay 3 times as much to prop up the American economy? But you won't let me recoup that against my so I'm supposed to lose money? And this is where like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Nancy Pelosi, they all they all turn around and they say, buy American. That said, do we want to support near slave labor wages in another country? There's a balance between cost to U.S. versus support of a country's poor labor treatments. Yeah, let me know when China has poor labor treatment. I'll wait. They had it. They don't anymore. China has been industrializing for the last 10 years. What people say are slave labor conditions, guess what? That's America. Right? That's America. I want to remind people, we keep talking about, you've been led to a narrative about how bad things are in other countries, right? Oh, poor Palestine, man. Poor Palestine. Look at this shit. Look at how bad it is for Palestine. Look at this. It's so, oh shit, that's not Palestine. That's East St. Louis, Illinois. That ain't no fucking war-torn. That's 20 miles from, well, 30 miles from here. That's 30 miles. That is called East St. Louis, Illinois. That is supposed to be the first suburb on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. That is supposed to be inside of the St. Louis metropolitan area. We don't have this great lifestyle, and we're taking advantage of Chinese labor. China, I was there 26 years ago. China was still a very backwards country. They were still a very rural village country. Shit, man. some people in Ireland, I don't know anybody in Ireland that still has a cast iron black. I don't personally know anybody. But 20 years ago, my family home in Ireland was still a black iron furnace or black iron stove that the first person up in the morning had to open the front of and put 6 pieces of sod in, make sure to get it along the edges, and then had to put the pot back on the stove. We had a 3-gallon water heater. If you wanted to take a bath, you had to go pump water, put it on the stove, and when it heated up, you would run the 3 gallons out of the water heater, and you'd have to pour the rest of the water, the boiling water, into the bathtub, and then take a bath. There was no there was no 50-gallon water heater. And this is Ireland, so, like, where's the comparison? When people are like, China's backwards. Have you been to Hong Kong? Hong Kong's not backwards. Shanghai's not backwards. I think we got to be careful when we say buying stuff from Chinese slave labor, when on average, I would make the argument that our poor in America have it worse off than the poor there. It's just like the people that have been indoctrinated into this idea of universal basic income. Universal basic income would give me the ability to negotiate higher wages. No, it wouldn't. Because there's only 2 ways to do universal basic income. Either everybody, rich, poor, and indifferent, gets a flat check from the government every year. Sounds nice, right? Or the universal basic income dollar amount just becomes the new minimum wage. When people say a universal basic income, where the motherfucker do you think that's going to come from? Okay? Where do people think that's going to come from? 340 million people in America. We're going to minus out 11,999,000 because those are the illegal immigrants. We're going to take out 49,500,000. So we have 278,501,000 Americans in America. Let's say we know 72 million are on Social Security. I'm not even going to fuck around with the numbers, and we know 74 million are children. Okay? So we're going to take out those 2 numbers. So we're going to take out 72 million, 278,501, why are you 501,000, minus 72 million, minus 74 million. So we have 129 million, 501,000, which lines up with the workforce. Doesn't quite line up with all the other numbers, but that's cool. Now we're going to take that 129 million and we're going to figure out a way to give them all $31,200. You need to have $4.04 trillion to give everybody you would need $4 trillion a year to give everybody universal basic income. We take in 5 to 5.5. That's your universal basic income. How are we going to do it? Doesn't everybody already get a flat check from every year from the IRS that's applied to their taxable income that reduces their taxable gross income liability by $15,750? They do, but the problem with that is you still paid Social Security, you still pay sales tax, you still pay Medicare, and yeah, $15,000 is what you get as the standard deduction, but there's a lot of people that are only making $23,000 a year. If we've decided that $31,002 is the universal basic income poverty line, which is why I can't take Bernie Sanders seriously, right? I can't take Bernie Sanders seriously at all. If you're, I'm gonna type because my hands are kind of sore. So what we do is, in a household of one, right? A household size is one. What we've done is we've said 15,960 is the federal poverty line, right? But 31,000 is when we double the poverty line. So why is it that we say this is poverty, but this is what we want a $15 an hour minimum wage to provide? Why are we saying that if the poverty line is 15,000, we want you to have 31,000? Shouldn't the poverty line be the universal basic income line? Shouldn't the poverty line and the UBI line and the single person standard deduction all be, I don't know, fuck, the same goddamn number? Shouldn't they all be the same number? Because it pisses me off. Because we turn around and we say this shit, and Bernie Sanders can't justify any of the bullshit that dribbles out of his mouth because none of it makes sense. Are you advocating for a $15 an hour minimum wage? No, I feel it needs to be more than that. Well, are you aware of what the dollar amount is when you make $15 an hour? So $15 an hour by 2080 is $31,002. Here's what I have a question for. Why do we have 31,920, right? And then what'd you say? You said the single person standard deduction? The single person standard deduction is 15,750. If the poverty line is 15,960, why is the single person standard deduction 15,750? Why aren't we if we know what the fuck the poverty line is, shouldn't the standard deduction be the poverty line, period, with no further thought? And if the poverty line is 15,750, shouldn't you not pay Social Security until after that? Is the music a tad loud? I'll bump it down. So the government can tax you on the 210. Right. So the government can tax you on the 210. But why are we taxing poor people? Maybe it's so everyone shows as black in the ledger. But why? Yeah, why? UBI feels like a scam to raise tax basis income, much like the pushes to raise the minimum wage, and increases the income tax base by force, meaning a larger income gets taxed. Right. And what people turn around and they say is, well, universal basic income would make things great. Hold up. Ask your veteran military member of America how fucking great, not the Army, not the Navy. We can only really ask the Air Force this. I think the Air Force, maybe the Navy a little bit. I lived in a single, the square footage of my room, I had a 112 square foot room. Bedroom, fridge, stovetop, didn't have a bathtub. I had a sink, a mirror, a toilet, and a shower stall. Let me tell you, universal basic income is a great idea. I want people to hear this. I am not against taking care of people. That's smaller than most US closets. Facetious, but you had a 112 square foot room that you shared with 11 other people. Yeah, that's why I said the Navy doesn't really count. Let me tell you, the bedroom I'm in right now is about the size of the living space I had for a year. But I'd also have to put in a bed, a desk, a shower stall, a sink, and a toilet. Bernie sounds naive. I don't know if he is or if he just talks that way because he knows some of us voters are dumb. Bernie Sanders is the type. Bernie Sanders is half of what you need to be a statesman. Bernie Sanders has empathy. He has passion. He has compassion. But he doesn't have knowledge. Elon Musk has knowledge, but he doesn't have compassion, passion, morality. And that's why Elon Musk wouldn't be a good statesman. Donald Trump has greed, arrogance. Donald Trump is a bully. The thing is, yeah, Bernie is a lot like Trump. His understanding of things is outdated. Also, we have got to drill it through people's heads. You don't need socialism to have social safety nets. You do not need socialism to have social policies. But what you need is you need to look at the situation and say, why are we being so fucking dumb with what we're doing and how we're doing it? Because we're trying to sail a boat, okay, that has a hole in it. We have multiple generational problems that we just keep building and building and building and building the solutions onto. We need to gut all of that down, and we need to say, look, we need to tear all this down and start over. What are we going to do to take care of the people? Food shouldn't be taxed. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, okay? It doesn't sound like a ton. But I paid $6 in tax on $186 in groceries, $183 in groceries. $6 doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're poor, when you're poor and responsible, $6 can be stretched to make 3 or 4 meals. Okay? We've got to stop thinking more money solves the problem. Look at Minnesota. If I was the governor of Minnesota or the mayor of Minneapolis, and that Somali daycare scam shit came out, oh, motherfucker, I would have blown that shit up like the Godfather. I would have been like, no, we're kicking down doors today, bitches. We are running in and we are fucking auditing and I'm gonna call the IRS. See, what we should have, I'll tell you a story, and then this story is gonna relate to how the world should be working. Once upon a time, in a land far away, there was a house, and it was a drug house, and the police knew it was a drug house. But before the warrant was on site, the guy walked out of the house, got into a car, and drove off. And 2 of the cars followed him, and they lost him. So they came back, and they're sitting on the house. And a day goes by, and 2 days go by. And the cops are sitting on the house, and they cannot get a warrant for the house. The judge is simply like, the suspicions you have are enough for an arrest, but you haven't given me any tie-in that I should allow you to search his house. You've got credible witness statements that says he often is selling drugs, but they've never said he's selling drugs out of his house. I'm sorry, I can't give you a warrant for his house. You haven't reached probable cause. So the cops are there. 1 day goes by, 2 days goes by, 3 days go. The third day, one of the officers says, hey, wait a minute. I hear dogs in the house. And the commander is like, so what? He said, if you call the animal society, the Humane Society, they're going to come out and they're going to say, when was the last time you watched anybody go in and out of this house? 3 days ago. Well, now the Humane Society and the animal control officer are going to go to the court with your sworn statement that nobody has entered the house in 3 days. And the judge is going to say, oh shit, that's animal abuse. I will give you a warrant for entry, which by default gives you a look-see warrant. And so the judge gives them a warrant with look-see. They go in the house. They look all around the house until they find the puppies. They take the puppies out, and right on the living room table was a brick of cash, a brick of drugs, and an AK-47 with a full magazine. They couldn't look anywhere other than the place. The only things they could discover is the things they saw while trying to find the puppies. So they left the house, they took photos, they went to the judge, and they said, while serving this warrant, this is what we found. Do we now have what we need to get a full open everything search warrant? And the judge says, yes, you have now met probable cause. That's how our cities, our states, and our federal government should be working. The mayor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, the governor of Minnesota, no, they popped it out, and you can see, pop out the mag, because you make the weapon safe. Pop out the mag, see the bullet on the top. Where's the last bullet? Oh, I see all of them. All the little holes are filled. The mayor of Minnesota should be going to the governor. The mayor of Minneapolis should be going to the governor. No, the cops did, because the cops went in with the animal control officer for a look-see. Gave him a look-see. The cops walked in to escort the animal control officer. Oh shit, there's a loaded weapon there. Let's make the weapon safe. Because it's a look-see. Mayor of Minneapolis is like, fuck, I see a news report that I'm getting ripped off. Hey, Governor Waltz, I'm getting ripped off. I need the state's involvement. And the state should be like, well, that's our money too. Fuck. Let's get the government involved. Hey, government. Hey, IRS. We need you involved. Imagine if instead of our government all whipping their dicks out and having a sword fight in the bathroom, they all just turned around and said, hey, what you need? Hey, this YouTuber just did this report and he went to all these places. We're going to simultaneously hit all of these places for health inspections, daycare inspections. But what we want to do while we're there is we want you to come in and do audits of their tax records. Well, you haven't really hit the threshold yet, but how about this? How about we send a couple of agents to go along, and while the agent is there, if the agent sees enough that doesn't line up, then the agent can say, yeah, I'll look at the financial records. Sounds like a great fucking plan. Instead of all this fucking penises in the bathroom sword fighting, like, look guys, keep your dick in the urinal and then wash your hands. Who wins a debate, Asmongold or Hassan? Asmongold versus Hassan. If Asmongold doesn't get baited and angry because it's Hassan, Asmongold will win. Hassan won't argue he won't have a righteous argument. He'll deliberately argue in such a way to get under Asmongold's skin. Who's the better commentator? Asmongold. Who's the more radical commentator? Hassan. Asmongold, if he stays calm, he crushes Hassan in a debate. If Asmongold bites at Hassan's garbage, then he goes off on one of those tangents that aren't even as entertaining as mine. If you ask me, Asmongold has some pretty radical opinions, but he's not out there. He gets out there. He gets pushed out there. He's usually inside of one standard deviation of the middle. Hassan does know more. Asmongold's not politically ignorant. He's not politically ignorant. He's politically, I don't give a fuck. And there is a difference between I don't know and I don't care. Hassan is deliberately inflammatory. Hassan, I don't believes he's financially secure that he could walk away from it. Asmongold has said he could walk away from it anytime. With all that said, I could take on Hassan and Asmongold in a 2-on-1 handicap match in political debate and still drink a coffee at the same time. Both are radical. I won't call Asmongold radical. Yeah, Asmongold is politically ignorant of things outside of the United States. Sure, I'll go with that. I think he knows what's going on with America. I don't think Asmongold doesn't know. I think he doesn't care. I don't think he cares because he doesn't have to care. My understanding is Asmongold grew up poor. He's now rich. He just wants to do his streaming. He wants to be left the fuck alone. Saying American protesters should be killed is a radical thing to me, except I'll also tell you that American protesters should be killed because American protesters are responsible for deaths, killings, burnings, looting, rioting, because you don't have a constitutionally protected right to protest. You have a constitutionally right peacefully to assemble. And the moment that you become violent, you've chosen to live by the sword. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. As I said the other day, I showed the thing where all the Chicago kids after curfew are running down a block on the hoods of cars. Okay. Honestly, the cops should have grabbed whoever they could. Pull them off cars, throw them in the back of the paddy wagon. Asmongold was referring to Alex Peretti at the time. Alex Peretti did not deserve to die. But Alex Peretti should have never been there because he should have been in jail for vandalizing a federal vehicle. He kicked the taillight out of a vehicle. He should have been arrested at that point and fucked up because he was also carrying a weapon while he was protesting. And I don't know about your concealed carry class, but my concealed carry class told me that if you're planning on going and committing a crime, don't take your concealed carry with you. Because now whatever crime you just committed, you committed armed. Arresting protesters is fine, shooting them to me isn't. I think you need to be careful with that because what you've done is you've drawn an absolute. Alex Peretti put his hands on a federal agent. Doesn't mean he deserved to die. But Alex Peretti put his hands on a federal agent while he was also armed. Meaning that wasn't just assault, that was armed assault. Again, I'm not saying that Alex Peretti deserved to die. But I'm saying Alex Peretti should have known when he got out of the one the previous day or couple of days prior, he had already rolled his dice and won. He shouldn't have rolled them again. People have a right to defend themselves and others. Against who? Federal agents that are operating lawfully? No, they don't. You do not have a right to defend yourself from due process. Yes, let me stop you there. Yes, that agent was. Yes, that agent was. When you failed, that agent did not exceed force. He didn't use lethal force. What you think is right and moral isn't right and moral. Let me help you with something because you don't understand. When you are given a lawful order by a police officer and you fail to comply, the next step is to attempt a vertical arrest. When you resist the vertical arrest, the next step is a horizontal arrest. What's a horizontal arrest? It's where I take you to the ground. It is very difficult to be a police officer, a law enforcement agent. I hate to tell you, Alex Peretti grabbed the officer's waist. Period. Dot. It's clearly visible. When you touch another human being, that makes you the offender. Period. Dot. And I don't have a dog in the fight. If they were local law enforcement, I would agree. Nope. Then Stumpy, let me stop you and go read the Department of Justice manual. The Alex Peretti touched the federal agent first. Alex Peretti touched the federal agent first because the federal agent's attention was on the woman he was trying to arrest, and then Alex Peretti touched him. You do not have the right to go hands-on with anybody, because even if the cop is wrong, the street is not the time to settle that. The guy that took his gun and photo, no, Alex Peretti is the guy that was on the street. They were trying to arrest a woman. Alex Peretti touches the waist area of the officer. The woman wasn't even looking at the agent. What the woman was doing doesn't matter. The woman wasn't complying. Let me stop all this. If you've been a fan of mine, I'm gonna shut down all the bullshit. If you are given a lawful order by an officer, you follow it. If you are given an unlawful order by an officer, you follow it and you sue them in court. You will never win on the street. You will never, ever, ever win that on the street. Because what you've done is you've resisted arrest, which is another fine. It was his waist at first. Well, yeah, it was like I'm calling it his waist, but it was like his abdominal chest area on the side. He was telling her to stop. The woman that he was following had already crossed the threshold of she was going to be detained. You don't get to walk away. I don't know why people believe this. You do not get to walk away from law enforcement if they are telling you to stop. As I teach on the show, you can turn around and confront the officer and say, "What are you stopping me for? What is your reasonable articulatable suspicion of the crime I have committed, I am committing, or I'm about to commit?" She was standing in the street, obstructing their operation. That is obstruction of justice. Now, if local police had been there, that would have been their job to manage the crowd, and ICE's job would be to manage their targets. But when the local law enforcement refuses to support the federal agency, in my opinion, the federal agency should say, fuck it, we're not going to get illegals out of your state. We're also not going to send you any federal funding, and now you can't take care of all your immigration. Well, you were number 2 on our list of states we were going to come to, and now we'll come back when we're all the way through. The problem is, and I'm not saying this is me, I'm saying this right now is the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't give a fuck what your opinion is. The Constitution gives a fuck what's written on it. That's it. You do not have the right to resist arrest. I have the right to resist unlawful arrest. Really? Show me that. Show me that. Where is that? Where in any piece of legislation does it say you have the right to resist unlawful arrest? Lots of people fucking say that shit. 0 people can show me where. Well, it's just common sense. Thomas Paine wrote that, and it has nothing to do with what you're talking about. If an officer is detaining you, you are detained. You can choose to walk away from him. Now, eluding, fleeing, more charges. When you say to the officer, "Am I under arrest?" You're being detained. Please articulate your reasonable articulatable suspicion for the crime I have committed, I am committing, or I'm about to commit, and then say nothing else. If the cop says, "Put your hands behind your back," put your fucking hands behind your back. Because what's just happened is you get to play the wonderful game of, this officer just violated his qualified immunity, and I'm going to take his house, and I'm going to take his car, and I'm going to take his bank account, and I'm going to take his pension. Great. Have at, motherfucker. Because what's going to happen? They're going to inconvenience you for a couple of minutes or a couple of hours, and then you're going to eventually get out, and then you're going to drop a fucking bomb of a lawsuit on them. But The moment you do shit like walk away, raise your voice, put your hands up, touch them, now you've committed a crime. Eluding, evading, resisting arrest, assault on a peace officer. Boom. Now all that you violated your qualified immunity shit is all right out the window. Because they can be wrong on 9 out of 10 things. But if you're wrong on one, that's the basis of their whole argument. Those agents were there to go into a dwelling. The people filming them were nowhere near the agent's path to the dwelling. The agents went out of their way to engage the people filming them. Let me stop you there. You don't know that. You have no idea about that. You have no fucking idea about that. But it doesn't matter. Because if those agents felt, because your opinion is that the right of the protester allows them to break the law. Where were they standing, Stumpy? Were they standing on the sidewalk or were they standing in the street? What's the right? What is your constitutionally protected right? Peaceably to assemble, and peaceably does not mean nonviolent. Peaceably means in accordance with the law. If local law enforcement had been there doing their job, they would have moved the people back to the opposite side of the street. Local law enforcement chose not to be there. So ICE has to establish their own perimeter. I'm moving you out of the street because it's unlawful for you to protest in the middle of a fucking street. You're looking for every reason why the agents were wrong. Don't. Start by looking at, were the protesters right? No, because they were protesting. Were they assembled lawfully? No. Why? They were in a street. Great. If they had just backed the fuck off and been on the other side of the street lawfully, then if the agents walked over to them, I would have said, okay. But unless you have a video that shows me that it starts and they weren't in the middle of the street, the only video footage I'm aware of is the altercation between the woman and the agent begins in the street. Period. Everybody wants to attack the establishment. The problem is, you have to attack the gatherers first. Were you lawfully assembled? If no, all this other bullshit is irrelevant. Were they lawfully assembled? No, they were not. Was the local police department there to support them? No, they were not. Yeah, they were standing in the middle of the road, trying to interfere with ICE's lawful execution of a warrant by screaming, beeping their horns, and trying to antagonize the officers. No, you didn't, Jedi, you need to go find the one where the altercation begins in the middle of the street. But what you just said, he walks over and shoves her down, and Peretti tried to prevent him from attacking her. Alex Peretti is not charged by any organization to interfere with an ICE operation. Your camera is your greatest weapon. Stand there, record it, live stream it so it's not saved locally on your phone. If you're going to be a real protester, get one of the apps that automatically sends the video file to a cloud-based server, so even if the police take your phone and get into it, they can't delete the footage. But it doesn't start with her 6 inches from the curb. You're watching a curated cut copy. It begins with them in the street. Because somebody brought this to me, I chased it down, I watched the play-by-play. It begins with her in the middle of the road. Even if it didn't begin with her in the middle of the road, I'll concede the point to you. It didn't, it started 6 inches from the curb. Fine. Let's just get past the minutia. Let's get to the meat. It doesn't fucking matter what was going on. Hold on. It doesn't matter. I saw Peretti in the street helping traffic get through. Is Alec, hold on, let me stop you. Is Alex Peretti a traffic control officer in the state of Minnesota? No. So it doesn't matter that he was helping traffic get through. That's not his fucking job. That's the job of the local police department who couldn't fucking be bothered to show up. That's their job. Are ICE agents traffic control officers? Yes, in fact, ICE agents can be traffic control officers when they need to control their scene. So yeah, they have the authority. People are saying, oh, ICE can't pull you over. Yes, they can. ICE can't pull you over for a traffic infraction. If you're in the back of the car and I have a warrant for you, I'm pulling that car over because I have a warrant for you. People are like, ICE can't pull you over. Well, I don't know what dumb fuck shit or whoever told you that. ICE are law enforcement agents. When ICE are conducting an arrest, the local law enforcement are supposed to provide local support, controlling the perimeter, controlling traffic, yada yada, all the things that the local police do. The local police chose to not support ICE. That's their option. But then ICE is responsible for establishing their own perimeter, controlling their own operation. Regardless, I'll concede the woman was 6 feet from the curb. I don't want to argue about the bullshit. She's 6 feet from the curb. Alex Peretti has no right to engage in obstruction of justice. Alex Peretti has no right to put his hands on the cop. Period. Dot. On the ICE agent. People can get involved if that officer front mounts the suspect and begins beating the shit out of her. She disobeyed a lawful order. She moved away from the officer. When the officer went hands-on, pulled away from the officer, and then Alex Peretti got involved. I am not saying that Alex Peretti deserved to get shot. I am saying that due to a series of misfortunate events, Alex Peretti decided to go and assault an ICE agent. And here's the thing. Batter an ICE agent. And I don't give a fuck what anybody's opinion is. I give a fuck what the law's opinion is. Battery is any and all unwelcomed, uninvited touch. If you put your hands on me for any reason, that's battery. Does not have to include injury. That becomes aggravated battery. You touched me. I didn't invite you to. That's a crime. So when you walk up to people and you tap them on the shoulder, excuse me, you committed a crime. You don't have any right to touch me. Alex Peretti went beyond that, and he did it armed. So what happened was, and I've broken this down once before, but I have no problem doing it again. Gun. Now you have something in your hand. Granted, the thing you have in your hand is a phone, but somebody yells gun. Shouldn't have brought your fucking gun to a protest. Does ICE have any checks and balances? Yes, they do. They were given their powers by the legislative branch. All the people that are pissed off about administrative warrants, the legislature gave ICE the ability to use administrative warrants. The governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, they can pursue charges if they want. Yes, once he started breaking the laws by being in the street illegally, he was carrying illegally. And that is what every concealed carry class will teach you. And if you try to tell me that's not what your concealed carry class taught you, then all I'm going to say to you is either you fell asleep or you had a. No, it's not. Again, it's not his fault. He was shot 8 times. It's a series. No, it wasn't the guy that removed his gun that yelled gun. Somebody yelled gun. The gun was removed. But it turned into a fucking clusterfuck. And the 2 agents that shot him, if they hadn't shot him after he was on the ground, I would have been like, clear cut, he's a dumb fuck. But they shot him like 3 or 4 more times when he was on the ground. He had a phone in his hand. Well, you should have been able to identify that he had a phone in his hand. The first 3 shots into him, you're fucked, son. You're fucked. You went hands-on with a federal law enforcement agent, and there was a visible gun. The threat was neutralized. When they shot him 3 or 4 more times after he was on the ground, that's where the problem is. It did look like he went for his gun after it was removed. It was a phone. If it was a phone, how would I handle this? It's easy. Number one, if a state chooses to be in non-compliance with federal immigration law, that state cannot receive any federal money. If you are actively declaring yourself a sanctuary state, your state can't get federal money. If a mayor in your state is actively declaring themselves a sanctuary city, your state can't get federal money. I'm not going to tell you how to run your state. I'm going to tell you how your state will adhere to the federal constitution. If you would like ICE agents deployed to your state to help remove illegal immigrants, we will come there. If you don't want ICE agents there to help you with your problem, cool. You don't have the ability to remove them. You don't have the ability to remove illegal immigrants. Only the federal government does. But what we're going to tell you is you're not getting a dollar. We'll put it all into escrow. The state of Illinois has $121 billion in escrow, and the people of Illinois are screaming out that they want that money. Ladies and gentlemen of the state of Illinois, I want to let you know there's $121 billion sitting in escrow that could feed your kids and could build schools and build roads and all these things. But until your governor and your mayor get rid of all the illegal immigrants, I don't have any way to know that federal taxpayer dollars aren't going to illegal immigrants. I have given your governor a list of names that I want out. I've given your mayor a list of names of individuals that I believe, or given your governor a list of names of individuals that we have ICE warrants for that are operating in your state. Of the 73,000 names on this list, 21,000 of these people have already been through your police systems, and your governor and your mayor gave directives that not to give these 21,000 people to my immigration officers. So your mayor and your governor like rapists and murderers and thieves and domestic violence offenders in your state. He was allowed to have it concealed. No, he was not, Jedi. The moment that you commit a crime, your concealed carry is now you committing a crime with a concealed weapon. And I know this doesn't I know you don't like this, but protesting in the middle of the street is illegal. Jaywalking is illegal. It doesn't matter if he went there to commit a crime. It does not matter. The moment you commit a crime, you are carrying illegally. Because a police officer could have walked up to him and said, please put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. For what? For standing in the street. Really? Jaywalking. I'm placing you under arrest. Why? Because it's a crime. Because it is in fact a crime. It's not an often enforced crime, but it's a crime. And then if the next word's out of his mouth, so while being maxed, he should have... No, but while being maced, he should have thrown his gun. He never should have fucking put his hands on a goddamn federal agent. What part of that is hard for you? What part is fucking confusing? He walked up and put his hands on a fucking federal agent. Period. He not only was breaking the law by standing in the street, he broke the law, obstruction of justice, interfering with the federal arrest, and armed battery. Because as I've said, it doesn't matter if you have your gun drawn or not. If you are armed and you touch me, that's armed battery. It's not aggravated because you didn't pull the gun. It's not aggravated because you didn't cause an injury. I think you're missing the point where he broke the law. The ICE agent was then trying to arrest him. Is there ever a point where the people shouldn't let federal agents assault a citizen? Yes. If you watch an ICE agent front mount a suspect and start beating the shit out of him with a mag light, intervene. But recognize the fact that if you intervene, you might get shot. This is your best weapon against police brutality. Record it and have your phone set up that it's streaming to a cloud server. That's the only way to fix the problem. Because Alex Peretti doesn't deserve to be dead, but Alex Peretti wasn't innocent. He had committed at least 2 crimes. At least 2 that day. The previous day, he had vandalized a federal vehicle. People have been shot by officers for brandishing an airsoft gun. Yes, a lot of those same people have removed the orange safety cap off the airsoft gun. Let me just say to you, if I'm a cop and if I'm out on patrol, and we know that you have less than a second to make a decision on the use of lethal force, if you're pointing something at me and it looks like a firearm, you're getting 2 to the chest and 1 to the head, and I'll just write that on my paperwork. Why'd you shoot him 3 times? Because that's what I've been taught to do. What's that? 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. And then reevaluate the threat. The threat had his brains laying all over the street. I didn't fire again. He was pretty dead. But we got to stop saying Alex Peretti was innocent in all this. No, he wasn't. He didn't deserve to die, but he wasn't innocent. He assaulted a federal agent. Yeah, he should be in jail, not a casket. But when people start saying, "Oh, well, he should," but that he got maced and he got maced, which only proves the point. The federal, no, the other one was innocent. Let me stop you right there. The Nicole Good should have never been shot because Department of Justice policy does not allow you. So Peretti should have known the future and not brought a concealed weapon that was always concealed. It was his fault. Yes, absolutely it was. Abso-fucking-lutely it was. The way you word it that way, yes, absolutely it was. Because that's what you sign when you sign for your concealed carry card. You sign that exact statement, nearly verbatim. I understand I am responsible for the fact that I am electing to carry a concealed weapon. And I will follow all applicable. So no one should ever leave their house with a weapon. No, I leave my house with a weapon all the time. You know what I don't do? I don't go assault officers while I'm armed. You know what I don't do? I don't go to rallies with it. Because a lawful rally becomes an unlawful rally because of actions of people not my own. See how easy that is? I don't carry a weapon with me when I'm going to a place I shouldn't have a weapon. Yeah, I don't put down my most dangerous weapon, the gray. He had a shitty instructor if he thought it was okay bringing his gun there. Yes, he absolutely did. Separate from the letter of the law, I'm not a fan of the decision of ICE to shoot Alex while he was being dogpiled and incapable of retaliating. The presumption that their life is in danger because of incapacitated man having a gun feels like a big leap. Yeah, let me help you out with that. Ready? I don't think I have my... I don't know where it is. I usually have a little prop. The problem is, ready? You're dogpiling on me. You're dogpiling on me, and I have a gun. And what I have right now is, I'll use this because it's white. You can see it on my shirt. I have this. You don't know if this is a gun or not. And somebody yells, "Gun, gun, gun." Well, guess what? The moment the police have told me I'm being detained, I should comply. Because now you're dogpiling on me, but you're like, he was being dogpiled. Yeah, watch this. Ready? Pop, pop, pop. If this was really the gun, just a wrist turn. Pop, pop, pop. Now I've shot a cop. Now, what if it's black? Take this off. Now, what if it's black? Right? The way this is in my hand, you only had 1/10 of a second to see it. Right, the gun was in his lower back, but he had something in his hand. Their job as immigrations is to attack citizens. Jedi, get off this fucking soapbox. They didn't attack the citizens. They were doing their fucking job. If you're not willing to say the citizens were wrong for standing in the street, that Alex Peretti was wrong for touching a federal agent, then you're not interested in having a legitimate conversation. You're just looking for a reason to blame ICE. The agents that shot Alex Peretti, it was a bad call, and it's the lack of training. But Alex Peretti was the first one wrong in the scenario. That shit over there doesn't concern you, Alex. Stay the fuck out of it. That he didn't have the right to take that woman down. Their job is not to their job is to disrupt protests. This is the thing, Jedi. You've been here long enough and you're just not learning. You're just not learning. It is their job to disrupt protests that are disrupting their ability to do their job, because protests are illegal. Protests are unlawful. I don't know why you haven't figured this out yet. You keep defending something by using an unlawful word. They weren't peaceably assembled. What was their job on the street that day? Some of the ICE agents were there to control the situation and establish a perimeter, while other ICE agents went into the location to detain individuals. If you're about to walk down a line that I'm gonna fucking just waffle stomp the dog shit out of you, because what was their job that day? The officers on the street were doing what the local police department should have done. They were establishing a perimeter for officer safety. Why would they be doing that? Because just a couple of months prior, down in Texas, ICE agents were murdered by a crowd who threw firecrackers to draw them out of a building and then shot and killed them. So that's what's called establishing a perimeter. I don't want to have my back to a crowd of people. I want Fei Lin behind me with a gun pointed out towards the people while I do my job over here. I don't feel like getting shot in the back today. You're not supposed to crowd any law enforcement officers. There's one of me, there's two of them, and there's 20 of you. Throwing bottles at ICE agents, hitting ICE agents with rocks. That's why the local police, what's supposed to happen, here's the street. I'm going into this building. So the lady standing by the curb. Well, first of all, Jedi, you're wrong. She wasn't standing by the curb. But I've already conceded the point. You said she was in the street 6 feet from the curb. Well, guess what? Or 6 inches from the curb. You're standing there illegally because you're in the street. I'm sorry if you don't like this, but this is not lawful. You want to stand right here, out of the street, on the curb, peaceably, camera up, not interfering? Cool. Then we'd be having a completely different discussion. Jedi, I've already explained it. I'll explain it one more time. I walk up to you and I say, get out of the street. And you tell me no. I say, put your hands behind your back. Because what I have given you is a lawful command. You don't have to like it. And this is where your brain explain when ICE can't attack people if they're standing peacefully in accordance with the law, not interfering with their operation. Your own statement earlier was, see, she was 6 inches from the curb. I tried to concede it to move on. Since you didn't want the conceded part, let's go all the way back to the woman. The woman's in the street. ICE does not have to give her a warning. They did. Get out of the street. Because she wasn't 6 inches from the curb when it started. She and about 5 other people from the first camera angle are all in the dead middle of the street. ICE says, get out of the street. 3 of them do. The woman doesn't. She says no. She then proceeds to walk towards the curb, and the agent says, well, you've disobeyed a lawful order. I'm gonna take you to jail, which I can do. But no, he can't. He has no authority over Americans because bullshit. He's a badged officer of the Department of Justice. He's a federal agent. His primary focus is this. His secondary focus becomes when you're interfering, not following a lawful order of get the fuck out the street is against the law. So then he's gonna detain her. So when can you say they weren't interfering? When they were standing on the other side of the street, when they moved when asked to move, right? If she had been on the other side of the street, so the incident starts here, gets to about here, she gets up there, but it's too late because the officer has already said, put your hands behind your back, I'm detaining you. She says no. The officer takes her to the ground. What if they say they were in our way, they were interfering? Guess what? If you're in their way, you are interfering. Because Jedi, if it went the way you said, why do we have video footage that shows 5 of them in the street? No, they're not God. The problem is you don't like the fact that you're wrong. So your ego isn't allowing you to be told you're wrong. You cannot say no to an officer if his demand, request, or order is lawful. I'm standing on my own front porch recording cops. He comes over. You need to stop recording. Bullshit I do. You need to get off my curtilage because your order is unlawful. I'm not in your way. I'm not a threat. The light is on. You can see I'm not armed. You don't want me recording? What's your name? What's your badge number? It sounds like they can walk up to me and attack me and say I'm interfering. Nope. See, now you're being ridiculous. Now you're being a numpty. Now you're being a numpty. They can walk up to you and say, go back in your house if they're about to breach the house across the street from you, and that's lawful. I need you to go back in your house right now, sir. No, they can't always say that. And I'm not going to keep arguing with you because I want you to understand what you've done here. Okay? This is what you've done, and I hate when people do this shit. Your argument was a field goal, and then you shifted your argument to a soccer net, and now you've shifted your argument to a hockey net. I'm not going to play a verbal game with you where you're like, Alex Peretti, he had every right to assault a federal agent. Why? The federal agent had no right to throw that woman to the ground. Yes, he did. I gave you a command. I'm going to arrest you vertically. You chose to resist. Now I'm going to arrest you horizontally. It means I was going to put the handcuffs. No. The problem is as I've said, even if the woman was 6 inches from the curb, it doesn't matter. She was still not following a lawful order. I even said, I'll get rid of the middle of the street. Let's just start 6 inches from the curb. She's not on the curb. She's not on the sidewalk. She's still in the street. So she's still fucking wrong. She's still wrong. The officer says, put your hands behind your back, and you say no. That's resisting arrest. Period. Now, even if you would have been right and won your argument, you want to arrest me? I'll put my hands behind my back. I will put my hands behind my back immediately, first time, every time. Because I know when this goes to court, I'm going to be vindicated. And that officer himself is going to write me a big fat paycheck. I'm going to take his house. I'm going to take his car. I'm going to take his pension. I'm going to take his bank account. I'm going to take his boat. I'm going to take his dignity. I'm going to take his manhood. And I'm going to petition that he never be allowed to be a cop ever again anywhere. But I don't get to say no. Put your hands behind your back. Nope. Well, I understand that telling a cop no when he says put your hands behind your back means I should just schedule an appointment with my dentist. If you don't like the way the laws are written, I never saw her say a word. Really, can you please get me the audio? Please get me the body cam footage of that ICE agent. I don't think it's been released yet. You're gonna tell me you didn't see her say a word? Her mouth is moving the whole fucking time that officer is talking to her. Her mouth is moving. What do you mean you didn't see her say a word? And then Alex Peretti comes up, puts his hand on the officer. What's your excuse for that? What's your justification for Alex Peretti assaulting the ICE agent? He had some inherent right to because the ICE agent threw that woman to the ground? Well, if that woman was resisting arrest, he was putting his hands in defense of her. He doesn't get to defend her. What the fuck is wrong with you? He does not have any legal basis or authority to assault an ICE agent. When you touch anybody without permission and without authority, that is fucking assault. Maybe we would be able to have this as a different discussion if Alex had stayed the fuck out of it and the cop had arrested her. Then maybe we could have run back through the play-by-play and said, did he really have to take her down? But nowhere does Alex have the right or authority to touch the cop. The cop could have pulled his weapon and put 2 in his chest. The cop would have said, hey man, I was busy dealing with this suspect over here and I got I got grappled from over there, so I put 2 in his chest and I went back to arresting my suspect. You know what the sad part is? That would have been ruled clean. Because they would have looked at the video, they would have said, well, yep, you assaulted him. The officer, the officer can't claim that. I'm sorry, do you have somebody available to testify to the officer's state of mind? The officer got assaulted. I put 2 in his chest and I went back to arresting my suspect. See, the problem is you don't like it. I don't like it. So the woman that was standing there needed to be violently shoved because he had already fucking asked her to get out of the street. And then he had decided to arrest her. And then she resisted by pulling away. Yes. When I am going to detain somebody, as I have said, if you have done enough to flip the arrest, she was standing next to a parked car, it doesn't fucking matter. That is the point that you don't want to understand. She cannot stand in the street. She can't stand by the curb. She can stand on the curb. And if she had put her fat ass on the curb, none of this would have happened. You cannot break the law and then quibble about the fact you're breaking the law. Well, she was not blocking traffic, but she had been. But what's funny to me, Jedi, is you have now changed her story and her position now 4 fucking times. First, she was 6 inches from the curb. Now she's standing next to a parked car. She was in the street with 4 other people. The agents walked up, told them to disperse. At least 3 of them went back to the left of the camera shot. I don't know where the 5th person went. The officer engaged with the last one. Period. If she was blocked traffic, why not apprehend her? Holy fuck. Let me stop you because you've gone down to a single-digit IQ argument now. It doesn't fucking matter because they were doing something other at the time. But it doesn't matter if you've been blocking traffic for 5 fucking minutes. The officers made whatever decision to expand their perimeter and decided those people were a threat. And since those people had no constitutional protected right to do what they were doing, why the fuck then did 3 of them move? No, they weren't wrong up until... The problem, Jedi, is I can't talk about where ICE was wrong because I can't concede this bullshit you want me to concede. So people like you are why it makes it so Alex Peretti got shot. Because I want to talk about the lack of training on behalf of the ICE agents who 6 people couldn't properly secure a single suspect. But I can't do that. Because then you're going to take that, is if I focus on that part, you're going to be like, oh, well, the ICE agents were wrong. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. The ICE agents weren't wrong for what they did. Oh, they shoved her. Yeah? She shouldn't have been in the street. She should have been following her First Amendment right to peaceably, lawfully gather, period. She wasn't lawfully anything. And peaceably doesn't mean without violence. In the Constitution, peaceably means in accordance with the law. Did ICE go after the other 3 people that walked off when they were told to? No. Why is that? Why is that, Jedi? Why did that ICE agent walk up to 5 people in the street? Three complied. Why didn't ICE run them down? Because ICE wasn't interested in a conflict right then. They were interested in getting the street cleared. If ICE was as bad as you say, ICE would have just gunned down all 5 of them and said, fuck it. Paperwork. She was in the middle. Jedi, this is what I've been trying to tell you. You haven't watched the fucking video that I've watched. There is a video that's not a curated liberal cut of what happened. No, how the fuck do you know you've watched what I watched? How the fuck can you even make that statement? You don't know what I've watched. So how the fuck do you know? No, you haven't seen the body cam, you lying piece of shit. Because I asked you for what you've seen, you never posted it. And to the best of my knowledge, that officer's body cam hasn't been released yet because it's part of an ongoing investigation. So get me the fucking body cam footage. You haven't seen the body cam footage, but I've seen the body. Hold on. This is why people like you, Jedi, drive me up the fucking wall. Look at what you just fucking said. Look at what you just fucking said. I've seen the body cam. No, the fuck you haven't. The body cam hasn't been released. It's in the middle of an ongoing investigation. No, you haven't seen the body cam footage. If you have, please post it to me. I have seen the body cam. No, I have seen the look, ready? Because apparently this is what you said. I've seen the body cam. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You've not seen the body cam. You've not seen it. No, you haven't seen any. Fine, link it for me. Calling you out on your shit now. You haven't seen any of the body cam footage. Not for the Alex Peretti shooting. You've seen it for the other Alex Peretti incident. Show me the body cam footage. That should be easy. See, this is what's fucking wrong with people. This is what is fucking wrong. Yeah, Alex didn't have a fucking body cam on anyway, so you haven't seen the point of view of the attacker. You haven't seen the point of view attack of what happened from Alex's perspective. The only time we see it is a camera that was well the far back behind Alex and from an elevated position. Somebody was recording it. And a lot of people have watched a chopped down liberal cut of that. But when you watch the full footage, those 5 people were in the middle of the street. Again, I'm not saying Alex Peretti deserves to be in a casket, but Alex Peretti has no legal authority to touch anybody. And the fucking bullshit argument, oh, he came to that woman's defense. The criminal's defense? He went to the defense of a criminal? That sounds like criminal conspiracy to assault a federal agent to me then. This is the problem, ladies and gentlemen. This is the problem. People don't understand the law. They don't understand that ICE and Homeland Security are sworn federal agents under the Department of Justice, just like NCIS is, and Army CID is, and the Air Force Office of Special Investigation is. The problem is, an AFOSI officer cannot engage with the majority of the people in the public. He is there to investigate crimes involving members of the Air Force or against the Air Force. But at the same time, if he's on the street and he sees you whip out a gun, he's gonna put 2 in your chest, and he's gonna call the local police and be like, "Hi, local police, I was just involved in a federal agent shooting. He wasn't the subject in any of my shit, but he pulled out an AK-47 on a public street. I put 2 in his chest." The local police will be like, "We're rolling out to you right now." It's like people believe that ICE can't do what they need to do. ICE investigates murders. Ideally, they don't, but when they fall in their lap, shit. ICE investigates human trafficking. Now, what ICE prefers to do is say, "Hey, DEA, we thought this was a trailer of fucking people. It turns out to be a trailer of fucking heroin. Can you guys take this one for us? Because we don't really want it." Just like ICE pulls over a fucking tractor trailer full of guns. "Hey, ATFE, can you guys take this one for us? Because we don't really want it. It's not what we do." And if ATF is like, "No, you guys all have to keep lead on that because we have no ability to take over at this stage, but we can run a joint investigation," then they'll do that too. But this bullshit idea that all ICE can do is arrest immigrants and they don't have anything to do with Americans and they have no authority over Americans. Their badge doesn't say Department of I only fuck with immigrants. Their badge says Department of Justice. Meaning they're sworn federal agents. But this bullshit that people have, stop spinning a fucking narrative that didn't happen. Now, back to, I'm not a fan of the decision of ICE to shoot Alex while he was being dogpiled. The presumption is that their life is in danger because of an incapacitated man having a gun in him feels like a big leap. Right, like I said though, the problem you have is untrained officers, gun, they get the gun out, but what I never heard anybody say is gun secure. Suspect secure. The other problem is, you went to a fucking protest with a goddamn gun, but he lawfully had it. None of this is body cam footage. None, there is... Oh, hold on, Jedi. So you're fucking wrong? Just so we're clear. You literally just linked a video that has no body cam footage in it, so you never saw it? So you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about? Right? Because those officers, although they've been cleared by the federal government, haven't been cleared by the state of Minnesota? No, fuck off. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to throw some parting bullshit shot in it. You're wrong. ICE didn't murder anybody. Murder, see, here's the problem, Jedi. You're almost able to be smarter than you are, but you don't want to put the work in. No, they didn't murder. Who did they murder? Who did they murder? Because murder has very specific stipulations. Who did they murder? Alex Peretti wasn't murdered. Alex Peretti, at best, manslaughter. Yeah, you're right. Oh shit. So hold on. So now you're wrong a second time. So your argument so far has been you're wrong about where the conflict started. You're wrong about why it happened. You're wrong that Alex Peretti. No, you're wrong about all this shit. Where the conflict started, that you saw body cam footage, which you never did, that Alex Peretti has no right to assault a federal agent, that it wasn't murder, it was manslaughter at best, accidental shooting at worst. If we go over to the Renee Good one, no, you're not. You're still not right. Jedi, you literally just fucked yourself in your own ass because you said, I have body cam footage that you don't have. So now you don't get to tell me that you're right about which videos that I've seen because you didn't even know that body camera footage didn't exist because you linked a video with no body cam footage. So your credibility on this whole issue, ready? This is what you went. This is your credibility now. You have zero. Because your entire bullshit argument was based on a stipulation that you'd seen the body cam footage, which you never did. That's called a lie, so that we can move on. I'm telling you I know what you saw because I've seen it. You are seeing a cut of a full video. So an officer can come down my street. No, Jedi. We're not moving goalposts anymore. You had that. What happens is you saw a video that starts here. And I'm telling you out there is a video that starts no, it's not the same goalpost. You're moving it because now you're building a straw man argument, which I'm about to fucking crush anyway, but I want to let you know you're moving the goalpost. You told me you saw body cam footage. You told me you saw body cam footage and that is how you got to this delusional point of view. And you said it starts here. How the fuck did the officer get there? How is it I know that the officer approached 5 people in the street, 3 went this way, 1, I have no idea where they went, right? Now, what bullshit did you say? I'll attack this bullshit. An officer can come down my street, say, get out of my street, and then when I walk to the curb, 5 minutes later, no, because that's not what happened. That's not even remotely what happened. The officer approached 5 people in the street and said, get out of the street. 3 comply by going to the upper left of this camera screen. 1, I don't know where he goes. The last one, the woman, gets into a verbal altercation. Oh, is he about to get fucking served? Because that's going to be amazing. Oh, hold on. She wasn't 6 inches. And this isn't even the full video. This isn't even the full one. But I'll show it. Because it just crushes Jedi's argument. Jedi said she was 6 inches from the curb. Remember? She's 6 inches from the curb. She's 6 inches. That's not 6 inches from the curb. Oh, look at that. Wait, what is this? What is this? Oh, that looks like a gun in his hand to me. This, to me, no, there's no thank you. You were fucking wrong. You were wrong. You were fucking wrong. You said she was 6 inches from the curb. No, I didn't prove any of your point. I didn't prove it all. Ready? You said she was 6 inches. Right? Oh, did that person get in the oh, you're talking about the woman in white who got in the cop's face? Oh, hold on. You mean that person with the red backpack who also wasn't 6 inches from the curb? Oh, that he shoved because she's in his face? Oh, that woman? She was in the street too, son. That woman? This woman right here who's not been 6 inches from the curb? Jedi, you would think that you've come to my show often enough. I'm not gonna say I don't know. I would just pull the video footage. But so far, this is exactly what I said. All the other fucking people you see, they all fucked off. Look right here. You said, what should they have done? Should have been right there. It's illegal to get in their face. Yelling at someone, that's fucking assault. Look at this. Look at this. This right here. You're telling me that a passerby can't think that that guy has a weapon in his hand? No, I hate to tell you, Jedi, you're wrong. Getting in someone's face, getting inside their personal distance and yelling, that's assault. I'm gonna go full bore on you since you're dumb. Do you even know what the definition of assault is? Do you know what it is? Because it's really important whether or not you know. Because I don't think you know. Do you know? Yes, it does. It does. You didn't know that? It actually does. So here's the problem, man. You've been arguing from a position of ignorance because you believe your morality supersedes the law. A person commits assault when, without lawful authority, he or she knowingly engages in conduct which places another in reasonable apprehension of receiving a battery. Do you have a witness ready to testify to that officer's state of mind? That after, just a few days prior, a woman in a minivan tried to run over other ICE agents, that woman getting in my face didn't intend to batter me? She's in my face and I'm fearful for my life because I'm surrounded now by 3 people? No, ICE isn't lawless, motherfucker. You have broken down the entire argument to the point where, first of all, you've been wrong on every fact you had. That woman was 6 inches from the curb. No, she doesn't start 6 inches from the curb. If the woman was standing 6 inches from... No, I'm telling you, motherfucker, you've been wrong the whole time. That woman isn't 6 inches from the curb. It doesn't matter where the fuck she is. She's breaking the law. The officer is restoring a fucking perimeter. He's getting people out of the goddamn street. And she commits assault. I haven't moved the goalposts at all. There's another shot of this, which I don't need to pull up. This officer is uncalled for. No doubt. That's uncalled for. If we want to talk about that shove, that's uncalled for. Absolutely. That's uncalled for. Oh, hold on. I didn't flip back. I'm sorry. We want to talk about this shove right here. I'll be the first to say this right here, unprofessional conduct. Unprofessional. This woman right here, is this not the ICE agent? Is this not the ICE agent? This person in the red bag? No. No, fuck off. That's not what we're talking about. You've completely moved people. That's the shove to the ground, because you said to the ground. That's the one we've been talking about. That woman was never 6 inches from the curb, right? Now Alex is getting control sprayed right here because he's already touched the officer. Watch. She's in his face screaming at him. That shove, this shove here, this shove is unprofessional. No doubt. Absolutely no doubt. This shove's unprofessional. Now this woman in white, this woman in white that's gonna come up behind an officer, you're gonna come up from a position of threat and watch what she does. In the officer's face, shoves her, OC sprays her. It doesn't matter. This woman right here, right? This is the fucking point that you don't get. You should never protest because you don't fucking get it, right? This right here, she has no legal authority to pursue this ICE agent. She has every legal right to move her ass this way behind the car. Every legal right to move this way behind the car and start filming. She does not have the legal right to do what she's about to do. And I wish the fuck the cameraman never panned away. Because right here, we miss a key piece. She's yelling at the officer. She has now come from the officer's blind spot while the officer has been assaulted. She just watched an ICE agent violently shove a woman in the back. And what? Is she a deputy? What's your justification? What's your justification here? Boom. Alex, contact. Right here. Boom. Crime. I literally just said the first shove is unprofessional. But you said the woman he shoved to the ground. He doesn't shove the woman in brown to the ground. Neither of them were ever 6 inches from the curb. So you didn't even understand what happened, right? You don't even understand what happened. I didn't say Alex Preddy deserved to die. In fact, I've said numerous times, Jedi, the problem is you got wrong about seeing body cam footage. You've been wrong about everybody's placement in this whole scenario. You're like the woman in the white, Oh, the woman that just walked through traffic? The woman in white. The one that wasn't 6 inches from the curb? Because she starts right here. So, what's your argument now? The argument, the Alex Preddy, this woman right here, she's not walking in the street unlawfully, yelling at the officer from a position of threat in his blind spot, and has become, boom, Alex has something black in his hand and touches a federal agent. That's battery. And since he's armed at the time, why is ICE walking the street? Holy fuck, dumbass. I've said it a number of times. They're establishing a safety perimeter. No, I'm not victim blaming. They're establishing a perimeter. That's what they're doing. You get people the fuck out of the way so you can see hands, so you can see bags, so you can see motion. Doesn't seem too safe if you're a woman. A criminal, I think you meant. I think you meant a criminal. An individual who had 1, 2, 3 routes of disengagement, right? Are we all right here, people? The woman in white with the black beanie on, at this moment right now, she has 3 routes of disengagement. She hasn't even been engaged by the officer. If she had stayed the fuck out of it, Alex Preddy would be alive. Now, moving her. Now this woman's gonna come along. The ICE agent is pursuing a suspect. I don't see, the problem is, Jedi, you assume that nothing else. Oh, is this woman in the street? Yes, she is. Alex Preddy didn't deserve to die, but Alex shouldn't have been messing around with the guns. You shouldn't resist arrest with a gun on you. It's not smart. Thank you, first time chatter. Thank you. So now the officer's doing his job. The officer's doing his job, and the woman's in his face, and Alex is already assaulted him. The suspect is this woman right here. Because you have no idea what happens before this. See, you said she was 6 inches from the curb, and I said, no, there's another video. Alex is right here in the street. This is Alex Peretti. He's in the street. He's not supposed to be. Motherfucker, Jedi, are you stupid on purpose? They are establishing a fucking perimeter because the local police didn't support them. The rest of the shit is happening over here. These are the street officers establishing the motherfuck perimeter, which I said, why? They're not at a protest, you retard. They're not at a protest. Holy fuck, you're dumb. There's an arrest going on across the street, you stupid motherfucker. That's your fucking problem. Your head is all the way up your ass. You're talking about something that you have been factually incorrect on 5 fucking times. I don't have footage of the arrest. ICE agents don't go anywhere unless they're arresting people. Holy fuck, you're dumb. Jesus Christ, man. You have now driven me to the point where I'm going to say something that I say to very few people. Man, you need a short drop and a sudden stop. I'll get you the fucking information. No, ICE isn't God. See, that's the problem. You lose your argument and then you become flippant. I get frustrated because you're fucking stupid. Okay? Federal agents were actively detaining or confronting other people as part of the operation. Why don't I know which other people? Because it's an active, ongoing fucking investigation. The best I can get you is that they were detaining other people. Let me see if I can get, let me dig into it. This is unfucking real. They were there serving. They were at the cross section of 26th and Nicollet Avenue in the Whitler neighborhood. ICE agents were entering the donut shop. They were there at the donut shop. So they were there doing an arrest at the donut shop on the corner of whatever the fuck two streets I just said. So yeah, there you go. So here you go. You can. I'm going to give you all the information you need. They were at the corner of 26th and Nicollet Avenue. So ICE can come and shoot you for being out in front of your house. No, they can't. Never said they could. Never said they could. You're not going to make a fucking straw man argument out of things I never said. ICE agents entered the donut shop on the corner of 26th and Nicollet. The agents you see are establishing a perimeter while the other agents are executing the fucking warrant. Administrative or judicial, doesn't matter. I don't agree with them. But your whole argument is that they were at a protest because you're too fucking stupid to go and do the research. But if you're interfering with the pursuit, yeah, that's called a crime. That is called a crime. And by the way, Jedi, Alex Peretti didn't get shot because he was interfering. Alex Peretti got shot because... No, Alex Peretti didn't get shot because of that. What are you talking about? I don't know how many more times we can show the fucking video. I mean, we can keep showing it. I don't know how many times we have to show it to show you this. Right, I was interfering out in front of my own house. If I come out of my house and the cops say go back inside, I go back inside. Why? Because I go back inside and I take a look around and I say, oh shit, I see a SWAT team coming up alongside the house. And I'm not going to have a 10-minute conversation with the cop who looks at me and says, go the fuck back inside. I'm going to go the fuck back inside. I'm going to pick up the phone. I'm going to say, hey, why the fuck are the cops telling me to go back in my house? Sir, this would be a good time to go to the back of your house because there's about to be some shit throw down. If I go out there and I start arguing with the cop, he's going to arrest me because it's a lawful order. Have you ever gotten on an airplane? Have you told the TSA to go fuck themselves when they told you to take your shoes off or your belt off? No, you did not. Why? Because you recognize that TSA has the right to tell you to take your shoes and your belt off. Why? Because it's a lawful order. But again, you keep saying ICE has the right to come up to Alex Peretti. Excuse me, this right here is called assault. I'm sorry, this right here is called armed battery because Alex is armed. I'm not talking about the fact that they're all properly trained. In fact, you dumb cunt, I have literally said, if we could get past your bullshit, right? If we could get past your bullshit and get to this part, right? If we could get to this part of the discussion, I would fucking love that, because then I would say, clearly, with 6 guys unable to effectively execute an arrest, we need more training. We need more training right here. But guess what, motherfucker? I've been in this situation. I've been in a situation where I've heard the word gun. And guess what everybody is supposed to do? Dogpile on top of the person who might have the gun. That's what we're supposed to do. Now, this is the part I want to talk about because this is the only part that can fix it. Yeah, we went from the middle of the street to 6 inches to now in front of your house. They were there at a protest. Fuck the fact that Jalan has the cross section, the cross streets of what warrant they were executing. Fuck the fact that I know that they were in a donut shop. But Jedi says that they were out there breaking up a protest, but they weren't. There you go. Another viewer is telling you you're aligned, but I have it. If you could shut the fuck up and stop filling the airways with this bullshit, we could talk about this, because guess what? This is the fucking problem. But if you turn around and you start saying ICE had no right to, well, I'm sorry, but you see this outstretched hand? To me, if I was, I'm telling you right now, if I'm spotting from where this camera is, right here, I'm yelling gun. The reason why I'm yelling gun is because I don't know if it's a gun or not, and the call of gun is going to save that agent's life if it is. And if that agent is properly trained, it's going to be a non-starter if it isn't. I yell gun, gun, gun. He's already got his hand on his fucking OC spray. Boom. But he already committed a fucking crime. If you're not willing to say Alex Peretti committed a crime by assaulting that ICE agent, then we can't move past this part of the video because this is where we get stuck. If you don't want to admit Alex Peretti committed a crime, I can't move past to say that ICE agent has the right to defend himself. As I said about an hour and a half ago, I want to get to this part of the video right fucking here. I want to know why 6 guys who are properly trained can't disarm a suspect. Because you know what's supposed to happen? First guy down across the top of the back. Second guy down across my back, hands on the shoulders, pinning him to the ground. Third fucking guy across his back saying left or right, depending on how the dog pile is. I got left. So that way I grab the left. No, dude, Jedi, you don't get to fucking decide what's assault or not. I'm sorry. If you touch somebody else, that's battery. Period. Dot. So what you're saying is, I hit you in the face, but I only knocked out 2 teeth. So that's not battery. Because my physical strength and boxing training indicates that I can knock out 6 teeth. The law says any unwelcomed or uninvited touch. Period. So what you're saying is you want to open the can of worms and start talking about what we're going to say with unwelcomed and unwanted touches? Is that what you want to do? Because I don't think we want to go down that rabbit hole. Do you want to go down that rabbit hole? So not all sexual assault is now sexual assault. And I agree that in this specific context, it's silly to say it's battery. But the thing is that what's assault? As I've already put the definition up. Assault is a person commits an assault when without lawful authority, he or she knowingly engages in conduct which places another in reasonable apprehension of receiving a battery. And what the fuck just happened in this video? The woman was yelling at the agent and the agent received a battery. You might not think it's battery. I might think it's battery. But the strictest interpretation is you don't touch anybody else. Well, that ICE agent should be arrested. Okay, right here. Yes, this ICE agent right here. Oh, sorry, I didn't flip back. This ICE agent right here should be arrested. There's no call for this. There's no call for this. This is at the very minimum, this agent should be terminated. Very highly likely, this agent should be prosecuted for battery. But what we're missing, right? What we're missing is, number one, the audio, which was also funny because Jedi said you can't hear the woman saying anything, but the woman is literally in his face screaming, which is like the sixth thing Jedi was wrong about. But this woman isn't 6 inches from the curb. This woman is about a foot from the curb when it starts. So, in that logic, shouldn't the agent have been shot for having a weapon and breaking the law? No. Why? Because you missed a key word. The agent has authority. He's abusing it. No. Again, Jedi. No. It's like you literally want to ignore when I condemn the agent for what he did bad because I won't condemn and I won't back up your bullshit opinion where you're wrong. The agent has the authority. Now, where the problem is, without the rest of this video, I don't know what's occurred here. But what I can tell you is, as a spotter, yeah, agent has lawful authority, not the random woman in the middle of the street. Right? So now, what your problem is you literally bullshitted through this whole thing. This woman is going to be up in this agent's face. She's in his face, and she's talking. I thought you said she didn't say anything. She's in his face. No. Shoving this woman is a response to verbal assault. I don't know what the woman said to him. I don't know what the woman has said. The officer was originally coming over here to deal with her. And again, the piece you're not wanting to acknowledge, because it breaks apart your whole narrative, is that woman assaulted the ICE agent by the definition of assault I have shown and came out of his blind spot. Now, is this necessary? I don't know. Neither do you. You can't say that action wasn't necessary. I can't say that it totally was. With the facts we have at the moment, so if you watch your friend get shoved, you're going to be like, hey, good luck. No, what I'm going to say is I'm going to be up over here on the sidewalk, right? Where I'm going to be is over here on the sidewalk, and I'm going to be saying, hey, you dumb fucks, you want to get the fuck out the street? That's what I'm going to be saying. This news report, I'll show this, but what I don't like about this one is they've specifically curated this one, and they don't show the very start of it. I'll show it but I'm going to show it with the caveat that we understand they've deliberately clipped this. Oh, by the way, if we had done any amount of research, by the way, Jedi, if you actually gave a shit about this topic and you had done any research, there's the fucking address, as I said, 26th and Nicollet Avenue. I linked it for everybody. Yeah, it is. It's impossible to find the ones that aren't clipped. You're right, and I'm not saying it's easy. But what I don't like about this one is it's been specifically clipped to start before that woman comes around the car.
Again, we want to warn you, the video is very graphic.
So, right here, I wish we had 5 seconds before this.
It's very graphic.
So right there, Alex, right here, is doing the right thing right here. This agent, at this point in time, Jedi's not going to like this video because it completely breaks his narrative. This agent isn't even looking in the direction of this woman. This agent is locked on with, for whatever reason, that woman drew his attention. And again, we need the other video. We need about 15 seconds before the other one. Now that woman is clearly shouting something at him. because it gets the agent's attention. Maybe she said, I'm gonna go fucking kill you, pig. That's assault. We don't know what she says.
This video you may have, but again, we want to warn you, the video is very graphic.
There's Alex assaulting the officer. Doesn't matter if she hurt the ICE agent's feelings. If she said, I'm gonna fucking kill you, that's grounds for what he did. I don't think he should have shoved her to the ground. But Alex had no right to assault the agent. And if you're gonna keep saying, oh, well, it's not battery, oh, it's not battery, then what the ICE agent did isn't battery. Either we play by the rule set of touching somebody unlawfully. You know, she was probably yelling, Jedi, I don't know what's wrong with your ears today. Go clean the shit out of them. I don't know what the woman is saying. If she said, I'm gonna fucking kill you, pig, then the agent would be authorized. I don't know what she said. None of us do. Because we don't have the agent's body cam footage because it's an active investigation. But either fucking way, she followed him around the car and was yelling at him, which at the end of the day, in my state, would be assault. Because unless you have somebody willing to testify to the agent's mindset at the moment, only the agent's testimony testifies to his mindset. Now, when we look at the rest of this, why are we ignoring the fact that Alex goes hands-on with the agent?
Warn you, the video is very graphic.
Why are we ignoring that? Boom. Physical contact. That's it. You don't get to decide. You don't get to decide if that agent felt like he was being battered. I don't get to decide that. Two people do. The judge does, and the agent does. That's it. Now, what's one sound or song that traumatizes you? The sound of a belt-fed 50 caliber machine gun. Now, this right here is where I would like to talk about, but I can't ever get there with Jedi, because Jedi wants to be like, oh, all the ICE agents are God. What I want to talk about is this failure right here. Oh, wait, did that woman just put her hands on the officer as well? It looked like it. Oh, she just reached out for the agent as well. She didn't make contact. What's that, Jedi? What's that? Alex is literally dragging this poor woman. Alex is the reason all the OC spray is coming out, and he drags this woman. That's called resisting arrest right there. And I in no way have ever said that what he does justifies him dying. But he's not complying, is he? He has now battered an agent, right? And they're attempting to arrest him.
People, what is wrong with you? Honestly.
So those last 4 or 5 shots were probably unnecessary. You know who else I blame for Alex dying? All them motherfuckers blowing all those whistles. Why do I blame Alex dying on all those fucking whistles? Nobody can hear shit. And here's the first use of deadly force. Deploying OC at that risks eye damage, which is deadly force pretty much by all government agencies. You're right. Yeah, we're at 128. Hey, we're at 1825 Eucalyptus Drive. Could you spell that for me? Yeah, I'm gonna drag her over to Oak Street so you can pick her up. the problem here is we cannot have a meaningful conversation about what went wrong that day if people want to dig their fucking retarded heels in and say Alex is completely innocent and the ICE is 100% at fault. The funny part is that going through it with somebody, they literally bullshit and said, I saw the body cam footage, which we know is a bullshit lie. And I don't accept people lying right to my face. You know it's a bullshit lie. You damn well know you didn't see the body cam footage. Then you went and Googled something, gave me a fucking link that you didn't even look at, because after I looked at it, the fucking body cam footage isn't in it. Look, if you fuck up and you lie, just say, okay, I lied on that one. But then when you drive me to the point where you try to admit bullshit footage in, and we go through the footage, none of your understanding, none of your recollection of the story is correct. The woman he shoved to the ground was 6 inches from the curb. She was standing by a car. No, she wasn't. She was 6 inches from the curb, standing behind a white minivan at the beginning, and then pursued the officer into the street. She pursued the officer. The officer clearly didn't give a shit about her because he left her there. Would I have left her there? No, but I also wouldn't have shoved the first woman. I would have walked up to the woman in white and be like, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you just step back? Can you step back 1.5 feet? Just get on that sidewalk for me. Thanks, I'd appreciate it. But do you really believe that all these people following ICE around, blowing whistles, honking horns, getting in their faces are reasonable people? No, the fuck they're not. They're not reasonable people. I'm a reasonable person. But as I've always told you, my reasonable runs out where I don't think I'm going home to see my little girls tonight. Because when you push me into a decision matrix of do I go home or do you go home, I'm going home. That's why I didn't elect to be a cop. Because if I have to decide if I'm going home or you're going home, I'm going home, you're going to the morgue. Why? Because it's less paperwork. I blame the local police and court system for not arresting and jailing him a week earlier for breaking an ICE vehicle taillight. Yes, I do. I blame local police for not being there. I blame local police for not being there. I blame the mayor for not working with ICE and saying, ladies and gentlemen, we have individuals living in our city that are not supposed to be here, so I want to get rid of them. What I will not do is I will not condemn an agency for the actions of some reckless sons. I will condemn the reckless sons. And you notice, the first thing I said when the first thing I said when that started happening was that first shove, that's unprofessional. That's unnecessary. Disciplined. At the very minimum, terminated, possibly charged with battery. Right off the bat. Didn't even blink an eyelash at that. Because I knew that's not who he was talking about. Yeah, can we do the dumb one that picked up the flashbang next? Yeah, man, because everybody likes to count to 6. I find it weird that if you spray some high-effect, irritating spray to somebody's face where they can't breathe and can't see, and then they react to anything but stopping lying down, you got shot. Here's the thing, Bane. Not everyone is susceptible to OC spray. Alex Preddy appears to be an individual who's not susceptible to it. By his behavior, number one, not dropping his phone to wipe his eyes. Now, maybe that's because he was a nurse or a nursing assistant, something. Maybe he knew not to wipe his eyes. Now, you're supposed to spray it and then step back, but this goes right back to what I previously said. We have untrained ICE agents. Okay? Not everybody is susceptible to OC spray. Most people are. Not everybody. I find it odd that Alex kept something in his hands. I find it odd that Alex has basically got that woman by the backpack. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? It's a terrible tragedy. The officers that shot him after he was on the ground, after the first initial salvo. Now, again, I know not everybody has fired a gun. I know not everybody has had firearms training. I know not everybody has had law enforcement training or military training. People are under the assumption that it takes 3 seconds to discharge it doesn't take 3 seconds to discharge 3 rounds. And a lot of people need to get over that. So it can take 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. Now, what some people are going to see is they're going to see, well, I Googled it and it says it takes 3 seconds. Yeah, that's for an untrained shooter. It also depends on the weapon. It doesn't take me 15 seconds to clear a 15-round Beretta. It takes about 9. I shoot a SIG a little faster, a little smaller, but more inclined to my hands. Because a casual amateur shooter is realigning their shot every time, and somebody who's been drilled over and over and over to shoot, you compensate for the kick. So it's boom, 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 and then you're pulling down, but you're not pulling down after every shot. Yeah, you had 41 seconds and 45 rounds, and you had to reload and change positions because you don't have. We have less than that in the Air Force. But yeah, we have to drop. I think we do 5. Yeah, we do 3 rounds of 5 rounds in the. Well, 20 years ago, we did 3 rounds, 5 rounds in the mag. You have to drop the mag and do 2 reloads. Yeah, we don't. The Air Force doesn't shoot like that, the standard person, because we don't have to. Shit, man, I was in Army Group C most of my career. But what I can't handle is when seemingly intelligent people want to go full fucking retard because they're wrong and they don't want to acknowledge they're wrong. And they just like, look, you made a mistake and you were wrong. And now we put the video footage up and you're wrong. But since you've been proven wrong, shut the fuck up and just be like, okay, since I've been wrong about where the positioning was and wrong about what happened and wrong about what actually occurred and wrong about when Alex got touched and wrong about all these things, instead you want to run around and say, well, if ICE was on my block, let me walk through that scenario then. Are you gonna, if you see 3 guys in tactical gear outside of your house, are you gonna walk out and confront them? Because I'm not. If I look out my window right now and I see 3 guys in tactical gear outside my house, I'm gonna go tell my wife, and so that now it's 2 on 3. Some would. And those fucking people are the kind of people that walk up to cops and confront them with an incomplete understanding of the law. A couple of people said, I don't agree that it's battery. Okay, I don't want to get into that discussion. Because that discussion of, well, I don't agree, it's battery. Battery is, let me pull up battery. Now keep in mind, this is my state. This is my state. Battery. Why the fuck are you trimmed? Why did you not come all the way over? Battery. What the fuck is going on with you? Oh, that's why. Like, what's going on? A person commits battery if he or she knowingly, without legal justifications by any means, causes bodily harm to an individual or makes physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature with an individual. Version B is what Alex Peretti did. Version B makes physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature with an individual. You touched me while yelling at me. I felt that you were provoking me into action. Well, I don't think that. There's only one person whose opinion matters on that. The victims. That's it. You don't like it, but remember, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we start talking about how ICE agents can't feel that they were threatened or provoked or intimidated, then neither can a woman who's harassed in the alley of a bar. And I don't want to live in that society. If you're going to condemn a federal agent for being attacked, then those federal agents are going to ask to be relieved of tasers and OC spray. Remember, Nick Peretti, and I'll get to Nick Shirley in a minute. Alex Peretti had already been OC sprayed and he still was not complying. He then proceeds to grab the woman and nearly pull her over. I'm not saying Alex Peretti deserved to be dead. I'm saying that 100% of the fault isn't on either side. There's enough fault on Peretti's side that he brought about his own demise. That cop shoved that woman. I'd need his body cam footage. I would need his body cam footage. You're under arrest. No, fuck you. Shove. I'm gonna move for an arrest, and then Alex touches me. Now I go to OC spray. Now somebody sees a gun. Gun. Comedy of errors. Where were the other officers? Don't know. We don't have all the camera footages. But in the video footage I showed, other officers were walking over. Does ICE have immunity? No, they do not. If the governor of Minnesota wants to charge him, good luck. But now we're going to reach an impasse. You're going to issue an arrest warrant, and the president is going to say, well, he was operating with immunity. Do I think it's right? No. Do I think that officer should be prosecuted? Yes, I do. I think a response to the ICE agent was warranted, as was layered out countless times in the last 2 hours. I think it's hard to argue against arrest, but I think everyone here agrees that these videos also show how fucking untrained and blitzed into service those. Yes, there you go. 100%. I'm going to actually, even though I just read it, I'm going to put it on the screen. Absolutely. That's the problem I want to talk about. But I can't talk about the problem if people like Jedi want to attack the establishment and the legal basis. Because then we get caught up. Now, as far as Nick Shirley, I have watched some of Nick Shirley. I'm not a huge fan of Nick Shirley. I liked Nick Shirley's Somali-run childcare center in Minnesota. Scratching the surface. But I will say there's a difference between a statesman and a politician. And one of those is the statesman wants to do what's good for the state. A politician wants to get paid for it. The issue is that I don't mind these people calling themselves internet journalists, but they need to have journalistic integrity. You need to go to some journalism training, be it official journalism training at a university, or study under a journalist, or a former journalist, like Lee Strobel. He's got a great phrase in journalism. He's a former investigative journalist turned Christian speaker. He said, how many pairs of eyeballs do you have on it? If you only have one pair of eyeballs, then you can't believe it, even if there's only one witness. I'll say this, if you can watch that video and think they were deserving of what they got, then the point is moot. I never said they were deserving of what they got. And I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself with that one, because I numerous times repeated, I don't think Nick Shirley, I don't think Alex Peretti deserved to die. I literally said, the first shove, I'd investigate that. The problem I have with you, Jedi, is that you made a bunch of points And without looking at the video live, I was able to dispute all those points. And then you turned around and said, I've seen the body cam footage, which was a lie. And then you posted a link that you didn't even vet because you were scrambling to cover up for your lie. And then when I showed the video footage from two different angles, okay? I showed the video footage from two different angles. And every point I made, the woman that came up from behind the cop out of his blind spot, your blind spot is your position of threat. That's what she did. I don't think she deserved to get thrown to the ground, but I don't know what the officer said to her, and neither do you. Put your hands behind your back. Go fuck yourself. Put your hands behind your back. I'm gonna kill you, pig. I don't know what she said. Neither do you. We have to wait. We can't pass judgment. Well, why can you pass judgment on Alex Peretti? Because he touched the ICE agent. He touched the ICE agent. He committed battery. That is where his rights, he, not the ICE agent, he put the limitations on his rights. Now, as I've said, properly trained officers would have done a 3-man dog pile and then would have basically drawn and quartered him. With each new arriving officer, grab a limb. First guy on his back, second guy on that first guy's back, and go for the shoulder pin. Third guy arrives on the back. I got left, I got left, I got left. I got right. The next two guys grab an ankle. Ankle secured, top guy off. Next guy off. Then the last guy moves into a straddle mount. Give me your left arm. If you don't give me your left arm, I'm gonna fucking break it, but you're going into handcuffs. Left arm, right arm, cuffed, up, car. Now, that's a perfect scenario. Imperfect scenario. Gun, fuck. Gun. The gun is being moved away. And somebody in a split-second decision interpreted a phone as a gun. Guess what? I've already said from the video camera angle across the street, I would have already called out gun. Because when Alex moves to confront the officer with something black in his hand, it looks like a gun. Period. If you are there to record, you record from the street. Alex was not, or you record from the sidewalk. Alex was not on the sidewalk. He was in the street. The other woman that got shoved had 3 routes of disengagement. She elected to follow that officer from his blind spot, his position of threat, and then get in his face. Again, I don't know what was said to him, but I do know that none of the people were where you said they were in the beginning. And that, to me, is the biggest problem. Because you're not interested in the truth, you're interested in your narrative. And if your narrative requires you to manipulate the truth, it's a shitty narrative. Even if your narrative is ICE used excessive force, but you can't make it without fabrication, then don't make it. Let somebody more professional or more qualified make it. And then support that person. By the way, I am that person. Because the first time I covered this, the people that were here will tell you, I said, at first glance, this is a dirty shoot. We only had one angle at the time. At first glance, this is a dirty shoot. Then we get the second glance and we see the black object in Alex's hand. Now we've got a fucking crapshoot. Now we're dealing with officer perception. The gun is being moved away by another officer, but people think that he's got a black object in his hand. Did they have to shoot him? No. Did they perform a proper takedown? No. Are they trained? Probably not. But you filled up an hour of debate time with the same bullshit that all the other liberals are filling up with. ICE doesn't have the right to do what? Establish a security perimeter? Move people out of the way when they're a risk or a potential threat? Like, why the fuck do you think military bases have like miles of standoff between buildings and the fence line? Because it creates a mile of intercept time. That's why bases don't have gates that go right onto the flight line. You have to go onto the base and then go to a gate that goes on the flight line. We want to limit your time. We want to limit the unrestricted time you have. But you wouldn't know that because you don't know policing. As Faye Lynn mentioned, if I'm doing an arrest and there's a hostile crowd, my job is to get my suspect into cuffs. Faye Lynn is going to be ass cheek to ass cheek with me so that he knows he can tell by the movements that I've got my suspect up. Now, if nobody was fucking blowing them goddamn whistles and making noise, then he and I could communicate. Yeah, I've got him. He's in cuffs. Shit, I can't get him. He's not cooperating. Fuck, gun. Look, let's take this back a whole nother level. Why the fuck are we protesting the removal of illegal immigrants anyway? Or undocumented immigrants anyway? All these people wouldn't have a problem if we just let us get rid of all the people that shouldn't be here. I think the problem is the liberals have lost their fucking minds because they didn't have a problem when the deporter-in-chief, President Obama, was deporting people. Didn't have a problem when Bill Clinton was deporting people. Didn't have a problem with Joe Biden deporting people. But at every crossroads, Donald Trump has to engage with opposition to doing what Democrats have done. Again, I don't think Nicole Good deserves to be dead. And in her case, it's more clear-cut. She's dead because agents didn't follow Department of Justice manual on the use of force involving vehicles. However, it's not as clear-cut if the officers should be charged with manslaughter or murder. She drove the car into him. Although the officer shouldn't have been in front of the car, as a person, he could have felt like his life was in danger. However, now we add in the mitigating circumstance of, number one, he was standing in front of the vehicle when you're trained not to be in front of a vehicle. Number two, you didn't have your body cam on, so you shouldn't have been a primary engaging agent anyway. Right? You don't have your body cam. You should be a backup agent, not a primary engaging agent. And number three, once you step to the side of the vehicle and were no longer in threat, Department of Justice use of force applies. The second and third rounds you discharged into the vehicle were clearly unlawful. The first one, if you only fired one from the front of the vehicle, shot her through the face, we would be in for a dogfight in the courtroom. The other two rounds, clearly unlawful. There's no debate. Clearly unlawful. Still going to be hammered out in court. Your problem with all this had been going on in Michigan, Illinois, California from ICE. There's two problems. They seem poorly trained. Yes, absolutely. The ones that have been caught doing heinous shit that have been properly trained don't seem to care about the possible repercussions. So the real second problem is an obvious climate of approval for overuse of force. There are photos and news reports of protests of Obama's deportations, and its numbers include turning people back at the border. So even the current administration says Obama's numbers are not apples to apples. You're right. They're not. But the problem is, why are we protesting removing people from, like, we're protesting removing people from the country that shouldn't be in the country. I think we liken that to, hold on a second, people are in your house and you don't want them there. But the police say they're going to let them stay because they have rights. When all that shit started happening, that's why my house is labeled as a non-rentable unit. So if somebody were to say, oh, I have a lease. No, you don't, because you can't accuse me of committing a crime. And it would be a crime for me to lease out this property because I have it labeled as a non-leasable property. I also have indicated to City Hall, I will come in and tell you when I move So I will set the occupancy of 0. I will pay the $5 when it's time for me to leave. Occupancy. The Jalan family has left. According to our government, they were helping someone's car out of the snow and she plowed through the agents trying to kill them. No, that's not according to our government. I would need to see that. I've never seen that statement. I've seen the statement she plowed through the agents trying to kill them. And unfortunately, she did move the vehicle forward towards federal agents. I'm not going to Google anything for you. Because I told you, unfortunately, due to your behavior, your credibility with me is now reset to 0. Because you told me you'd seen body cam footage, which you hadn't, and then you gave me a bullshit link. You wasted my time, and my time is precious. So, I'm not gonna do the legwork for you. Because if I do the legwork, then you'll say, no, not that, something else. I wasn't cucking for ice cream. I wasn't cucking for ice at all. And in fact, that very statement is so far beneath you. Well, it's so far beneath the level I used to hold you in, because me supporting the rule of law is not cucking for anybody. Your girlfriend might cuck you and keep you in a fucking restraint cage for your dick. That's not what I was doing. I'm saying that if you want to have a legitimate conversation, you have to be willing to admit where all the flaws are with everybody. But you seem to want to disregard that Alex Peretti assaulted the ICE agent, battered the ICE agent, that the woman who got shoved assaulted the ICE agent. See, if you turned around and you framed it a little bit smarter and you said, yes, now that I've re-looked at the video and you've done it John Madden style and pointed it out to me, yes, I admit the woman in the white jacket with the black beanie, she was wrong. I'm defending ICE. What the fuck are you talking about, ass clown? What the fuck? I literally just said she drove towards the ICE agent. The ICE agent was in front of the vehicle of a minivan. Please, for the love of God, Jedi, plug your fucking brain in. I've already said the ICE agent shouldn't have been in front of the fucking vehicle. You can hear his gear get hit. Okay, Jedi, I'm going to explain something to you because you're obviously decided to wallow in your full retardness, okay? I want you to understand this. You're coming off like a really big fucking retard, okay? You're coming off like a really big fucking retard right now. And let me help you out with this, okay? Let me help you. Ready? This is the front of a vehicle, okay? There is a reason why I've already said numerous fucking times, you retard. No shit, Jedi. You're not explaining that to me. I've said that shit. Okay, I've said the Department of Justice manual tells you not to stand in front of the vehicle. But you say she turned the wheels away from him. And this is what he would have been looking at. Could you please tell me, if you're looking at this, please tell me you can tell which way the fucking wheels are pointed, fucking jackass. Ready? You're right, Jedi, and that's the fucking point. As I already said, you mental midget, I already said the agent was standing where he shouldn't have been standing, and he didn't have a fucking body cam, so he shouldn't have been a primary agent anyway. And you're not allowed to stand before or behind vehicles. You're telling me if you're standing in front of a fucking minivan, you can't see where the wheels are turned? Yeah, right here. I'm literally showing you. I literally have it up on the fucking screen for you. How the fuck can you tell from this configuration where the fuck the wheels are pointed? Because you can't. You can't do it in front of my journey either. I checked. You can't fucking see, genius. This is what you see, you dumb motherfucker. It doesn't matter which direction the wheels are pointed. No, I can't see the fucking wheel well, you jackass. Look at this shit. Look, you dumb motherfucker. I can't see the fucking tire. How can I see which direction the wheels are turned? There's fucking panels in the way, which is precisely the fuck why the Department of Justice manual tells you you don't stand in front of a vehicle. This is the problem, Jedi. I'm on your side on this one. Hey, asshole, I've done this experiment already. From my vehicle, because of how my wheel wells are, You cannot see the tires from in front of the vehicle. Just like you can't see the tires. Like this fucking guy right here is telling you you can see the tires. Why can't you see the tires? Because they're behind fucking panels. He wasn't 5 feet in front of it. He wasn't 5 feet in front of it. He was up against the front of the car. Which is why, literally, I said already about the Nicole Goodwin, he was wrong because he's in the wrong spot. I've said it numerous times. This is what makes me so infuriated with people like you, Jedi, because this is beneath you. This level of behavior is beneath your intelligence. This is the vehicle. This is the no zone. 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 This is the good side. This is the good side. I don't always defend ICE, you jackass. I literally just said in the Nicole Good shooting, what I said was, I'll repeat it just for you. Get this shit out of your ears again. What I said was, the officer shouldn't have been a primary engagement officer. He didn't have a functioning body cam. He should have been a backup support officer. Number 2, you do not stand in front of a vehicle. But she drove her car into him. So the first round, she did in fact drive her car into him. We hear it on the video. If he only fired 1 round, we would have a dogfight in court. Because although he was in the wrong place, he can justifiably claim, I was wrong, and it was the heat of the moment, I fired into the vehicle. But when he steps to the side, and he shoots 2 more times, he's wrong. What was she supposed to do? She's getting yelled at by one officer to leave, and the other one is saying, no. What was she supposed to do? She's not supposed to drive into a human being. I'm pretty certain it's somewhere in the rules of the road manual you don't drive into people. Hey, Jedi, have you seen the other video? Which is the piece you probably haven't, because it doesn't contain body cam footage, of the wife getting out of the passenger seat, engaging that officer, and then very loudly saying, just go, baby, go, hit him. If you don't know what's going on, I've seen 60 different angles. That's funny because there's not 60 different video footages. Hey, Jedi, you're a lying piece of shit now. You're a lying piece of shit. You've seen 60 different angles. Please give me 10. I don't even want all 60. Give me fucking 10. You are being disingenuous because I've seen 3 angles of this. That's it. And we can't get his body cam footage because he wasn't wearing one, which is why I said he shouldn't have been responding at all. He should have been setting a perimeter. He did the right thing. He took out his cell phone and he started recording, but that's not a body cam. Motherfucker, I've literally already said that agent was wrong. And before you and to explain to me why he walks around the car right when he gets to the front, he plants his feet, he switches hands to, you're right, he's wrong. What the fuck's your point? I've never said he's not wrong. I have never said he's not wrong. I've literally said, you know what, motherfucker, you're so fucking dumb, I'm gonna do your research for you. You piss me off. Department of Justice, use of force. I've shown this on the show about 10 times. Ready? I don't know what the fuck your angle here is. Ready? It's like you're fucking mad because you just got spanked for an hour and now you want to come at me with the Nicole Goodwin. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. She hit him with a fucking car, dude. She hit him with a fucking car. That's what she did to batter him. But he's not supposed to stand in front of the car to begin with. I've already said that. You're not getting that point. I already said he was in the wrong place. He didn't have a body cam on. He shouldn't have been talking to her at all. Period. Dot. Shouldn't have been in front of the car. Shouldn't have been talking to her. Even more so. And I know you haven't read this shit because it doesn't have a body cam footage. He was wrong. Yes, I justified him. What I did, motherfucker, was I made a defense for him. And what I said was, if he only fired 1 round, he would have had a defensible position. But the moment he stepped to the side of the vehicle, which I'll get to if you'll shut up, he no longer had any use of force requirement. Now, why don't you shut the fuck up for a second and actually pay attention and stop typing and learn something? Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged. Oh, you keep talking. It's amazing. You can't even follow the word shut up. It's probably why you'd get slammed to the concrete. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. So out the door. The only use of force she has is the vehicle. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. This is his justification, as I said, right? Because you don't know this part. Because if you did, you would understand that what I said was accurate. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. This is where the debate in court would be. Except, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. So what I said was, if he only fired 1 round from the front of the vehicle, after being struck with the vehicle, he would have a dogfight in court because he could make the argument that at the time of my shooting, I could not get clear of the vehicle. But the moment he cleared the side of the vehicle and proceeded to put 2 more rounds into her, he's wrong. Oh, did you miss that part where I actually said he's wrong? Because you have such a hard-on in your cuck cage? Since if you want to get disrespectful, don't play the who's the bigger asshole game with me, because I'm the 17-time gold Olympic medal champion of who's the bigger asshole. Don't play that game. She was being yelled at by the other officer to leave. Hey, guess what, asshole? If a cop on the street tells me to go around, I still can't drive into the cop, can I? And you keep saying she turned her wheels to go to the right, which the cop can't fucking see because he's standing at the front of the fucking vehicle. I did watch the vehicle. She's not, okay, Jedi, you're fucking simple and it's pissing me off. One officer tells you to go. The other, by the way, for the record, you haven't seen all the videos, because if you had, you wouldn't be making this argument, because she wasn't on the street for 15 seconds. She was in the middle of the street for 3 minutes. So just so we can take that bullshit, she's there for 3 minutes. I'm sure you've seen it in the 60 videos, 57 of which don't exist. But if you've watched all of them, she's there for 3 minutes. Now, if an officer tells me, no, I know, but you said you saw 60 of them, 60 different videos, then you'd know she was there for 3 minutes. One officer is telling her to go. Even if an officer is telling you to go, that doesn't mean you can drive through. You haven't seen a ton of videos, you lying sack of shit. Just say you've seen 3. Because if you've seen more than 3, I'd be interested, because I went searching to the bottom of the internet and there's 3. That's it. There's 3 videos. The rest of them are chop-ups of the same perspectives, which is interesting that one side of the argument feels they need to take out big jumps of time, but that's a different... No, I wasn't searching to justify ICE, motherfucker, because I don't justify ICE. I justify the truth. I justify the law. Period. You've got this idea that I think ICE is always right. I've literally condemned this shooter in the Renee Good shooting. All I said in his defense was, no, I haven't been justifying ICE, you stupid fucking retard. What I've been doing is trying to get through to you that you're simple and you're biased. I've literally said that shove is unnecessary. How is that justifying ICE? This whole thing started with your bullshit interpretation of an event that the video doesn't support you. And then you lied about seeing body cam footage, and I loathe liars. You lied about it, and then you still came back with a bullshit link. You literally said she assaulted him. No, yes. What I said was she assaulted him, and we don't fucking know what she said. So if he said, put your hands back. No, it doesn't, because she yelled and hurt his feelings. This is why you're the cuck in this conversation, Jedi. Because you're defending a woman's right to assault an ICE agent. but it's not about hurting his fucking feelings. And that's what makes you fucking retarded. Because it's not about hurting his feelings. It's about the fucking law. That's the problem. You want to say she didn't break the law. We don't know what he said to her. I don't know if the shove is legitimate. It looks like a shove to create space, and it looks to me like he's about to step forward and do a horizontal detainment, which is called putting you in cuffs. But then Alex Peretti assaults him, batters him by touching him, to which the officer's behavior seems to indicate he now felt his life or his safety was in danger because he deployed OC spray. Now, I'm sorry you've never been in law enforcement. I'm sorry you've never been trained in security. But the only way we can finally resolve the shove is with the body cam footage, because we need to know exactly what she said. If she said, "I hate you," the shove is unauthorized. If he doesn't say, "Turn around, you're under arrest," the shove is unauthorized. If she says, "I'm going to fucking kill you," that shove is authorized. If his statement says, "At that moment in time, I felt my life and or safety was in danger," which ironically, Alex Peretti creates the very threat that the officer was in fear of. If you could fucking plug in your brain and take your bias out of it, what I've said the whole time was Alex Peretti deserves to be in jail, not in a casket. Alex Peretti is not 0% culpable in this. Alex shares at least 50%. But you don't want to see that because you want to be mad at ICE. You want to be mad at ICE in no way means I'm validating ICE. I take each part of it and I call out what's wrong. The woman that you say, what's she supposed to do? So if a police officer tells me to move my car forward, I'm entitled to run over somebody in front of my car. That's your argument. That is literally your argument. The cop tells me to drive forward, so I immediately drive forward, striking any individuals in front of my vehicle. But he wasn't supposed to be there. But he fucking was. But he's not supposed to be there. But he fucking was. She was getting commands from two people. Yeah, if she had gotten the fuck out of the road sooner, wouldn't have been a problem. What was she supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Officer, I'm trying to leave. Also, another mitigating circumstance. Her wife literally yells, "Go, just go, hit him." You're like, oh, he didn't get hit. But you said you watched 60 videos of it. Every one of those videos shows the officer getting hit. Again, the officer shouldn't have been there. Drive, baby, drive. That's it. Drive, baby, drive. No one is saying the officer should have been there. But then you come up with this fucking retarded bullshit where you're like, you can see where the tires are. Dude, I can't see where the tires are. And this picture is taken from at least 2.5, 3 feet away. But the officer wasn't 2.5, 3 feet away. As I told you, I did this experiment when we covered this the last time. I walked out to my SUV, which arguably is a different front body construction than the vehicle she was in. I can't see where my tires are until I'm about 12 or 15 feet away from my car because of the body shape of my car. I can't see the tires. The only way I can see the tires is if I look down. And why would I be looking at the ground if the threat is in the driver's seat? That's the problem with you. You're like, oh, well, if the cop just happened to put his ass in the air and wiggle it a little, twerk it like Miley, he would have seen that the tires were pointed to the right. But we can see it. But you're like, I watched 60 videos, but you can see the cop never looks under the car. Again, I've said if he only fired one round from the front of the vehicle, he would have a justifiable defense in court because he could say, at the time that I discharged my weapon, I was moving to the right. I was strafing to the right. She made contact with me with the vehicle. And according to Department of Justice policy, right? The vehicle was operated in a manner that threatened my life, that threatened death or serious personal injury to me. And that would be a justifiable defense. But then we get to the second part. And no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Agent, is it true that you discharged a round into the vehicle? Yes, I did. I discharged one round into the vehicle as the vehicle was approaching me as I was strafing to the right. I knew at the time I couldn't clear the distance. I've been watching you a couple on my own, on my main. Feel kind of bad now. I misjudged you and you have some fair statements. You're saying, I thought you were, no, I'm not a woke social justice warrior. What I am is if you want to know what I believe two things. I believe that we have to follow the rule of law until such time as we can change the rule of law. We don't have to agree with every law that is passed, but in order to remain a society, we have to follow the laws that the people that we elect pass. And when we know those laws are flawed, we have to elect better people into office to change the system for us. But we can't have people like Jedi that fill up the fucking noise, that fill up the ether with fucking bullshit noise. You want to talk about the Alex Peretti shooting and whether or not it was justified? Then we have to fucking admit that Alex Peretti battered the officer. If you concede the point, yes, I concede the point that he battered the officer. Great, now we can move past it and we can say, now, why were 6 trained agents unable to detain and disarm one individual after that individual had been hit with OC spray? I assume people make typos through context. And then I would say, cool, we could talk an hour about why ICE needs to be better trained. This wasn't even the topic of my show today. I just don't allow people that have fucking bullshit to keep spewing bullshit. You're a cuck for ICE. Why would I be a cuck for ICE? Like, it's like you say shit and it's just blatantly ignorant and asinine. I'm only a half step better than an immigrant myself. I've sponsored people's immigrant paperwork. I call my 20-year-old Dora the Deported because if she ever gets caught without her military ID, they'll probably think she's an illegal alien. But it's not about being pro-ICE or anti-ICE. It's about was everything done according to the book? No. But we have to separate. The first woman that the agent shoves has nothing to do with Alex Peretti. The second woman does. The first one should have fucked off. And she is. She's fucking, and that's the fucking ironic part. The first woman that got shoved was fucking off and Alex was walking off with her. The problem with the phrase social justice warrior isn't the individual 3 words. It's when social justice warriors want to ignore the fact that the law is the law. And they want to say, well, we shouldn't follow immoral laws. Well, we should. Because we could spend a lot, like, think about somebody like Jedi who is asked to testify before Congress. What a waste of fucking time that would be. What a waste of fucking time having Jedi talk to anybody about this incident would be. Because it'd be like, first of all, you don't even have the facts in order. Jedi was under the assumption that those ICE agents were breaking up a protest. Despite the fact that they say that they've looked into it, I'm able to give you the fucking location they were exercising or executing the warrant at. I can't tell you the name of the donut shop, but I can give you the cross street, and it took me less than, 90 seconds to find? And then later on, another news broadcast said, yep, that's it. I'm able to find the fucking cross street, and I know that they were in a donut shop. But the other person on the other side of the argument is like, they were just out there breaking up a protest. ICE doesn't go out and break up protests. They don't give a shit. ICE doesn't care. What they care is when you interfere with them executing their operation. But let's take that a step higher. Why are people saying, like, what is the argument to keep all these people who are criminals in our country? And then they're like, well, they're not criminals. Do you know how you get on the ICE detainer list? By committing a crime. That's how you get on the ICE detainer list. Your name flags, right? Sorry, my 20-year-old asked me a question at the end of my normal showtime. ICE doesn't break up protests. ICE doesn't break up protests. That's not in their job function. ICE doesn't break up protests. For example, you can find hours of footage of people protesting outside ICE facilities. And ICE leaves them there. ICE walks out, and in a command authoritarian voice, they say, clear the driveway because we're bringing vehicles out. That's a lawful order. Get the fuck out of the street, clear out. We got to bring the vehicles out. Once the vehicles are out, ICE goes back inside their fence. They leave them out there. They don't give a shit. Protest outside their building all you want. Where we run into the problem is ICE is trying to conduct operations and you have people standing in front of their vehicles. And then ICE moves them violently. No, they haven't. No, let me stop you. You are confused. What videos have you been seeing of ICE breaking up protests by illegals? That's not what ICE does. So show me a video of it. Or are you confusing it that they're breaking up the gatherings around their operations? Because they don't go out of their way to arrest people that are at protests. They arrest people that unlawfully enter secured areas of ICE facilities, but that's not a lawful rally anyway. You walk around to the loading dock of an ICE facility past two fences. Yeah, you're getting arrested and you're going to jail because you're trespassing on federal property. You're protesting out front of the ICE building. They don't give a shit. We have more video footage of ICE not giving a shit. What people are confusing is that if we're going into the donut shop and you start to form up a mob or a crowd, we're going to do our best to keep that from forming until we got our suspects in the van and we're the fuck out of here. People are confusing the use of force against civilians. I have not seen one incident of ICE going out and breaking up a protest. So I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. People send me this shit all the time and I'm like, well, they're throwing this congresswoman to the ground. Fucking congresswoman should have gotten out of the way of the fucking vehicle. Because according to Jedi, ICE agents can just hit the fucking gas and hit the people in front of them. Because if Nicole Good can hit an ICE agent with her car, then ICE agents can hit civilians with their cars. Which is why when people make bullshit arguments, I call them out for bullshit arguments. It's why Cerulean 89 said, they and Jedi were on the same page, but I've got it. Look, Alex Peretti battered that ICE agent by the strictest interpretation of the law. We can't start quibbling over the strictest interpretation because then I go into court and I say, oh, Your Honor, yeah, I hit him in the face and I knocked out two of their teeth, but I'm a trained amateur boxer, so I don't really think that I battered them unless I knocked out 6 teeth. You know what I'm saying, Your Honor? You know, you picking up what I'm putting down. I could have hit him a lot harder. It was just a little love tap. And Jedi told me I can do that because it was okay that Alex assaulted the ICE agent. So that's why we prosecute to the letter of the law. Because if we don't, we create precedent that allows other people to argue. Well, you didn't prosecute that guy. Now, should Alex Peretti have been prosecuted after death? No, of course not. Now, for the thing I wanted to get to today that we never that we never got around to. I'm pretty sure if ICE agents hit somebody with a car, nothing will happen. Yeah, let's talk about that real quick. That is probably accurate. That is probably accurate. And that's what we should be worried about. That's what we should be talking about. That's the piece that we should be concerned about. I'm gonna play this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Please sit down, please. It's great to have you here. It's great to have people I like for a change. A lot of people I don't like at all. I do my best in front of people I don't like, but it's much harder. This is easy. We're doing really well as a country. We're teaching people how to live in safety.
Okay, we're doing really well as a country. Gas is going through the roof. Nobody can afford beef, and we've had ICE shootings, but we're teaching people to live in safety.
We're over in Iran. We're sort of pretty much winding that up.
We're pretty much winding down Iran, but just today we lost an F-15 and a Black Hawk.
Have to take a few more hits. We want to make sure we don't ever have them, allow them to have a nuclear weapon, because they'll use it, and you see how serious they were.
Hold on, I need to break in with news. The crew of the fighter jet that was downed in Iran has been recovered. So the sources say, oh, hold on, I take that back. One of the crew, one of the two crew members has been recovered. So we have one of the two F-15 pilots in back in American care. Why would the two pilots not be close nearby together? It's because one ejects and the other ejects, and it's moving with some quickness, so they'd be separated. That doesn't mean that we don't have the second crew member. It just means that we haven't reported that we have the second crew member. The second crew member could have died, and we can't recover their body yet, or they could have been recovered and they passed, and then we don't notify the public until we notify the family.
With the conventional ballistic missiles, they have thousands of them. We've blown most of them up. You notice every week it gets a little less at us and at our allies. We've had some very good allies over there. We've had some very bad allies in NATO. I hope you're all watching that, Scott, because we had some asks, and we spend trillions of dollars on NATO, and when we need them, which we never do, we didn't need them here either. To be honest, I was really asking because I wanted to see what they do. We didn't.
Okay, for those of you that don't know this, NATO is a defensive alliance. NATO does not get involved with wars you start. NATO gets involved in wars started against you. Second of all, we don't spend trillions of dollars on NATO's budget. We spend trillions of dollars on our own military. And is he really shit testing our allies? Right.
need them. We blasted the hell out of them, out of Iran. And the last thing I needed was NATO stepping in our way, because they're a paper tiger. But, so we didn't need them, but I asked anyway. And they probably think I'm the worst salesman ever. I was the worst. They would have much preferred Franklin Graham or somebody that's a good salesman than Trump, because I'd say, we'd love to have some help. Oh, President, I'm not sure that we can. Oh, that's okay. You don't want to do it? Well, if we. Oh, that's okay. You don't have to do it. So he gets off, probably says, man, that was easier than I thought. Then I call up France, Macron, whose wife treats him extremely badly.
What the fuck?
And still recovering from the right to the jaw. And I say, Emmanuel, we'd love to have some help in the Gulf, even though we're setting records and knocking out bad people and knocking out ballistic missiles. We'd love to have some help. If you could you please send ships immediately? No. We cannot do that, Donald. We can do that after the war is won.
Except France sent the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier. Okay. A really big fucking part of military planning is that you talk to your allies so that they kind of know what you're doing. It's kind of like CK3 is going to show right now. My allies in England ask me for help while my Spanish army is freeing Jerusalem. Did you not fucking click on the icon to see that I'm already at war? And I'm at war with Jerusalem? Why are you starting a war that you need me for?
I said, no, I don't need after the war is won, Emmanuel. Many of them said, we'll be there after the war is completed. And so I learned about NATO. NATO won't be there if we ever have the big one. You know what I mean by the big one. We ever have the big one, hopefully we won't. Relationships very good with the big one, better than with NATO.
But the only time that NATO has ever enacted Article 5 is after Osama bin Laden bombed the tower, or used planes to attack the towers.
But they won't be there. And we spend billions. You know, we didn't have to go into Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away across the ocean. We helped them. We had a president who's a stupid individual. Gave him $350 billion, got nothing for it.
We didn't give them $350 billion. Okay, so what happened was we had a bunch of 105 millimeter artillery shells, Patriot missile battery systems, interceptors, radar systems, bullets, beans, blankets, band-aids. And we gave them shit in the promise that eventually they'll pay us back. But that was all shit that we were going to have to dispose of because it was getting close to the disposition date.
Gave him so much money, used so much ammunition. We're making ammunition all over the place because we need it, because he gave so much away to Ukraine. Got nothing for it.
That's not true. We can never. Okay. There's this agency called DLA. It's called the Defense Logistics Agency. It has, inside of DLAs, we have, inside of the military, you have what's known as an MEL. It's a mission essential level. Let me tell you this. If you ever are at, if you're at MEL, lots of buttons and levers start getting pulled because you're at MEL. You are literally operating at your mission essential level. If you dip below MEL, people with rank in the form of stars start pulling levers. We are not making ammunition all over the place because of Ukraine. We're making ammunition all over the place because this fucking guy has used 850 Tomahawk missiles to bomb Iran, and the minimum floor to replace 850 Tomahawk missiles would be $1 billion. The ceiling would be $3 billion. It just depends on which flavor of Tomahawk they used.
And I sell them ammunition. You know, the European Union pays for it. What the hell? They have to do something, right? So they're good for paying for it. But everything we sold, we did. But I just want to tell you, NATO treated us very badly, and you have to remember it, because they'll be treating us badly again if we ever need them, and hopefully we're never going to need them. I don't think we will need them. I don't think they can do very much. I actually asked UK, who should be our best. In fact, the king is coming over here in 2 weeks. He's a nice guy.
Why the fuck is the king of England coming to fucking America? What did I say? What did I say a couple of weeks ago? If the rest of the world wants to change our president's behavior, everybody just needs to pretend that he's not the president and stop taking his phone calls.
King Charles, but should be our best, right, Brooke? But they weren't our best. I said, you have 2 old, broken down aircraft carriers. You think you could send them over? Oh, I'll have to ask my team. I said, you're the prime minister. You don't have... No. I have to ask my team, President. My team has to meet. We're meeting next week. Oh, next week? But the war already started next week. It's not good. The war's going to be over in 3 days. My prediction, it turns out. By the way, do we have the greatest military ever?
Do you see that this fucking guy, this fucking guy, he can't conjugate a full sentence. The war is going to be over in 4 days. Okay? Dude, we just lost an F-15 today. I'm waiting on confirmation about the Black Hawk. I'm waiting on confirmation of the other one. The whole thing about being old, I'm going to jump on the old one. My father is 83 years old, and my father doesn't do the Biden or the Mitch McConnell or the Donald Trump, like this shit. My father is like laser pointed at 83. That man, the only thing he's slipped on is which kid I am. I get called every kid that he's ever had, and I'm like, just skip to the end, I'm the baby. But yeah, I agree. He used to make fun of Biden for being all over the place, and he's all over the place.
What? We have this, right? So anyway, we've knocked them for a loop. I don't know if you saw the explosion the other day. We got the mother load. We hit the mother load like nobody's ever. Did you see that? They thought it was a nuclear weapon, actually. I said, no, we don't use them. We don't want to use them. We have more than anybody else, but we don't want to use them. But this afternoon, I'm delighted to join the countless Christians across the country and around the world as we prepare to celebrate a thing called Happy Easter. Do we have that? Everyone happy? Anybody that doesn't want? Hello, darling. Wow, this is a good table. I like that table. You're doing well, right? Okay. I think you should sue them, but, you know, I told her, you ought to sue some of these. They're so jealous of Erica. I said, you ought to sue them. I can say it. You're not allowed to say this. You have to be nicer.
What the fuck? What? We went from we hit the mother load to Erica to you should sue them.
Sue their ass off. But I want to thank all of those who are helping us honor Holy Week here.
By the way, yeah, I lost the plot of what the fuck he's talking about. Yes. I also want to bring up something. I'm going to say this. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. I'm a Roman Catholic, so therefore, by default, I'm Christian. I'm the original Christian. I'm the OG Christian. I know people don't like it when I say it that way, but whatever. You'll get over it. I don't have a problem if the president wants to have an Easter lunch at the White House. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with him turning it into a speech that's televised. And the reason why I say that is, if I was the president, I would be unreachable except in national emergency on Wednesday nights and Sunday mornings. Because I would be at Mass. But I would also understand that I would have to wear like some sort of like simple indicator watch, that if I'm in Mass and this simple indicator watch buzzes, it means I got to get up and I gotta go there. Like, hey, Mr. President, your hour-long Mass has got to be interrupted. We need the leader of the free world. And I'd be like, okay, I get that. I get down with that. But where I draw a line is, you are commercializing your Christianity, which I'm pretty sure Jesus didn't like rabbis or merchants being in his father's house.
Let me tell you, I hate to say this, there have been more wars over religion than trade and everything else put together. So he's smiling because I had, one nice little statement, then a nice, and you're right, it was sort of ironic, wasn't it? But it is true. Religion's an amazing subject of passion. It's a subject of passion, that's why. But I do want to thank all of those who are helping to honor us and honor Holy Week here at the White House. There's something so incredible happening, and I'm seeing it all over. I used to tell some of you, so I've had such great friends. Ralph knocked on 10 million doors. 10 million, right? 10 million. And knowing Ralph, I thought maybe he was exaggerating a little bit, and I had it checked out. I think it might have been more. You did a hell of a job. And with Charlie,
he knocked on 10 million doors. The fuck are you talking about? I have no idea who you just mentioned or what the... No human being individually knocked on 10 million doors. Do you understand how long that is? Let me just try to find this real quick. You knocked on 10 million doors. Even if each knock on each door is 1 minute, that's 19 years. 19 years. If you spend 1 minute at each, walking up to a door, talking to the person, and getting to the next door, that's 19 years.
right? What a team. That was an army. You, Charlie, the whole group, unbelievable. Now we got to do it for the midterms. Hate to tell you, otherwise they're going to take it all away. They're going to take the Johnson Act. They'll put it right back on your shoulders. So we got to do it again.
Yeah,
but
he did it every evening.
The White House, including Vice President J.D. Vance. I think J.D. is J.D. here? Where is J.D.? Oh, J.D. He's lost weight. He got a little thinner, and I'm looking for a heavy set gentleman, and now I find a perfect looking specimen. He's doing a great job, and he's working on the deal, right? How's that moving? Is it okay? The big deal?
It's going good, sir. I'll let you announce.
You see it happening?
We're going to brief you too.
So if it doesn't happen, I'm blaming J.D. Vance. If it does happen, I'm taking full credit.
At least he's fucking honest right here, right? If it goes south, I'm gonna hang out JD. If it goes well, I'm gonna take credit for it.
No, I think it'll be. I think it has to happen. I think they're desperate. Attorney General Pam, my friend Pam Bondi. Hi, Pam.
Attorney General, my friend Pam Bondi. 24 hours later, you're gonna be shit canned.
And we just left the Supreme Court. I didn't realize it's the first time in history that a president went to the Supreme Court. I was really surprised to hear that. And Supreme Court's not been acting very well, actually. It was today on birthright citizenship. How did it finish up? Who knows, right? That's the problem. You never know. You know with the Democrats, because a Democrat appointment always votes, no matter what. You can have the greatest case in history. You could have a case where the person you're suing admits they're guilty. And if you're in front of a Democrat judge, she'll overturn that admittance. Now, it's very unfair. And Republicans, judges, and justices, they always want to show that they're independent. I don't care if Trump appointed me. I don't care if he doesn't make any difference to me. I'm voting against him because they want to show their independence. Stupid people.
Wow, man. So what you're telling me is in the next 2 years and 10 months, you don't plan on having another single thing go in front of the Supreme Court because you just called them stupid.
But the Democrats, you can have the greatest case in history, and they'll be voting against you every single time. And then they get upset with you when you complain about it. I get admonished a little bit. There is no Republican judge, and there is no Democrat judge, a certain person says. And I say, you've lost all credibility when you say that. It's really pretty tough. So Pam and I were over there with some people, and we watched, and actually nobody knew what the hell was going on. Simple subject. It's, look at the time. It was passed right at the end of the Civil War. It was for the babies of slaves, that's it. It wasn't for billionaire Chinese people who have 57 children that become American citizens. They didn't have that in mind. But, you know, it's hard to explain that to some people. Secretary of Agriculture is doing a great job. Brooke Rollins, thank you very much. Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, just came onto the thing. So is the job easier than you thought? So I give him the job. He's so honored. You know, he's very successful, made a lot of money. Then he decided to run, and he ran, won in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. I won 77 out of 77 counties. The only one to ever do all 3 times. I don't know why they like me so much in Oklahoma, but they do. And I was with him all the way. And I offered him this job, and he said, such a great honor. I didn't tell him what was going on, though. I didn't tell him that not only did you have a strike, and at the same time, you have the Democrats refusing to pay anybody, right? I said, welcome aboard. Oh, and here's your first assignment. So he said, would you like to have had that decision to make? No, think of it. Somebody leaves a senatorship where he could be there for many, many years, a great position, and he leaves it to take a 3-year job of turmoil because it's good for the country, right? And you're going to do great. And so far, you've done great. He's gone in there, and he's really, I think we're pretty well worked out on that situation that we're working on, which will be, if we can do that, it'll be great. But we're fighting people that vote against us 100%. Like, you never get, every once in a while, you get Fetterman. They vote against us 100%. And, you know, when I see Frank.
You think maybe at some point, if people are voting against you 100% of the time, you think maybe you could look in the mirror and say, maybe I'm the asshole and I'm wrong? It's like earlier today during the show, you have a point, I prove it wrong. We show video footage, I prove you wrong. I show you a law, I prove you're wrong. You say they were breaking up a protest, I give you the cross street of where they were. Like, you think maybe at some point you'd say, shit, maybe I'm wrong? No, you just double down and become disrespectful. Well, you think maybe that our lives are just a little bit different, that like maybe those 2 shootings were like right up my alley of shit that I covered. So I studied them. You know, I kind of like run a company that needs money and income. I mean, I could be a different type of content creator who's just middle of the road, sucked off all my viewers and said, hey, I need money, I need funds, I need bits, I need tips, I need donos. Only time I ask people for money is for kids. No, this fucking guy, he has no idea what's going on.
Glenn Graham over here, I was going to say something, really. I was going to use a filthy, dirty, horrible word, but he wrote me a letter. Became quite a famous letter. Then he said, President, he watched me make a speech, and it was great. 40, 50,000 people. He said, it's like Billy Graham. No, I'm not as good as Billy Graham. Nobody's Billy Graham. But I made a good speech. But he wrote me a letter, and I thought it would be a letter that, oh, what a job you did. That was unbelievable. Because, President, please, I love your speaking, I love your stories, but you'll use foul language. And if you didn't use bad words, very bad words, your speeches would be even better. And I sort of said, ooh, that's not what I expected, Jenny. but I never forgot it. And I purposely watch my language, especially when he's in the room. When he's in the room, I watch my language. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner. Thank you, Scott, very much. Good job. And Darth Vader. Where's Darth Vader? Russ, vote. Where's Darth? Hi, Darth Vader. He's finding more fraud. You know, if they figured out the fraud, because JD's working on it, JD's either going to be the greatest guy or we're going to hit him hard if he does it, because he's in charge. I put him in charge of fraud. Now, the last time this happened, Sleepy Joe, he put his great vice president in charge of the border. Hopefully, JD will be slightly more active. She never called the Border Patrol. She never made one call in 4 years to the Border Patrol, and she never visited the border. She had no idea where the border was.
All right, look. I understand that some people use speech and patter for effect, but I think it's fucking condescending and borderline racist to say that an educated black woman didn't know where the fuck the border was when she resided in California. And to find the border, you just got to go to Southern fucking California, because there's California and then there's Baja. There's the United States and there's not the United States.
Other than that, I thought she did a very good job. We had 25 million people pour through our border, and they said, I need legislation to stop it. I said, no, you need a new president. And that's what happened. Now we have nobody coming in. We have 9 months of zero.
Okay, I hate when he gives this fucking statistic, because we have people coming into this country every day. There's a reason why it's said we have 11.99 known undocumented individuals, because the number is probably closer to 20 or 30 million. We just don't know what we don't know.
And we're getting the bad ones out, but Russ, vote. Thank you, Russ. We would have a balanced budget. If you could get, JD, how about in Minnesota?
We could have a balanced budget. JD, in Minnesota, like, hey, old man, focus. Focus.
They come from Somalia, but they come from all over. They're all crooked in Minnesota. The governor's crooked. The attorney general's a crook. He's a thief. Terrible guy. All stupid, crooked people. And they came in from, in this case, Somalia is just terrible. A lot of people say it's the worst country anywhere in the world. They have no money, no nothing. They have no government. They have no police. They just shoot each other all day long. It's just pure bedlam. Probably the worst, most dangerous country. We have some beauties. They go to Minnesota, and they stole $19 billion. $19 billion. And they're low IQ. Generally, I mean, I can generalize.
They're low IQ. Motherfucker, you can't even finish a thought.
They're low IQ people. They're bad people. They have 94% unemployment. In other words, they don't want to work. You know, get a lot of jobs available, right, with the economy. They don't want to work. Why would they work? And they sold more Mercedes-Benzes than any state in the union, because they come here with no money.
By the way, I don't know what he was referring to, but Somalia has an unemployment rate of 19%.
And they go out, they love a Mercedes-Benz, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes. And I think you're going to get to the bottom of it real easy, and every one of them should be. And Ilhan Omar, who married her husband, married her brother. Her brother became her husband. When she has to check a book, she says, any brothers? One. Any husband? One. She checks 2 people. So on top of everything else, she gets a double income tax cut. She's a stone cold crook, and everybody knows it. And the papers, they have one paper out in particular. The guy made a living writing about her, and I spoke to him. He said, but nobody does anything about it, sir. All you have to do is get his writings from the Indianapolis Star or whatever paper he works for. You don't even have to do anything. This guy spent 10 years investigating that crook. And you got to do something about it. or our people are going to get they're already upset. Takes too long. So JD, you go do it, and Russell, you better do it. And, I said to Russell, I said, daycare centers, right? So in Minnesota, in Los Angeles, they have thousands of them. You'd say, how could you have, they have more daycare centers than they have children. They literally, so they have thousands. So we go and we send inspectors out. Of the 700 that they looked at approximately in Minnesota, there were not one that was a daycare center. It's homes where they send checks for thousands of dollars. It's bad. And if they ever, and this has been going on for years, if they ever found out, if they ever got, and especially it really, look, in 4 years on autism, okay, children with autism in Minnesota, 4 years ago, Biden's first term, it was less than $1 million was sent out for autism. This last year, it was over $400 million.
Go fuck yourself, you lying sack of shit, because they don't send out money for autism. Because if they send out money for autism, I would like all of the back money for my children.
So what happened? I said, was there an attack of autism? They went from $1 million to 400 plus, and it's pure theft. And I hope we get to, and if we don't get to it, we're stupid people, because we can balance the budget. We can balance the budget. We can have a surplus if you can stop the, and that doesn't.
He's in the middle of three thoughts again. We can balance the budget, but my big, beautiful bucket of bullshit was over $6 trillion in a year that was only projected to raise $5 trillion in revenue. Motherfucker, you cannot fix the national debt if your funding bill is over $1 trillion over than the anticipated money that we're going to raise.
Include Medicare, Medicaid. That's even bigger. And it's many states, probably Republican states too, because they're going to see it, and we're not as thievery, but they don't believe
we're not as thievery.
In thievery, but when they see the Democrats doing it, and then they have to compete with that, so I can't imagine they're not doing it. I just can't imagine, but maybe they aren't. I don't know, but.
Well, maybe they are. Does anybody else feel like his shit needs subtitles and the bouncing ball, the color coding?
Those Los Angeles is out of control. California, all over California. Maine, who would have thought Maine? Maine's one of the worst. Maine, I think a beautiful Maine, it's one of the worst. And the purpose of me saying that is because I have people in the room that could do something about it. And if they do something, we have a great country, we have a balanced budget, because these are the kind of numbers. And I actually said to them, I said to Russell, don't send any money for daycare, because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country. But all these little things, all these little scams that have taken place, you have to let states take care of them, Russell, and you have to do it. Linda McMahon, she's done such a great job. She's moved education back to the states. And you know what?
She's moved education back to the states. This is the problem with Donald Trump. The problem with Donald Trump is that, honest to God, yes, absolutely. The states should be responsible for education. But, and here's the piece to that. You can't, in 1 year or 2 years suddenly disassemble all of the things that you tried to do with a Department of Education. And I acknowledge this, but I respect what he's doing. Like, this is 20 minutes into his speech. It's the first thing that I really agree with. I agree with about 10% of what he does. Getting rid of the Federal Department of Education is a really important step, because you can't try to have a nationalized education system when schools are funded at the lowest level. And the reason why is the town I live in still has an amazingly large 4-H program, because I live in a German farming town. So we had, like, this weekend, some of them were upset because of where Easter fell. We have this weekend as our spring break. Well, the farmers were upset because this isn't really the week they want the kids out of school for 4 days to work on the farm. In October, we have 2 4-day weekends. We turn Columbus Day into a 4-day weekend, and we turn the last week of into a 4-day weekend. We have a couple of other 4-day weekends throughout the year. You can't have a federal authority telling a local school district you can't do that, when the local school district is like, well, either we arrange these 4-day weekends for the 4-H students and the farmer kids to be on their farms, or then we're going to have kids missing school because they're needed on their farm.
You need congressional approval. I said, don't worry about it, just do it. She did it. They're largely back in the States. We have all these buildings empty, education buildings. Where is Linda? She's not here, right? But I'll tell you, let her know I said it. She's done it. She's a sleeper. She was such a great person when she was at small business. Kelly, she did a great job. Before Kelly was doing a fantastic job. But Linda was great. And then I said, don't worry about it. Just move it back. And she's moving it back to the States where it belongs. Education belongs in the state where the parents can help and they love their children, as opposed to some bureaucrat sitting in Washington that doesn't know where Iowa is. When you go back, let Iowa run, and let all of these states, Indiana, let them run their education.
So proud of Donald Trump. He was able to list 2 states.
100%. The only thing we have to do is make sure they're teaching English, okay? Make sure they're teaching a little English. You have a little bit, I mean, literally you could do one office with one person, one desk, and a secretary. I don't mean a secretary of transportation. I mean a secretary, like, you know, an old-fashioned secretary that takes dictation. But that's all you need. So education has been largely sent back to states. It's an incredible thing. You have to do the same thing, Russell. You know, you have to do the same thing. Pastor Paula White and Jenny Korn are 2 incredible people. Incredible people. And they're from the White House Faith Office, which we never had. We never had a faith office. A lot of people wanted the office they're in, you know. It's very valuable real estate. We're building a valuable piece of real estate right back here. We had a judge, not a good judge, a judge. We had a Trump-hating judge give us things saying, I have to get approval from Congress. You believe?
By the way, Don, he just said there was no White House Faith Office before him. The White House Faith Office was established in 2001. And during Trump's first administration, the faith-based office wasn't even used. It was the Centers for Faith and Opportunity Initiatives. So, yeah, Donald, this wasn't yours. Hey, appreciate the follow.
I'm giving $400 million to build I'm giving with donors $400 million to build a ballroom. And there's the knockout panel right here. If you look back there, if you want to look back there, you'll see the deepest hole you've ever seen. But we are under construction. We're under budget. We're ahead of schedule. And we're building a ballroom anywhere, depending on final details of the marbles we pick and everything else, anywhere from $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes. You know, we can get real expensive, beautiful finishes, or we can use Home Depot tile. It makes about $100 million. It's going to be amazing. But we had a judge that ruled that we had to go back to Congress. In the history of this building, nobody's ever gone back when they build something here that you don't go back to Congress. But we have a lot. I have a lot of unfriendly judges. Somehow we seem to get by them, but they're not good people. We're also grateful to be joined by Reverend Franklin Graham, who's been a friend of mine for a long time. Thank you, Franklin, very much. Appreciate it. Pastor Marilyn Rivera. Pastor. Hi, Marilyn. Thank you very much. Bishop Robert Barron, who's a fantastic man. Thank you very much. And then we have all of our stalwarts here. I mean, I don't have to name them because I've been naming them now for almost 10 years, right? Long time. But I appreciate it. You guys have been here from the beginning, and we appreciate it very much. It's been amazing. During each day of Holy Week, Christians remember the events of 2,000 years ago that forever changed the world. On Palm Sunday, Jesus entered Jerusalem as crowds welcomed him with praise, honoring him as king. They call me king now. Do you believe it? No king. I'm such a king, I can't get a ballroom approved.
The funny part is, I don't like what he just did there. But he literally owned the liberal left with that phrase. He said, I'm not a king. If I was a king, I'd be getting more done. All these millions of people go out and protest on a No Kings rally. Now, by the way, I needed to look up something real quick. That's what the delay was. Where Donald Trump is confused is that Donald Trump seems to believe that because the ballroom is being paid for by private donors, that he doesn't need congressional approval. Unfortunately, the White House is not the president's personal property, which means depending on, because the White House is a federal piece of property, he can't just use private money because it has to be appropriated through Congress. Now, I know what some people are saying. Well, other presidents have done things to the White House. And this is true. This is absolutely true. But not every president has always gotten what they want. Like, I know President Obama put in a basketball court. That doesn't change the makeup of the White House. Michelle Obama created a vegetable garden. Barack Obama converted a tennis court for basketball. The key part there is there was a new tennis court. Obama didn't put in the new war room. Yeah, he painted a basketball court lines over an existing tennis court. President Obama didn't play tennis. He played basketball. The thing about the war room, though, is the president doesn't do that. The Pentagon does that. The Pentagon says we need to update the Situation Room in the White House. The Pentagon does. It's a military thing. Our ability to effectively have the commander-in-chief geographically separated from the Pentagon can only continue if we do these upgrades to the Situation Room. Otherwise, every time there's a fucking crisis, we have to move the president from the White House over to the Pentagon. Well, they don't want to do that. The problem is what Donald Trump is doing is he's looking at the putting green that Eisenhower put in, the basketball court. President Obama repurposed an already existing thing. I think somebody put in a bowling alley, but it was something else, and then a bowling alley got done. What Donald Trump did is he tore down a wing of the White House. Was it Nixon that did the bowling alley? And then I think Bill Clinton put in a movie theater so that him, Hillary, and Chelsea could watch movies together. The problem is Donald Trump doesn't respect the process. So before he gets permission, he tears down a wing of the White House. Well, let me see if I can find out.
It's pretty amazing, right? I'm a king. If I was a king, we'd be doing a lot more. I'm doing a lot but I could be doing a lot more if I was a king.
Oh, there is still a pool.
Yet he
It's
had
an
not
outdoor
come
pool.
to take a throne, but to carry a cross, not only to reign, but to save. And Thursday, the disciples gathered with Jesus as their teacher and stood in fear as he was
Oh, yeah. you're
arrested
right.
and betrayed. He was really betrayed. We know the feeling. Many of the people in this room know the feeling. Many of the people in this room went through hell. On Good Friday, the Son of God was nailed to the cross, crucified, and he died for all of us. It was a day of darkness, but it wasn't the end. By any means, it was not the end. On Easter Sunday, the stone was rolled away and the grave was empty. Christians everywhere rejoiced, and
There were no Christians yet. There were maybe 12. Maybe. There were maybe 12. There weren't fucking Christians yet. I hate when this man talks about religion because he doesn't understand. They were followers of a guy named Jesus. They were Jewish followers of a radical rabbi named Yeshua. They were not Christians yet.
we continue to rejoice. Easter is one of the incredible days. It was the miracle in all of history, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It was the great miracle, I guess, right? He told his followers, I am with you always, even to the end of the age, because of the events of Holy Week 20 centuries ago. People from every nation, language, and background can take on any difficulty, press through any trial, and endure any hardship. With Christ, not one thing can separate humanity from the powers of God's everlasting love. Across the generations, what happened on Easter has inspired his followers to love one another, to forgive, to do work.
To love one another. Hold the fuck up, motherfucker. Love one another, but fuck the Iranians, right? Fuck those Persians. Fuck those Muslims. I'm gonna bomb the shit out of them. I'm gonna bomb them to the Stone Age.
Works of charity and build the beautiful churches, and we have some of the most beautiful buildings in the world. To me, churches I love great architecture, and we have some of the most beautiful churches. Christians have opened schools, ministries, and hospitals on every continent to teach care and heal those in
Every continent.
need, and they do it with love, and they do it with great affection. It was Christian devotion that inspired 102 pilgrims to sail on the Mayflower, settle the New World, and lay the foundations for America's motto, "In God We Trust," and we won't be changing that motto. You know, there are groups of people that motto is unacceptable. We don't deal with them. We cast them aside. There's no talking to these people. They're crazy. It'll never change, ever. If anybody ever let that change, I think they wouldn't be long for the world. I've often said that to be a great nation, you have to have religion. I believe that so strongly. You have to have religion, and you have to have God. That's why this Easter we are bringing back religion to America. When I started, if you think about it, so we went through 4 years of purgatory. I learned a lot, So you had 4 years, and you had 4 years, now you have one. So it's a long time. It's 9 years, 10 years.
9 years, 10 years,
I learned
15
a lot,
years.
and I've
Get to a
seen
point.
it. And if you say, what's been the most growing, we see NVIDIA, we see all of these companies that are doing records because of what we've done, but I think maybe the biggest up is religion, Christianity. It's been amazing.
Did this guy just compare Christianity to NVIDIA? Grandpa, where's Kai? Where's Kai Trump? Get her in there. It's been 27 minutes and 42 seconds. Kai, go get your grandpa. Walk him to the bedroom. Give him his meds. He's like a dog. Put his pill in the piece of cheese.
You know, we had, when I first came, one of the first things, we will save Christmas. Because I was told, I wasn't told, I saw it all over, but they were, department stores weren't used, they'd have the red wall, but it would never say Merry Christmas. They wouldn't say anything, or say Happy New Year, but they never talked about Christmas. And I said, we're going to bring back the word Christmas, so we did. We brought it back. That was the beginning of it, but do you remember that? It was, they refused to say Christmas. Now, woke is gone. You know, it's gotta keep it.
I will see. Jesus people are a bit louder these days, it seems, so my NVIDIA stock is up. There you go. Look. Merry Christmas. If you're afraid of the phrase Merry Christmas, I can't help that Jesus has a better marketing department than Yahweh or Allah. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Christianity has a better publicist. Wait, they don't have a better publicist. What they had is a Roman Empire on which Christianity was carried to all corners of Europe and Northern Africa and parts of Asia. And you had a religion that was spread by sword point. At the same time, there are two Christmases. There is the Christ in Christmas, and there's a big fat man in a velvet suit who drops down your chimney, eats your cookies, and empties his sack. If you don't want the Christ in Christmas, then celebrate the man in the velvet suit. It's either Santa or Elvis. If he breaks into, you know, song and dance, you know it's Elvis.
We had woke, we had transgender for everybody, we had men and women's sports. I work with the Olympic Committee to end that. We're not going to have it this Olympics. And you would think that's easy. I say, I would like to talk to you about men and women's sports. Sir, there's nothing much we can do about that. There's a lot you can do about it. Anyway, we met and they agreed to take it out, men and women's sports. So now a young lady in boxing doesn't have to have her face smashed in like in the last Olympics. Remember that? The young, beautiful Italian champion, boxer, female. She got up and she was so excited. And she met a young woman who transitioned from manhood. I'm getting better and better at my description of this because it's a little tough. It doesn't come easily. Things come very easily to me. That one's always a little tough. But he transitioned from manhood to womanhood, and he was a boxer, and he hit her with a left. Do you remember that? Just a left. Now that's a defensive punch. Boom. Then another one. Boom. And she was ready to go. She walked back to the corner. She said, I've never been hit like that. And the corner said, go out. You can beat her. Go out. And they pushed her out. Then she got hit with another, just a jab. And she said, I quit. And that young woman that defeated her went on to win the Olympic gold rather easily, JD. And then you had two people in the ring that were transitioned.
This guy is literally talking about a main caliph who is not a transitioned individual. A main caliph was born female, has competed exclusively in women's events, has passed every IOC investigation. She is not transgender. She is not transgender. She is a born female. Now, let me say this, and it might make some people upset at me, and I don't care. If you are competing in women's sports, we are going to do a DNA test. Unfortunately, because we have a Title IX that protects women's rights. But trans women are women. No, trans women are not women. Transgender are women by gender identity. But sports don't matter about your gender identity. They matter about your biological sex. As I've said on this show, I will get into a boxing ring, a fighting ring, an octagon against a woman and fight her. I will get the fuck out of the ring if that woman is Ronda Rousey. Why? Because Ronda Rousey has more training in martial arts than I do. Ronda Rousey is a bronze medalist in judo. Ronda Rousey has gone through MMA training. But I guarantee you Ronda Rousey will not get into a ring with Mike Tyson. Because, sure, she might have a chance, but if he makes full contact connection with her skull, that chance is over. It's kind of like Brock Lesnar. I wouldn't want to fight him. You could say, look, man, you can say you want to get in a ring and have a shot at Brock Lesnar. I don't want anything to do with that motherfucker. Like, I'll just walk away. Like, whatever, man, you win, I'll buy you a beer. Don't punch me in the face. But our president doesn't understand that the woman who won the 2024 Olympic Games in boxing is a woman.
I don't know why it was only two. I mean, if I were a coach, I'd have a whole team of them. In fact, I actually said that under that system, I would be one of the greatest coaches in any sport, anywhere in the world, in particular basketball. I'd love to have, I'd say to, remember Wilter Still Chamberlain, 7'3", could lift 500 pounds. No, I would have the greatest team. Hello, Robert. I would have the greatest team in history. I would be undefeated for years. But I wouldn't have one. I'd pick 2 or 3, 4, 5. This would be crazy. The greatest are the weightlifting numbers, because you can see it, right? A record that stood for 19 years, 212 pounds. That's a lot. Any woman in here can lift 212, I don't think so. 19 years, and then it happened, a person, young woman, who transitioned to womanhood, broke the record by 111 pounds. So for years, they'd have it at about 212, and they'd put 1/8 of an ounce here and 1/8 of an ounce. And they couldn't do it. They could not do it. And this guy came in who was a failed man weightlifter in his previous life. He was one of the worst of the men. He was a weightlifter, but he was not a good one. And he became a woman. A lovely event took place, and he was in a competition, and he broke the record. And I'll never forget it, because I'm watching this. He's looking like, that's not a lot. Okay. The winner is, and the record still stands. I have a feeling maybe with evolution in 1,000,000 years, a woman will, you need a lot of evolution. You're going to go up by 1/8 of an ounce every century. But when you see that, or you see the swimming records where great women, all-American swimmers are swimming, and they've swum against themselves. You know, it's the pyramid, right? They've swum from the beginning because they were the best from the time they're 6 and 7 and 8, you know. And now, all of a sudden, people that transitioned are allowed to swim. And we had the case with a young woman. She was very badly hurt. She was really horribly hurt. She looked down, and it was a tryout for the Olympics, and she looked down one side, and she saw all her friends that she's been swimming against for 10 years, women, and then she looked down here, and she saw some more friends, and next to her was a woman that was massive. He had a wingspan that was slightly larger than Wilt, the stilt Chamberlain.
He had a wingspan larger than Wilt Chamberlain's. So the guy was 7'3". Your height and your wingspan, unless you have a genetic abnormality, your height is your wingspan.
Which was serious. And they got into the pool and they started swimming. And she was badly injured from windburn because he went by her so fast that she got tremendous burns from the wind as he went by.
The windburn. The windburn.
And then he came in largely ahead. In fact, I think he rested for about 20 minutes while they were swimming. And I said, isn't this ridiculous? Well, one of the greatest ever. They had all of the greatest track and field not that long ago, last year. And it's these all-day marathons, right? You know, you have to really be in shape. And if you can, you know, take 10 seconds, 5 seconds off, and a man who transitioned came in, and he won by 5 hours and 14 minutes. All top.
He won by 5 hours. He won by 5 hours. He won by 5 hours. A marathon takes about 4.5 hours to run. Elite runners run a marathon in 2.5 hours. Just so we're clear. Elite runners finish marathons in 2.5. Faster than 2.5, some of them, but somehow this guy won 5 hours. I'm not even going to play the rest of the shit because this was 34 minutes of President Trump. If this doesn't give people an insight into Donald Trump, I don't know what else will. This man has no fucking clue. This man has no fucking clue. I'm going to show a couple of other bits and bobs. Vice President J.D. Vance is now in charge of fraud in the United States. It's massive and pervasive, and the job he will be doing in conjunction with great many people within the Trump administration will be a major factor in how great the future of our country will be. We will call him the fraud czar, and his focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states where crooked Democrat politicians, like those in California, Illinois, Minnesota, Maine, New York, and many others, have had free-for-all in the unprecedented theft of taxpayer money. The numbers are so large that if successful, we would literally be able to balance our American budget. Okay. We only expense $7 trillion in a year. $6 trillion in a year. Sorry, $6 trillion in a year. If we only expense $6 trillion in a year, how can we balance the budget? Did he mean balance the expenditures? Because you can't balance the budget. What assets? The Trump family doesn't have any. The Trump family is broke. They couldn't even come up with the amount of money they needed to put into escrow to launch their appeal. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be condescending. But the truth of the matter is, you can be one of two types of presidents. You can be a president that is very foreign affairs and allows Congress to take care of the constituency at home, or you can be a 1 to 3 issue domestic affairs president. The issue here is Donald Trump isn't playing 5D chess. Donald Trump is a seagull shitting on a checkers board, and his followers feel like he's playing some mind blow ideas. We lost an F-15 in Iran today. We have recovered one of the 2 pilots. What the fuck is going on in this country? Why are we getting our ass kicked by a country that has no air force and no air defense network? We flew a B-52 into Iran. Yeah, but we've lost 5 F-15s, but Iran is only responsible for 1 of them. Some Kuwaiti pilot became an ace by shooting down 3 of them. The problem here is that I didn't see the A-10 and the helicopter is unconfirmed. Yeah, the A-10 was damaged, but it wasn't shot down. The A-10 was damaged, it was not shut down. Aren't Blackhawks particularly good at falling out of the sky? No, Blackhawks are really good at not falling out of the sky. But the trick here is Donald Trump is hitting bridges. Donald Trump is hitting bridges. But we shouldn't be hitting bridges until we have hit all the related military targets. There is a report. Oh, okay, an A-10 Warthog crashed near the Strait of Hormuz at about the same time an A-15 was shot down. I'm waiting for confirmation on that. Yeah, it's Iran is reporting this. But the US isn't confirming that an A-10 was shot down. Oh, okay. So an A-10 was shot down, and that pilot has been safely recovered. So we've lost 2 planes today, and possibly a helicopter. That's pretty shitty for, those are pretty shitty losses considering we said that we had air supremacy 2 weeks ago. A-10s are not the fastest boys, you're right, but A-10s shouldn't be going into an area where you still have active air defense. A-10s don't go in until you have, at the very minimum, air superiority. If you have aircraft still taking ground-to-air fire, you shouldn't be rolling in A-10s or B-52s. You shouldn't be doing daytime bombing runs. So obviously, either one of 2 things is going on. One, somebody is giving Iran intel, and they're able to use their very limited air defense network to hit our targets. Or Donald Trump has been bullshitting out his ass, and they still have a semi-functional air defense. Yeah, the helicopters can be brought down by small arms fire, but there's no verifiable report that a Black Hawk went down. Iran has repeated it, but the US hasn't acknowledged. Russia is giving intel. No, they're not. Let me stop you right there. Russia's not giving any intel. Russia doesn't have the ability. Russia has no intel capability. China is. Russia doesn't have the ability to gain intel on our systems. And Russia's not giving Iran updated drone. Well, they kind of are. They're teaching Iran the updates that they've done to Iran's drones. Remember, Iran gave Russia the drones. Russia improved them, and now they're giving them back. But yeah, Russia intel, not a thing. Yeah, they gave them modified Shaheds back. They figured out a way to modify it. Where the real big concern is, we're spending $500,000 interceptors to intercept a $20,000 drone. And now they have air-to-air missiles mounted to drones. So Putin following up on some publications stating, we'll stop helping Iran if the U.S. stops helping Ukraine. That was yeah, it's bullshit politics as usual. Because it was China that gave Iran targeting packages to hit all of our facilities across the Middle East. And China outright said, if you bomb Iran, we will give Iran intel that they need to be able to strike back. And it did. Air-to-air on a Shahed is a gimmick, though. Yep, you know what's funny about that is people said the same thing about an AIM on a Predator. And now we have Reapers that have air-to-air missiles. So, everything's a gimmick until it works. There are confirmed Shaheds destroyed by Kuwait with Ukrainian-supplied interceptor drones. I don't get why the U.S. isn't taking Ukraine up on their offer. Okay, so the Black Hawk helicopter didn't go down. It exited Iran via Iraq. One thing about the intel story, how is it that we support Ukraine, have all the intel, they have none, and we're still making no headway? Okay, my question for you is, what makes you think Iran has no intel? Iran has carried out numerous strikes inside of Russia. Iran has intel. Iran has intel from China. Iran got their intel from China. They got the modified drones back from Russia. The reason why Russia would say, we'll stop helping Iran if you stop helping Ukraine is because we're actually making a difference with the Ukraine. Russia can't beat the Ukraine as long as we're giving them stuff. Russia has no ability to overcome our assistance. Which sucks because now we're diverting resources that would have gone to the Ukraine for a war in Iran. Russia has intel in Ukraine, but not Iran. Yes, Russia has intel in Ukraine because that's where their intelligence gathering resources have been pointed. Russia more specifically has intel gathering on Ukraine's offenses inside of Russia. Russia has to divert a lot of their intel gathering capability to make sure that Ukraine doesn't pull off another like drone attack that they did. Can we have a war on US hunger? Yeah, that was today's this was today's short form video that I did. This is the short form. $11 million kids in poverty, 14 million facing food insecurity. Not in Palestine, not in Iran, right here at home. Should our kids be America's #1 priority? Russia doesn't have proper set coverage. Russia also doesn't have the theater presence. They have maybe agent intel, yeah, but that wouldn't be too damning or significant for Americans. Right, exactly. Russia has human intel. Russia has the type of intel that you can gather, but Russia doesn't have enough downward-looking real-time satellites to supply, to reposition, to simultaneously cover their active theater and Iran, and to help support Iran. It's also like this. Without going into any details, once upon a time in a land far away, there was a big story about the U.S. was getting ready to invade a country, and everybody in the Department of Defense was like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, everybody was confused. And they were like, well, over the course of the last 27 minutes, all the aircraft at a base have left. And everybody's like, how the fuck do they even know that? We didn't fucking tell anybody. Like, we have, like, the only people that know what's going on is the people at the particular base. And we have everybody's nobody working has access to a phone. Nobody working has access to leave the flight line. It's fucking goddamn weather fucking satellite looking thing had taken a picture of the base, and then just before it went out of orbit, it took another picture of the base and all the planes were gone. And you're like, son of a bitch. Did I cover all the top brass being asked to resign recently by Hegseth? Yeah, he's another. Ladies and gentlemen, the way that you know that we're living in a fascist regime is that the president is eliminating or removing all the people that object to his use of force. I don't think right now losing $1 billion radar station, taking $1 billion of damage to the Gerald R. Ford, losing 5 F-15s, an A-10, 7 KC-135s, 300 wounded, 30 not returned to duty, 13 KIA. I don't think we need to be removing any military leadership because the Secretary of War doesn't like them. I think right now at this junction, we need every senior leader in the military to stay exactly where they are because we ain't doing too good. And I know what somebody's going to say. I can't believe you're anti-American. I'm not anti-American. I'm a retired officer. I think what people don't realize is there's lots of victory conditions in a war. And in one of those victory conditions, Iran is winning. Iran has done billions of dollars worth of damage to the US military. And every time they hit a target after we've declared we've removed their ability is just another embarrassment. How can a country that allegedly has no air force and no air defense network now hit an A-10 and an F-15? And obviously arrogance has gotten in the way. Like, now that I vetted that footage, yeah, we flew a KC-135 over Iran. Who the fuck overruled doctrine? Who in the fuck is overruling doctrine that we don't put tankers over hostile countries? Somebody has made the decision. Oh, we have air superiority. Really, bitch? We flew B-52s into Iran. What are we doing? Yeah, the economic damage is massive. Donald Trump has just asked for a Pentagon budget of $1.5 trillion. The president's budget calls for Republicans to use a partisan process for enacting billions for the Pentagon. President Donald Trump wants Congress to pass a $1.5 trillion defense budget alongside dramatic cuts to domestic projects, a pitch he will have a hard time selling inside his own party. Among the congressional Republicans who need to pass the funding, many are concerned about supersizing defense spending ahead of the coming midterms, especially as voters begin to feel the economic consequences of the Iran war. Donald Trump wants to spend $156 billion on procurement. $125 billion on research, testing, research and development, testing and evaluation. ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if I seem unpatriotic, but I don't want to fucking bomb any more countries. I'll answer that question, Carthos, so that people can understand. I don't know. They haven't announced which. Yeah, they would split up because the pilot and the co-pilot in an F-15 can't punch out at the same time. The guy in the back punches out first, and then the guy in the front punches out. If you both punch out at the same time, the second guy has a risk of getting hit with the canopy because you're going forward and you're going to blow off the back and the front canopies at the same time. The guy in the back pulls punches, he's away. The guy in the front pulls punches. But keep in mind, depending on your rate of speed, your punch out point in 3 seconds, you can be quite a ways ahead. So it depends on altitude. I'm not a weapons systems guy, and the person that I could ask that question to is at work. I don't think you can. I don't even think that's an option. I know once upon a time in a land far away, there was an aircraft we had that was a 2-seater that you could punch out simultaneously, but I forgot which one it was, but it was weird because the pilots were back to back. So the canopies went different directions. But no, I don't even think you, hold on, let me see if it's in the publicly accessible. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly what I said. They can punch out at the same time, but they won't go at the exact same moment because the rear seat will eject first, and then the rear seat first, then front when initiated by either occupant or to allow for individual or separate ejection. If the front seater pulls the handle, the system triggers both to eject. If the rear pulls, only the rear ejects. So yeah, they go off close, but not the same. Yeah, so the front can eject both of them. The back can only eject the back. So they could end up miles apart. The other thing is that unfortunately, depending on what happened, one of the two crew members could have already been dead. But what should bother everybody is that our president is now in a war that he has no plan for. And we have Americans dying for I don't even know what. Like, if I understood the war, like, we need to be over there because Iran is killing its own people. Okay. Cool. That's an Iranian problem. That sounds like a civil war to me. Well, we need to be there. Hold on. We got to go to Iran because they're killing their own people. But Yemen has been killing their own people since 2014. Israel has been killing Palestinians, and Russians have been killing Ukrainians. Pakistanis and Afghanis are killing each other. But we have to go to Iran. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the need to do it. Well, the president does not need congressional oversight if he uses the War Powers Act. He gets 60 days. It's like, which is it? Is it because of their nuclear ambitions? Is it because we want a regime change? Right. We want to go because they're enriching uranium. And then two key people in U.S. intel turn around and say to Congress, Iran hasn't been enriching uranium since last year when we hit them. We got good regime change. Donald Trump keeps saying we got good regime change. You have the son of the Ayatollah, whose father, wife, and son you killed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because he got insulted by Iran laughing at him. See if we can cover a couple of these. I went way late today, but my daughter's going to her first SmackDown, so I'm not really in any rush.
Hello, I'm Republicans in Congress. Starting in December, every American male between 18 and 25 will be automatically registered for the draft. Hello, I'm a draft eligible man. Do you need my birth certificate? No, we already know who you are. So you need my passport? No, how many 18-year-olds have passports? So I don't need a birth certificate or a passport for you to register me for war. But if the SAVE Act passes, I need at least one of those to register to vote?
That's our government. That's our fucking government. Look. I signed up for the draft, and then I enlisted. And then I got the full frontal lobotomy, and I got a commission. I want to share this with you. I don't want there to be a draft. I don't want there to be a draft. You don't have to automatically register for the draft when going to college. You have to register for the draft if you apply for federal financial aid in order to go to college. That was one of the things that I talked about earlier. Some people don't know this. You can't get federal assistance if you haven't registered for the draft. It can come back to bite you in the ass. How can we even have a draft? Most kids are unqualified to join the military. Let me say this. In my time in the military, I supervised the transition of approximately 12,000 airmen who arrived at the medical training dorm. Between my arrival date and my leaving date, I was an airman leader. Not a job I wanted. I wanted to be left the fuck alone. I'm a loner. I've always been a loner. I'm antisocial. They didn't give a shit that I'm antisocial. I'm really good at what I do. So I got made an airman leader, and I processed about 12,000 people through medical training in the time I was there. And of the 12,000 people that I processed through, about 12 to 15 got kicked out of the military. And the reason why is they were just not good fits for the military. In my time as a flight commander, as an officer, in 4 years at squadron level, I put 12 people out of the military. Entry level separations or big chicken dinners. Even in an all-volunteer service, there is a fraction of people that do not want to be there. So, I thought they raised the age you could, if they raise the age of enlistment, it raises the age of draft eligible. They also removed pot convictions. They also removed tattoos. They also removed minor misdemeanors. The reason why is you've got two levels in the military. I believe it is now 42. Yep. Oh, hold on. Draft eligibility still ends at 25. So that they wanted to push draft eligibility ends at 26. So Karthos, you're fine. Enlistment goes up to 42. They haven't tied. They want to change draft eligibility up to 42, but they need a law to change it. They can't just change that. The military can change their ages because they've got a lot of freedom in Title 10. Because the Army updated its policy to allow volunteers. But here's the problem. I don't want every American to be drafted because I never want to draft again. I feel personally that if your country is attacked, you're going to get enough people volunteering to go to war. And if you want to go attack a country and you're not getting enough people to volunteer for war, then it's probably a good indicator that the American people don't support your goal. That your people don't support your agenda. Like President Jalan, I will never use the War Powers Act. I will never use the War Powers Act. In fact, President Jalan, I will go to Congress and ask them to repeal the War Powers Act. Because I don't think a president should have the authority to use the War Powers Act and cut Congress out of the war-making decision. Instead, what I would like to replace it with is an option for the president to go to Congress and say, look, the Gang of Eight, the people that need to get the classified briefing have been presented with a classified briefing about why I am asking you to give me the authorized use of military force, an AUMF. I can't reveal all the details, but I am asking Congress to give me an AUMF to deal with Iran. Because it's of a classified nature, I can't reveal more, but I'm calling both houses together, giving you time now to separate by party to the people that got the briefing. They know what they can say. They know what they can't say. Can we reconvene in 60 minutes and call a vote? And if you're a good president, you'll start getting the chance of vote now, vote now, vote now, because you came to Congress and you went hat in hand and said, can I please have an authorized use of military force? And I've briefed the 8 people that need to be briefed. If you go and they say no, then they represent the will of the people. They represent the sentiment of the nation that they don't want to go to war. But at the same time, President Jalan isn't going to try to go to war with people. Like, Donald Trump says, I could end this shit with Iran in 10 minutes. No, I could end it in 10 minutes. Make me president. I'll call up the Ayatollah. Be like, look, Bubsy, I understand. My country fucked your country over. Like, look, send somebody to the White House so we can talk and have lunch. You come yourself. I'll personally guarantee your safety. Look, we bombed the shit out of your country. You blew up a bridge. That other fucking Cheeto poof, completely out of line. Can't be blowing up bridges. But let's get that bridge rebuilt. Would that be expedient enough for military action that the original War Powers Act was created for? Yeah. Because remember, the president just has to walk about 12 blocks to Congress and call them together. It's not like getting our government together to have a chat is hard. The War Powers Act was designed for an older age when things took longer. It still took us the better part of 2 weeks to move those carrier strike groups to where we wanted them. Yeah, it's annoying to have to push back your tea time. The thing we have is we started a war with Iran for no good fucking reason. No, Congress is there a lot more than 120 days. Congress is there a lot more than 120 days. Congress is there even if the government is shut down. And here's the thing, ready? If Congress isn't going to be in session, well then we can just write into the article that says if the president shows up to try to convene, because remember, the president can call the Congress to session. If they don't show up, then we just, okay, so if the Congress calls and if the president comes and asks for an AUMF and Congress doesn't respond, then the AUMF is authorized for 90 days. Look at that. See, now I've taken the War Powers Act and I've just put a Mother May I in front of it. Like, people forget. Like, what kills me about this is people have forgotten the basics of the Constitution. The president already has the authority to call Congress into session, and people forget that. Like people forget. That's not what I want. I don't want your opinion of it. I just want this section. Come on, Library of Congress, let's go. Sometimes it makes me nervous how often the Library of Congress website takes forever to load a page. Sometimes I think they're changing it again. Like that, that day that they lost Articles 9 and 10 of the Bill of Rights. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the State of the Union and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasion, convene both houses or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them, with respect to the time and adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors. Like, people forget this. The frickin' president of the United States can adjourn the Congress. I probably shouldn't say this. Trump's lackeys who've only ever wiped their ass with the Constitution may not know that. The president can adjourn Congress. But he can call them into session. So if you don't want to show up, you don't want to show up. Fuck you, then I'm going to take whatever actions I want. See, imagine a president who actually wanted to be bipartisan. Imagine a president who wanted to build a coalition of both sides. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress.
I'm Republicans in Congress. Starting in December, every American male between 18 and 25 will be
I want to address the fact that 1 in 7 American children live in poverty. 1 in 5 suffer from food insecurity. I don't want to talk about anything else. I don't want to talk about baseball, steroids. I don't want to talk about cross-dressers. I don't want to talk about, anybody else. I want to talk about how do we feed American kids. What do I think about the U.S. and the possibility of leaving NATO? I think the United States leaving NATO is one of the stupidest decisions ever, considering the fact that Article 5 has only been invoked one time, and it was invoked in order to defend the United States of America. I think it's a little hypocritical that we're going to leave a defensive organization that the only time it ever did its job was to defend us. Like, that's what we keep missing. That you keep saying our allies won't be there for us. Our allies were there for us the one and only time anybody ever thought we needed to enact Article 5. People are like, oh, Europe should pull their own weight. Did you know we didn't want Europe to have large armies? Did you know that? The reason why European countries don't have large armies is we didn't want them to. How do you stop a third world war from happening? Make sure nobody else has military might large enough to stand up to you. World War I. America enters World War I, and we're not even that good at warfare at the time. We enter World War I. We chew bubblegum, we kick ass, we take names, we end the war. World War II, we're sitting out of it. Japan sucker punches us, and instead of going to the Pacific Theater to kick the living shit out of Japan, we went to mainland Europe first. Because without us going to mainland Europe, Germany takes France and England within 6 months. And then can turn around. Because that was the plan. Well, right. But if Japan... No, that wasn't already planned. We wanted to get involved in the war. Right. But had Germany, check out this anno history. Japan bombs Pearl Harbor, then declares war on us. We declare war on them. Germany doesn't declare war on us. Germany looks at Japan and says, cool, now you've got them engaged in the Pacific. What do we do then? Germany could have come out and said, whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did you bomb the United States? Hitler could have just gone up and said, look, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I ain't fighting Big Papa. Then we go to the Pacific Theater. The dumbest thing that Hitler did was declare war on the United States. Because here we come. The second dumbest, well, the dumbest thing Hitler did was not learn from Napoleon and try to invade Russia in the winter without coats and trains and food and grains and all those other wonderful things. The other thing Hitler did that was absolutely terrible was the Holocaust. I'm just going to say it honestly. If you want to exterminate a group of people, don't move them by train to concentration camps. Just fucking shoot them. Just fucking shoot them where they are. Yeah, Russia was in a non-aggression pact with him. Look, what they say is, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. We are very, very lucky that Hitler was very, very, very bad at warfare. We are very, very lucky that Hitler fucked up. Yeah, they carved Poland together with vodka and bratwurst. I'll be right back. We ended up doing to Japan what Hitler tried to do to England. We sunk other supplies to the bottom of the Pacific. Not really. Japan still had, we didn't want to get involved in a protracted war with Japan because they were still a threat. Japan was still a naval threat to us at the end of World War II. Yeah, we did it better than Hitler did, yes. But now, the key part here is where you hit the nail on the head was a lot of the Japanese Navy was immobilized because it was out of fuel. But they still had a few dozen warships left, which would have like they had two carriers fully operational. They had one semi-functional battleship. They had somewhere between 30 and 50 submarines remaining. They didn't have enough to stop us. But where we would have run into a really large problem was this. They didn't have enough to stop us, but they could have made us pay for every inch. Which is why when people make the argument, I mean, the Japanese also knew they had X amount of time after Pearl Harbor before we came for them. Right. Which to this day, Japan attacking us is Japan attacking us was a calculated move, and Hitler thought he would be able to defeat the American forces in Europe, which would give Japan enough time to continue their war development. Unfortunately, Hitler didn't read von Clausewitz or Sun Tzu. You don't attack your enemies until you don't attack your allies until your enemies are defeated. If he had simply read Sun Tzu, he would have realized, shit, let me finish off England and France. Solidify, and then, yes, Japan fucked up Pearl Harbor. They failed to hit our aircraft carriers, but our aircraft carriers were conveniently not at Pearl. Which, if you're a conspiracy theorist, then you believe that we already knew the attack was coming and we allowed the attack to happen so that we could enter the war. We could replace battleships quickly. We couldn't refabricate, aircraft carrier flight decks. The fact that they failed to hit the fuel depot is a big one. But the carriers appeared at, I believe, San Diego. And then it was like, where's their escort fleet? Because it's a violation of doctrine of the time for them to sail without their escort fleets. Well, their escort fleets were at Pearl. Because we moved them. We could afford to lose the ships that we lost. We couldn't afford to lose the carriers. Yeah, they moved the carriers on their own, which if we had real-time communication back in that day, the Japanese pilots arriving at Pearl would have radio backed and said, the carriers aren't here. And then if the Japanese had been smart, they would have said, well, come the fuck home and don't attack anything. Because the targets we want aren't there. Let's see. A couple of other things that I pulled down. I have a whole shit ton of things that I wanted to look at today. We went real long. Have you seen the modern movie from the 80s where a modern U.S. aircraft carrier gets sent back in time to Pearl Harbor? Yeah, a modern carrier going back in time would have stopped Pearl, but then it wouldn't have been very effective afterwards because they wouldn't have been able to get fuel. But yeah, I've seen a lot of those things. I already covered this one. What was this one?
What do you say to this folks who say, well, if you tax millionaires, they're going to leave this?
Oh yeah, listen to... This is why you can't let uneducated, ignorant ass liberals be in charge of anything. Listen to this guy's... This guy is fully committed to what the fuck he's saying. This guy, he believes it. Listen to what he says.
You say to this folks who say, well, if you tax millionaires, they're going to leave the city, and the top 1% pays 40% of the taxes in the city. So what happens if they leave? What's your response?
Well, that's what I would say. It's like we should take their business and we run it like for our, like the city ourselves.
So if they take their business to Florida, you feel like you can keep it here?
I mean, they can't leave the building. They can't like just bring their whole entire workforce to Florida, right? They can't bring all of like the resources that they have to like build the business here to Florida, right? That's a whole thing. And that's where you would even say, like, if we're building a real movement, right, to like stop that, we'd also like make it illegal for them to like actually like leave, right? We would fine them to hell if they're going to try to like abandon their property here, right? Because clearly people do need to work, right? People do need to like, you know, make a living.
So that's Charles Berry. And while that might have been one of the craziest things I've ever heard in hundreds of street interviews, what matters more is that he's a teacher for New York public schools.
We found Stephen Shreve's business advisor. No shit. We're going to make it illegal for them to leave. Yeah. These fucking people vote. Okay, you want to stop businesses? 1% of people pay 40% of the taxes. I am not saying I agree with wealth being accumulated. I am not saying that it's okay for Elon Musk to have all the money he has. Okay? But this is the
How about
shit,
this one?
This is the shit people want to do. This is the shit people want to do, and they don't understand how dumb this shit is.
If you are taking out loans against your stock, right, which a lot of people do so they don't have to affect the capital, and loans are tax-free. If you're taking out loans against your stock, you should have to pay whatever the tax rate is for that amount of money as if it's income. If you're using your stock as collateral for this loan, then you have to pay a tax on it. Now, what will happen is most people go, well, shit, I'm not going to take a loan out here and then have to give half of it to the government, and then I get 50% of the loan. So then what you'll have to do, which is what everybody else has to do, is decide to either utilize the money that's coming in as income or sell some of your stocks so you can pay off things. That's what normal human beings have to do. And they get to operate outside the system. And that is effectively, it's not, I guess you would say it's not like unfair, because it is the code and is the system that everybody lives within. But it puts them in a super advantageous situation. The wealthiest people already in a more advantageous situation to continue to expand their wealth. If he puts something out there like this, I can't fathom there wouldn't be unanimous support.
The reason why there wouldn't be unanimous support, you fucking moron, is that if you're going to make it so that rich people have to pay tax to take loans, yeah, that would fuck every person who needs to take a HELOC to pay off medical bills. If you're taxed on a loan for taking out assets, then what you're saying is we're going to set a threshold and only penalize the rich. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to let him finish his point, and then
I really can't.
Do you think that they should tax the revenue companies make or tax the money that they report?
So now you're in a tricky situation because, well, no, it's not about report. It's like what revenue is.
Revenue is what you make, but then like a company profit. Like for example,
no,
like Apple.
You can't tax revenue because that's going to crush a mom and pop business that's going to try.
No, I'm talking about with these corporations. Because think about a company like Apple. Apple made over $400 billion last year, and I think their profit was over $100 billion.
These people don't have the first fucking clue to what words mean. Okay. I own a corporation. I do. I literally, you are sitting in a corporate Twitch channel right now. You are sitting in a corporate channel. PGN Inc. owns this channel, no matter which platform you're on. PGN doesn't own youtube.com/Jalan yet because it's not monetized. I pay 21% corporate taxes on my profit. I ran at a negative last year. I didn't make enough money last year to pay all my bills. But you want to tax me on my revenue. You've just eliminated every small business ever, because most small businesses run at a negative in their first couple of years. I want to break down. I understand people don't like the ultra wealthy, and that's cool. You don't like the ultra wealthy. I'll use white. So here's Elon. And Elon wants to buy this thing. And whatever this thing is. And Elon over here has stock. And here's the bank. And Elon says to the bank, will you please buy this thing for me? And I will stake my stock as the collateral. And the bank says, yes, Mr. Musk, we will do that. You're asking us for $40 billion against your stock, and you're going to owe us $11 billion in interest and fees. And he says, okay. Why? Because the $11 billion in interest and fees for him is tax deductible. So now Elon gets the thing, and some other person over here gets the money, So your bank makes money, the seller makes money, Elon adds to his wealth. How did you get hurt? Well, he didn't pay the capital gains tax. Okay. So you want Elon to have to sell stock to pay capital gains? Yes. Okay, so now here's how the scenario happens. Elon says, fuck that. So this thing over here, Elon says, I'm not going to do that. So this thing over here needs to be bought, and it doesn't get bought because only Elon has the money for it. The bank no longer gets 11 billion in interest. So you, who was adamantly against Elon getting all these deals, you go to the bank and you say, excuse me, bank, can I have a mortgage? The bank says, no. Why? Because we don't have money to give you a mortgage. Well, what? You're a bank. Yeah, but you see, your bullshit policies made it so we didn't make $11 billion now. Because that $11 billion becomes $10 billion. I'm sorry, that $11 billion becomes $100 million of fractional lending. Now you're mad because you can't get a mortgage because you cost the bank $11 billion. Banks need money. If a bank has $100, it can lend out 90. A bank has $1,000, it can lend out 900. If a bank has $10,000, it can loan out 9,000. If you cut the bank out from having the money, it doesn't have money to lend out. People are under this impression that Elon Musk has gone into the monopoly bank and he's holding all this money. Elon Musk has potential wealth, not actual wealth. But he can get loans against it. Yeah, and do you know what happens if the stock price drops while Elon has it tied up? Elon has to tie up enough shares of stock that at whatever cut price happens, once the stock drops below a certain price, it's automatically sold. When it's automatically sold, it's considered capital gains, but Elon never gets the money because it was collateral. It goes to the bank. How is that hurting you? How is Elon Musk able to do what he does hurting you? I could understand if the bank didn't get any interest. I could get it. I could get down. But the bank gets interest. And that interest allows them to loan out more money. And when you ask people, well, it's just not fair. No, it's not equal. I say this before the economy got completely upside down, in January, I would go to the bank and I would borrow $100,000. This was back when interest rates were about 2.7%. So I go to the bank and I borrow $100,000 at 2.7% with 60 days grace. Because that's what I was able to do. So $100,000. And I'm just going to include the whole 2,700 because it makes the example easier. It's not actually going to be that much, but I'll just keep it that way. The bank gives me $100,000 for a year, and I promise that at the end of the year, I will give the bank back $102,007. Except it was 2.7 to borrow the money, and I was getting 4.5 on a year-long CD. So that means I take $100,000 from the bank, and I immediately give it right back to the bank, and I put it into a CD. So at the end of the year, the bank is going to give me $104,500. which literally means that was this much money, a little bit more than that, because again, I had 60 days grace and I bought down for my 2 months income. I literally generated $1,800 out of nothing. I borrowed 100 grand from the bank at 2.7. I invested it in the bank at 4.5. And then the bank was like, cool. Now we have $90,000 to loan out to other people. Now take this concept and don't do it with 100,000. Do it with 100 million. And at 100 million, the amount of money they're going to give you is going to be a little bit higher. And the amount of interest they're going to charge you is going to be a little bit lower. Oh, and by the way, that 2,700, that's a write-off because that's interest paid. So that doesn't look like profit. It was available for everybody to do. They just weren't doing it. Loans on unrealized gains is crazy. Except they're not unrealized gains. That's the problem. And people make that argument, but the share of stock went up. So now it's collateral. Like, what's Disney stock today? Disney stock today is $96. The problem I have with Disney stock is that I need Disney stock to hit 140. Disney stock has been pissing me off. Disney stock got as high as 124 in June of last year. I need Disney stock to get to 140. And the reason why I need Disney stock to get to 140 is I bought Disney stock at all different price points. I need Disney to get to 140, and then I'm going to liquidate myself out of Disney stock, pay the taxes, get clear, take the money, wait until Disney stock drops to 90 again, and then reinvest all of it at the same dollar amount. Disney's just pissing me off right now.
How about this one?
Nope, not how about this one. What's this guy want?
Can someone explain to me how the hell can 9 million people, the biggest protest in American history, happen and our president is still our president? What the is going on?
Well, that's because you have no idea how the Constitution works. And 9 million people rallying against the president isn't how the president gets removed. Go back to civics class. You could have 330 million people protest. You can't get the senators to vote to convict. You're not removing a president. Sorry. That's not how it works.
When you are a teacher and you watch people homeschool their children, that's the equivalent of being a lawyer and watching people represent themselves in trial.
Okay. When you're a teacher and you see people homeschool themselves, that's the equivalent of a lawyer watching people represent themselves pro se. I've represented myself pro se on a couple of things, and I've had lawyers in the audience tell me I did a really good job. I have a teaching certificate. There are teachers that are really, really good, and there are teachers that are really, really shit. Homeschool themselves, like that. No, that when you watch somebody homeschool their kids. Wait, is that what she said? Hold on.
You're a teacher and you watch people homeschool their children, that's the equivalent of being a lawyer and watching people represent themselves in trial.
Yeah, except that homeschoolers consistently outperform public school students by 15 to 30% on standardized testing.
Okay, I love that the guy came back with the facts, but the problem is standardized test scores don't mean shit. For those of you that aren't familiar with an experiment that was run on the homeschool, or on standardized tests, what they did was they took a group of people and they administered the SAT to them. This wasn't for their actual score. It was for a testing environment. They took a number of people and they gave them the SAT. And they took another group of people and they gave them the SAT, and on the reading section, they didn't give them the reading passages. And they scored just about the same. You should not be able to score just about the same without the reading passage as the people with the reading passage. And what they found out was that it had to do with people's ability to discern the question. One of the things I taught in my classes was how to break tests. A couple of things for standardized tests. See your way through it. If you do not know the answer to a multiple choice question and you have absolutely no way to eliminate any answer, always guess C. Why? 2 reasons. 3 reasons. Number 1, statistically speaking, teachers that don't go back and check their tests more often rather than less often pick the letter C. Number 2, if you pick the same letter all the time, statistically speaking, you're increasing your odds. And number 3, it forces you to think about the questions and what other information you can get from the test to eliminate answers. You got 4 choices. You pick the same one every time. Statistically speaking, that's going to be the answer. Yeah, what they've done is there's teaching making software now that you put in the answer, you put in the distractors, and it randomly generates it so that either, number 1, they all are in equally, because in the military, you can't use see your way through, because in the military, if there's 100 questions on the test, 25% of the answers must be A, 25 must be B, 25 must be C, 25 must be D. If you're taking a true-false question and you have absolutely no idea, always pick false. If you have no idea, pick false. Unless, especially if there's an absolute. If you have no idea about the answer, all, every, none, and you have no idea, pick false. Why? Because it is easier to make a true-false question false than it is to make a true-false question true. Number 3, if you have no idea about the answers, those were bad lines. Pick the longest one. If you have no idea about the answer and you can eliminate C because you know C is not correct and you have no idea about the rest, because remember, we said pick the same one over and over, then always pick the longest one. Because statistically speaking, teachers will make the right answer the longest and then they just don't give a shit about writing the detractors. What's my opinion on these teen takeovers? They started doing curfews and now allowing groups of 9+ kids together. I talked about this on Wednesday. These teen curfews are appropriate because they didn't start doing them. What they're finally doing is enforcing curfew. Most places have already had curfews. Like my daughter didn't live with me due to my daughter's particular condition. We got my daughter her own apartment before she was 18. She lived on her own. And what I told her was, I said, hey, you're 17 and you have your own apartment. Either I need to put eyeballs on you every day or your mom needs to put eyeballs on you every single day. Plus, in case anybody's worried about my daughter being on her own, her nanny, which was still the younger kid's nanny, in the apartment building they lived in, my daughter lived in the first floor unit here and her nanny lived there. So the nanny could see the front door and the front windows of her apartment. So it's not like she lived alone. But I told her, I said, hey, you can't fuck this up because this isn't dad's rule. This is the Secretary of State's rule. You have to be home Sunday night through Thursday night by 11 o'clock. If you're running late, park the fucking car and your mom will drive me to you, and then your mom will drive your car home because you can't drive after 11. Your license isn't valid. And she was like, Dad, you're being too much right now. And I said, just so you know, you look all the fucking 12. We call you Munchkin for a reason. We call you Strawberry Shortcake for a reason. You look fucking 12. Don't be driving after 11. Yeah, I'm in Illinois. And so she was mad. I'm like, look, this isn't Dad's rule. Be pissed at me if you want, but it's not Dad's rule. Ashes of Creation news. I was right. The reason we can't find the TRO being dissolved is apparently that was bullshit. I thought so. I thought so because the reason why is and I didn't get a chance to see the court rulings from the Ashes of Creation thing, but a TRO and a preliminary injunction, like people were like, oh, the preliminary injunction wasn't granted. Yeah, what that is that doesn't mean at the end of the effect there won't be apparently that came from people at court, but they were mistaken. Right. The TRO might have been mentioned, but they were like, the TRO is and they might have misheard. The TRO is resolved. The judge might have been going through like, I'm not granting the preliminary injunction. I'm not disqualifying legal counsel. The TRO is resolved. But the problem is you got a lot of dumb fucking people, and then they get mad. They're like, well, nobody knew about this. Bitches, I knew about this 7 months ago, okay? I saw that Boy Wonder made some comments. Let me see what Boy Wonder's comments were. Like, Steven says shit like this. And this kills me about him. Seems myopic not to try and understand the alleged circumstances and wait for the discovery phase. Hey, genius. I don't need to wait for the discovery phase. All I need to do is wait until you justify whatever bullshit you're going to justify that you sold off the company. Like, Steven doesn't like yes or no questions because he has no room for spin. Did you or did you not sell off 95% of your company? Well, it's not as simple. Motherfucker, it is that simple. What percentage of Intrepid Studios do you own? In Illinois, if you're in Illinois, we do have a statewide curfew. Illinois statewide curfew is 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and midnight to 6 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. However, drivers that are 17 years old, their nighttime restrictions are 10 to 6 Sunday through Thursday and 11 to 6 Friday and Saturday. Although as a 17-year-old, you can be out till midnight, you can't drive after 11. And that was the piece that I had. So we do have a statewide curfew. Now, the thing about state law is that municipalities can pass more restrictive, not less restrictive. So yeah, in Illinois, the township can reduce it. Do they normally? No. Why? Because it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, in Illinois, we have 11 to 6 and 12 to 6 for 17-year-olds. Which I also think is fucking bullshit anyway. Like, a friend of mine's daughter got her driver's license and she has a restricted driver's license. It's midnight to 5, no matter what day of the week, unless you're driving directly to or from a job or educational meet. Nobody in your car except for immediate family. Yeah, we have only one non-immediate family member if you're driving. So like my daughter can have a friend, well, when she was 17, she could have a friend and her sister in the car, but she can't have two friends. And then, if I recall correctly, and it's been a minute, um, 17-year-olds in Illinois can work. We have no work hour restrictions, but the maximum number of hours a minor can work on a school day is 3. So that's always one of those weird ones. The word minor in my state is a reference to those individuals not authorized to work without a work permit. In my state at 16, you can work whatever hours you want. But if you're under the age of 16, you're kind of screwed. Oh, fuck's sake. This one? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me fucking say this. This has bad fucking idea written all over it. All right. Secretary Hesketh said soldiers on post should be able to carry a civilian weapon. Okay. No, the fuck they should not. No, the motherfuck they should not. No, the fuck they shouldn't. No, the fuck they should not. Number one, it's a civilian weapon. You don't mix and match. Are you in uniform? Yes. The only weapons you carry are Department of Defense weapons. If I want you to have a pistola, I'll issue you one. Number two, we have an entire law enforcement division in each branch of service because members of the service commit crimes. Like, I don't know if you're all familiar with this, but there is an appropriate way and an inappropriate way to present your weapon for inspection. Normally, and I don't have my little prop pistol, I don't know where the fuck it ended up, but normally when you have your gun on your hip like this, or you have it under your arm like this, when you get asked to present your weapon for inspection, you never, ever, ever put your hand on the handle with your finger near the trigger. You cross body, like, or underarm, and you pull it out, and you hold it by the barrel. You eject the magazine. You clear the chamber, you lock it back, and then you hand the weapon, but you never put your finger on the trigger. You're not using a weapon, an operational grip. You're using an inspection grip. That way, if you walk up to somebody and they're armed, and you need to take them into custody, what you say to them is either, if you think they're going to be reasonable, present your weapon for inspection. Yeah, hold them sideways. If you think the person's going to be reasonable, present your weapon for inspection. They eject the mag, they rack, lock, they hand it to you. You say these individuals would like to talk to you because now you've taken their weapon. If you don't think the person's going to be reasonable, no offense, you point a gun at the back of their head and you say, I'm going to disarm you now. And you reach over and you disarm them. We don't need people running around with fucking weapons on post. You're gonna have some dumb shits trying to load standard issue 9mm rounds into person. No, you won't. And I'll tell you why you won't have that. Why you will not have that? Believe it or not, getting a hold of brass, getting a hold of live rounds, is really hard in the military. Like really, really fucking hard. There's on an Air Force base, there's only 2 places you can go. Well, there's 3 places you can go to even get near live rounds. You can go to the BDOC, the shooting range, or the base armory, or the weapons depot. But it takes multiple people, simultaneous signature and key access to get into the small arms depot. Like one guy isn't going into the depot on his own. One guy might have the alarm code. One guy might have the door lock. The next guy might have the vault code. The next guy might have the vault combination. You don't have one guy being able to roll up. Like, I always laugh in the movies where they're like, yeah, I've got this guy on the inside at the supply squadron and he's going to get us AK-47s. No, he's not. No, you don't. No, the fuck you don't. Did they? Let me find out how the fuck... Hold on. Let me dig into this and let me find out how the fuck this one happened. Let me find out. How the fuck? Oh, because he was an ammo specialist. So how the fuck? Okay. Hold on. Hold on, I'm digging in to see if I can get, because this is a logistics thing, I might be able to get the skinny on this one. Okay, so they haven't released a report. Yeah, there hasn't. Okay, so there hasn't been a report filed. What I'm betting, what I'm gonna bet is that him, because he was an ammo specialist, he did have access to the storage and inventory systems. Either one of 2 things happened. One, there's another person in on it and they haven't reported on it yet. Or 2, somebody was banging their barracks bunny and they were there on paper but not in physical presence. So how does that work? It's, I want to get laid and I have a buddy I can trust, and my buddy gives me his key card so I can swipe both cards, which I'm not supposed to do, but this is the human factor. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think I have the guy's name too. Corporal Andrew Paul Amaryllis. He was charged. He stole a single GM 148 Javelin. He stole multiple AT-4 anti-tank weapons, and he stole thousands of rounds of ammunition. Which I'm guessing he was taking them out of the active armory, not depot storage. But he was an ammo specialist, so he has that. Yeah, so what I'm going to imagine happened... Oh, that's 25 to life. It doesn't say anything about the rest of it, though. Yeah, that's like somebody is getting their dick wet with the barracks bunny behind the ammo building. And you said, how did he drive out with it? Salty bread. We have a really big flaw in the military. We give a big shit about what's coming onto the base. We very rarely give a fuck about what's going off the base. Because we trust that all the buildings are being policed by the appropriate people. But that's a fucking... See, that story right there is where you have the breakdown of... where you have the breakdown of what's supposed to be and what's not supposed to be. Like I told this story. One of the things... What we have is we have two... Well, I won't say two. The Air Force has two that I know about. Infiltrator squadrons. Sometimes these guys show up and they just try to get into your work center. Sometimes they run drills where these guys are dropped off near an Air Force base with nothing, with no military anything. All they have is a snap card in their wallet in case shit gets sideways real quick. They'll identify themselves as a member of the infiltrator squadron. They have their card. They're like, yeah, my card is in my wallet. You open it, you snap it open, and it says, this individual is actually blah-diddy-blah fucking blah. Contact this phone number. Because you get a guy, gets caught, he's like, yeah, I'm Captain Jalan from the infiltrator squadron. My snap card is in my wallet. Please take out my wallet, snap open the card, and call the number. And they're like, yeah, we caught your guy. Yeah, let him go. He's actually a captain. Let him go. Let him do his job. Yeah, salty bread. That's why we do periodic security checks. That's, like, for example, we were missing some small arms. We were missing some small arms a couple of years ago. They weren't missing. They were unaccounted for missing. And I was just a staff sergeant. But I was the inventory control officer from the headquarters building. I drove down to an army base that had an Air Force post on it. And I walked in and I said, hi, I'm Sergeant Jalan. I'm here to do an inventory. And they're like, this is an unannounced visit. Here's my letter. It's now announced. It's not really a good time. Tell you what, call the general. Otherwise, I need access to all your weapons. So I go in, and they start, because I'm only a staff sergeant, they start telling me how we're going to do the inventory, how we're going to do this, how we're going to do that. And I just had to put my hand up. I said, that's not how we're going to do any of this. I'm going to call out a number of a weapon. You're going to produce the weapon, and I am going to physically look at the serial number. And the guy said, well, that's not normally how we do it. Well, then I suggest you start doing it the way the book says to do it, because the inspector must see the serial number. He's like, then the guy got frustrated with me. He's like, well, here's all our weapons. You can go through them. I said, respectfully, I am going to call out a serial number. You are going to present the weapon for serial number inspection. And that's how we're going to do it. And I knew the punchline of the joke was there was going to be missing weapons. Just by the very fact of what they're doing, I knew there was going to be missing weapons. So we get through and we get to the bottom and we're missing 4 weapons. And by this point, somebody has gone and gotten their DETCO, their detachment commander, and he's standing in the doorway as I'm reading a serial number, and he tries to talk to me, and I'm ignoring him. Because I call out a serial number and a guy brings over a weapon and he's like, Sergeant, I asked you a question. And I said, like 473641 confirmed. Pause. Yes, sir. He's like, when I talk to you, you will, respectfully, sir, you will not interrupt me while I'm looking at numbers. Once I call a serial number, you will not interrupt me between me calling the serial number, me being presented the weapon, me signing, I physically saw that weapon. I will ignore you each and every time. I'm sorry, but that is the protocol. We come up 4 weapons short. So I go, and I went to his office, I knocked, I reported in. I said, sir, the inspection is complete. You are short 4 M16s. He's like, I don't appreciate your attitude today. Respectfully, sir, I would rather not write in my report that you attempted to interrupt my inventory. But it sounds like you're going to report back to my chain of command I was disrespectful. Therefore, I'll have to write in my report that you continuously and frequently attempted to interrupt me while I was in the middle of confirming serial numbers. And he's like, shut the door. So I shut the door and he started to raise his voice and he didn't like what I had to say. Said, sir, I'm not in your chain of command. If you wish to reprimand me, please call General Merchant. Is this conversation finished? Is there anything else? Will that be all? So I go back to base, I write it up, we're four missing, and I went to the general and I said, sir, I don't know what I should do in this situation. He said, well, what's the situation? I said, what should I do about a detachment commander who was interfering with my inventory? He says, you write it up. I said, well, won't that make me no friends? He's like, you don't give a shit about having friends anyway. Roger that. Here's my memo. Because sure as shit, that guy had sent a nastygram email to my general that I was rude and disrespectful. 2 days later, his ass was in full service dress standing in the general's office with me sitting in the room. And the general's like, I'd like to know why you interfered with the inspector. Well, he's only a staff sergeant and he was rude. And the general got up and kind of got in the guy's grill and says, you see these 2 stars on my shoulder? When he goes out to do the inventory, it's with the same authority as these 2 stars on his shoulder because I'm responsible for those 4 weapons you're missing. Hey, I'm glad I made your job go by faster. I'm about to get out of here anyway and go get some pork because, you know, I made a pork loin yesterday and nobody in my family eats. Well, my wife had a little bit, but these fucking heathens. But the end joke here is, because this was a really long show and it was a really productive show except for the hour-long derailment. Let me just remind people, if you are not willing to meet people halfway, if you're not willing to meet people and say, this is my opinion, what are the facts? The facts tell us both that we should move into the middle and we should be here. This isn't your integrity or your ideology or your identity getting impacted. You're going to the conclusion the facts should give you. But if you believe that it is acceptable that the facts are all the way over here and you're all the way over here, and when you get bitch slapped once, twice, thrice, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 times, and you are flat wrong 7 times about the facts of an issue, and your best response to say to the person who's bitch slapping you is you're a cuck, I hate to tell you, you're the fucking cuck. You're the one who's living in a fucking delusion. Look, I don't like that Americans got killed. I don't like that ICE is untrained. I don't like that ICE is rude. I don't like that ICE isn't being supported by local law enforcement. But you don't get to just discount citizens committing assault, committing battery, and say, well, ICE shouldn't have been breaking up a protest. They weren't. They were there on official business. And their business isn't breaking up protests. It was in a donut shop. Why is it people that have never seen titties always revert to the cuck argument. It's because they think that somehow I give a fuck about any, like, you are never going to say something to me that I haven't said infinitely worse to myself. It's like I've said to people, I have been so low in my life that unaliving myself was on the agenda. You are never going to say something that hurts my feelings because I don't give a fuck about my feelings. And the moment I see you make a fucking bullshit straw man argument attack or say something disparaging, I don't have any respect for you anymore. I deal in facts. Lots of people move to the cuck argument. Agenda. It was on the agenda. It was right after the pills and then before the razor blade. Did I ASCP to get commissioned? What I did was, I was a reservist. So when you're a reservist, you can't, well, unless your career field says it's okay, you can't go back on active duty enlisted, but you can do active duty officer. The nice part about it is, you're a reservist competing against civilians with military swag, with military swagger. NCO of the quarter, multiple commendation medals, multiple achievement medals, 4-star recommendation. Civilian's not going to beat you at that. Other active duty members might, but you're not competing against them. Last call. I said something progressive recently and a coworker said I sound like Trump. That broke me mentally. Let me say this to you. If you say something progressive and somebody tells you sound like Trump, that person is a cum dumpster. Because there's only two people in the spectrum if they want to get that nasty. There's dumb Trumpsters and there's cum dumpsters. That's all we have when we get it down to that level. We should all want to be progressive. We should all want to be progressive. We should all want to be a little liberal. We should all want to be a little conservative. These aren't dirty words. I'm out of here. If I have a voice tomorrow, I'll play some video games.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?